In my restless dreams, I see that town, Silent Hill.
Hello everyone and welcome to my Silent Hill 2 playthrough and analysis video. Silent Hill 2 is a special game. I had the great fortune of being born in 1990, which means I got to see the rise and advent of at-home gaming. And no game that I've ever played, out of the many that I have in my life, has ever come close to touching the artistic depth and meaning baked into Silent Hill 2. In my early teens, my older brother Brett brought this game home, Silent Hill 2, and it changed both of our lives forever. It may sound overdramatic, but to me, this game taught me what fear is. When the remake was announced, I too was extremely pessimistic based on how unfaithful current-day remakes tend to be to their source material, bordering at times on absolute fan service. Thankfully, for Silent Hill 2, that is not the case. I would like to take a second, though, and make a quick disclaimer that if you have not played through Silent Hill 2 or the remake, you should definitely do that before watching this video. This video is going to be going deeply analytical on every little possible detail that I can find and relating it to James's and the other characters' larger stories when possible. Also, one final disclaimer, this game deals in incredibly heavy and dark topics, ranging from everything including guilt, depression, murder, suicide, SA, and more. If you are someone who is easily disturbed, I would not recommend this analysis video for you. I have never done a video game review or analysis in my entire life, and frankly, I don't intend to do any other ones after this. Silent Hill 2 is a special case and a special game that appeals to me specifically in ways that my life circumstance led me to that can't be replicated by anything else. I'll be using things that I've heard from other people, from the creators, and from my own thoughts. But let me say first and foremost that no theories postulated during this video should be taken as gospel. These are my interpretations and things I've gleaned from other creators. I imagine most of them are not intentional art direction by the game designers, but it's something that I've found that I thought I could attach some meaning to. So you're going to hear me say the phrase, "to me," about 1 billion times in this video, because 90% of it is my interpretation. In the opening scene of the remake, we have James standing at the sink in front of the mirror, looking at his hands that are trembling, as though he's questioning, what have I done with these hands? Here we can clearly see that his wedding ring is freshly taken off. To me, this signifies that he did it just after the murder, probably because he couldn't take the guilt and viewed it as an affront to Mary's memory to continue wearing it. Part of me wants to believe that this mirror, which is one of the few actually reflective mirrors in the game, is symbolic of how James deep down at this point does know what he's done, but the town's energy and eventually himself go on to fully repress it by the time he has exited the bathroom. Whether or not the delusion has already set in or not, I don't know, but what I can identify is with this long, hard look in the mirror of one chastising oneself. We move on here to the famous letter reading scene, where the premise of the game is established, that James has received a letter from his wife, who, as he says, died 3 years ago from a disease. Obviously, we know that that isn't the case, and that he killed her, and has repressed that memory. I'd also like to add quickly that I did not, on purpose, go through and find every single photo or every single thing that I could with a guide. I basically just said to myself, I'm going to play through this game, whatever I find I will analyze, and leave it at that. So, if there's things that I miss, or things that you think are important, go ahead and throw them in the comments. I'd love to hear it. Also, as will become evident in this by the existence of my chainsaw, this is my second playthrough that I've done. So I did this on light because I was honestly just pretty tapped out and frazzled after the first playthrough. Another interesting thing to note that I've heard from other people is that we already get a glimpse of James's kind of unhinged mental state here by just seeing the way that he has parked his car and left his door ajar, which is something that I think most people wouldn't do. So much of what I love about this game is that every little thing, every little detail has a deeper meaning attached to it in some way or form. In this video analysis, while I will sometimes reference what the creators have said are supposed to be regarded as canon and etc., I am not going to remain too concerned about this. I am trying to find my own meanings in things and my own interpretations. One of the very first details that we can pick out is this white van on the right, which actually belongs to Eddie, and it is coincidentally under a Pete's Bolorama sign, which is initially where we first meet Eddie in the original game. Here is a video reference to the original game showing Laura and Eddie outside of the same van. After continuing down the path, we come to our first note that I believe is only there on a second playthrough or more. The note says, "Grave truths lost to the mind shall flow white into a void chalice, so the rite of red shall commence." To me, this has significance with the Rebirth ending. While we will cover the endings in depth at the end of the video, I'll give a quick overview. The Rebirth ending is the ending where James, fully catapulted into madness by the town and what he's experienced, resolves to use the power of the old gods that reside in Silent Hill and to resurrect his wife. In doing so, he needs the white chrism, which is a vial of white liquid, the obsidian goblet, which is a black chalice, a book of lost memories, and a book called the Crimson Ceremony, which can all be tied in to these cryptic clues found on this note here. After we continue on, we will come to a well with a red save book at the top of it. Now, brace yourself, because this is the beginning of one of many back-breaking, spine-shattering reaches that I will be making throughout the course of this video. As totally ridiculous as this may seem to you, I actually think this does have some significance. We are at the top of a metaphorical well, the beginning of James's journey, which takes a very deep dive into his psyche. So I see it as some kind of symbol that we're at the beginning of this adventure here, and we are going to be going very deep. After continuing on, we'll approach a graveyard where when entering, we will get a cinematic introducing the character Angela. She's perusing the gravestones, looking for her brother, father, or possibly her mother, or as she calls it, her mama. There is so much depth to this character that it is hard to encapsulate in a single go-through, but I will attempt to touch on as many things as I can here. For one, the first thing that Angela does to us is apologize, which is kind of hand in hand with her character of having suffered abuse. We walked up to her and scared the hell out of her, and the first thing she does is apologize to us. To me, that seems to signify and reinforce her unfortunate victim kind of mentality and stance. Also, her mental state almost seems to be locked into a childlike kind of perspective, to where she's referring to her mother as her mama. This is a common known phenomenon among people who experience severe abuse as children. It almost seems to have a limiting factor on their ability to grow emotionally and mentally past the point of when they were abused. I also believe that while canonically it has been confirmed that Angela, Eddie, and Laura are supposed to be viewed as real people and real characters, I also view all of these characters as mirroring each other in some way, the other person representing a part of their trauma or past that has a metaphorical sense to it. I believe that in some way, Angela to James represents his suicidal ideation side, while James to Angela represents an abusive male. Laura I see as a representation of James's innocent side and desire to be good, and she sees him as the father that she never had. I see Eddie as a representation of James's murderous and gluttonous side, and Eddie sees James as an image of the abuser or jock that might have bullied him. Also, I'd like to take a moment for a quick note, and this is just another small telling characteristic of Angela, but her body language here and facial expression seems very guarded, very distrustful of James. And the first thing she asks him when you come back and are just menacingly standing there is, did you want something? I know it's an insane reach, but perhaps there is a deeper subtext to this, or it just makes sense to me in line with her character history. Another small find in the graveyard is this gravestone with a seemingly occult theme to it, and the Book of the Crimson Ceremony, which gives context clues, again, to getting the Rebirth ending. Another small find in the graveyard is these gravestones that are submerged in water. Now, maybe this is just because they said the area was flooded, which I think gets mentioned at some point, but to me, it could also have a meaning. That James maybe came here with this idea initially in his mind, that he was going to drive himself and Mary into the lake, which is what he does in the in-water ending. To me, it has some significance, even if not intended, that this is a possible outcome for James. One final thing that I found in the graveyard is this writing on the door. This is text that you actually can't even examine in-game. You just have to eyeball it yourself. I couldn't get a very good angle on it, but if you look very closely, it says, "All have sinned and fall short of God's glory." To me, it's a reference to all of the characters in the story, more or less, aside from Laura, and how they are sinners. And here we get our Comic Sans redemption sign with text that actually seems appropriate to Silent Hill. And if you no-clip view in the barn behind this area, you can actually find the old Comic Sans tossed in the garbage as it deserved to be. Nice touch. Continuing on, we come to this boarded up area, which is reminiscent of the first version of Silent Hill 2, where you run into your first enemy here, and you use one of these boards to beat it to death. But now it's been turned into a glimpse of the past. I think also what's really interesting about this part is that if you listen very closely, you will hear the low, rumbling, machinery-like sounds emanating from this rusted gate, which is a telltale sign usually of the Otherworld. Listen closely. Now this is the reach of the century, but to me, the sign "Roadwork Ahead" even has meaning. That James is going to have to dig deep and do some serious work to uncover the truth within himself. Here's a small little connection that I think is just meant to add some levity for those who might notice it. In the game, we've been running on the road for quite a while into Silent Hill, and we come to this sign that says, "The Roadrunner" on it. This has to be on purpose, right? It's kind of fun. Anyways, moving on. As we enter the town, one of the very first stops we can make is the flower shop, and upon entering, you will very likely notice that all of the flowers in this place are long dead. Now, this doesn't seem like much, but I think it comes into play later on more once we start dealing with themes like Mary and Maria, where flowers are often tied to them in some sort of significant way. Here we come to our first letter, and I believe this is steeped in symbolism relating to James's story. The story tells about a man who seemed a bit off and was looking at this person like they weren't even there. To begin with, James has already shown kind of qualities that would hint that he is this kind of person. Something just seems off with him. Saying that he wants the mixed red and white bouquet. To me, it's a symbolism of how James ultimately is trying to reconcile the red and the white characteristics of himself and what he's done. The white being the goodness that is in James' heart and how he ultimately and usually wants all the best out of people and things in life. But also the red representing his hatred, his anger, and the blood he's spilled. No more than 5 steps later, we get our next connection. I'm sure you can tell by now that this is going to be an extremely long video. To me, this represents a couple things. For one, this is obviously blood. To any human that you ask, I think, they will tell you that this is blood. But James goes, "What is this?" To me, that is significant of how he is unwilling to face the blood that he has spilled. He is unwilling to face that he has killed Mary. So much so that he cannot even really acknowledge what is very clearly blood on the ground. This time, James finds blood and viscera in the roadside and calls it stuff. If we explore around a little bit, James will comment on the white walls that block off Silent Hill. To me, this signifies the places in his mind that he is not ready to go to yet, or not able to go to yet. Here we see our first manifestation of James's guilt in the form of a lying figure. James, to me, clearly knows that what he's seeing doesn't seem natural, yet he still calls out for it to wait. After squeezing through some claustrophobic areas, we come to this room, which I think actually bears significance in that it has intact flower drapes blowing in the wind. This is also only moments before James is going to confront the first image of Mary that he runs into during his time in Silent Hill. This was confirmed for me when I saw this picture, which used a program to look into the back of James's car, and this is rendered in the back seat. Hopefully you're starting to get used to my absolutely insane reaches, because we are going to be making another one here regarding sound design. I took note of the sound design at this point because I knew what was coming. I knew the first fight was coming up, and I heard something that to me almost sounded like a kettle going off. Then I went through the door and realized that the next room over was a kitchen. To me, it actually had some significance. We are at the boiling point for James. He is about to spill over into actually fighting the manifestations that are going to be haunting him during his time here. I thought that there was some connection here. Maybe not intended, maybe they just wanted to go for some spooky sound design, and mission accomplished if so. But I tried to dig a little deeper and see if there was anything there. Quick side note, I cranked up the gamma at this point because I was worried about missing environmental things that I might not see because of the darkness. That will return to normal once I get the flashlight. Here is where James encounters the first lying figure that he'll see during the game. This monster is meant to represent Mary in several different ways. One of the ways that James may have saw Mary during the sickness is that she was totally helpless, and so is this creature in that it has no arms, low mobility, no eyes, and is trapped in some kind of horrible meat corset that binds it. It also spews venom, much like Mary did in a metaphorical sense to James during the later stages of her sickness. Now, this is another absolutely ludicrous reach, so prepare yourself. I know part of this thing's design is that it is in a straitjacket essentially, with its hands in front of each other, but partially to me, it also looks like it could be pregnant in some way, with a small nascent baby bump. Perhaps this represents Mary's inability to give James a child for whatever reason and fueled some of his resentment. Perhaps. Again, I know this one is really reaching, but that is what I am best at, folks. This is the earliest sign that I could find in the game that was alluding to anything that had to do with a baby or a family. And it is pretty early in the game, and there are more of them as we go, which we'll touch on. One final note to add on this monster's construction are the platform shoes that seem to be woven into its feet. Almost every monster in the game has some kind of sexual aspect to it, and this one is no exception. We also find the first of many dirty syringes that we will use during the playthrough. To me, this just has obvious themes of addiction linked to it. Alongside James's drinking, Eddie's eating, this game runs very deep with addiction themes. You can also find several posters around the town and in the hospital specifically that mention addiction. Next up, we will get a scene where James stops because he's hearing something that sounds like a woman's voice coming through his radio, and he stops to listen. I actually really appreciated that in this version of the game, it wasn't so obvious what was being said through the radio. I think I remember specifically my brother saying that he thought he could hear what Mary said in the original version way back when this happened. Listen closely. You can hear her ask, "Why'd you kill me?" very clearly.
What the?
Now that little clip of her saying, "Why'd you kill me?" is absolutely spine-chilling. It gives me goosebumps every time. But I feel like it's also a little dangerously close to someone with discerning ears being able to figure out the plot before the game's barely started. Next, we find a body that very much resembles James, and we will continue to find bodies like this throughout our playthrough in Silent Hill 2. Some people have postulated the time loop theory, that James is essentially in a purgatory in the form of Silent Hill, that he is doomed to constantly have to wander through and repeat as a form of his punishment. Now, I'm not saying this theory is true or that it's canon, but I honestly just really like it. I think it's a cool theory with a lot of cool concepts behind it that pertain to guilt, punishment, etc. We will find a note on the body that alludes to the place not being what it seems and that the person should leave, and that sometimes you have to look behind. To me, this is significant that in order for James to be able to move forward, he has to examine his past and confront the murder of Mary. But on the flip side of this, and literally on the flip side of the note, is what James ends up doing for most of our playthrough, which is running away from the truth. One final detail I'll add is that I want you to pay very close attention to James's boot design here, and then compare it with the boot that we find on the body here and all of the subsequent bodies. To me, the boots are very similar, and it kind of seals the idea that these bodies are in some way a manifestation of James's self-hatred, wishing that he was dead. When I told you that we would be examining every little detail of this, I meant it. And I know this is just a coffee poster in a coffee shop that makes perfect sense in its time and place, but to me it also has meaning that if James would just spill the beans to himself, he might have some chance of moving on. As we continue exploring the town, we will come to the barber shop, where we will find this note next to a pair of scissors. So this note definitely has some significance. For one, oftentimes during the game, him is mentioned in multiple letters, usually referring to either Pyramid Head or James himself. Keep that in mind going forward. The scraping noise that we often hear accompanies Pyramid Head's presence and is referenced here. Also, we have a statement from Masahiro Ito. that Pyramid Head's great knife was supposed to be mirrored by the second knife that you will find in the game in the original in his lair in the jail, and that it was meant to represent scissors, with Pyramid Head having one side of the scissors and James eventually obtaining the other side, though he did not have time to get it implemented into the original game. Continuing on and entering the bookshop, we find a couple books that I believe were not there in the first playthrough, but all of these books to me seem to hint towards some of the possible endings in the game. For example, this book hinting at the in water ending with a suicidal theme tied to it. This other book that we find, I think, hints towards the Maria ending, because it raises all these questions about, will you protect her? Will you love her? Will you put her above any other? Remember, now she is the one. Leave the past behind, etc., etc. I think this is a clear reference to the Maria ending. The final book that we find in the bookshop alludes to the Leave ending, in my opinion, where the main theme is being able to forgive yourself and move on. I believe that everything in this game that can be examined, and even some things that can't, do have a deeper meaning tied to them. And while this may just seem to be some bloody laundry in a already bloodied town, to me it represents that James has some dirty laundry that he needs to sort out. In the same laundromat, we will find a poster that says, "Wash away the stains of yesterday," which to me is again just very obvious reference to that James killed his wife, and for all we know it could have been just the day before. Now, if you haven't gotten used to my insane reaches yet, then I don't know what to tell you, because that is all that is going to be coming. I know that this is just a hot sauce sign with a lady on it, some fire at the bottom, and a little devil at the top, but to me, it represents that James is entering hell, where he will be tormented and burned for his sins. In the same diner, we find a reference to the dog ending, which I don't think has anything too deep tied to it. Maybe Eddie and the dog and all that, but ultimately, I think it's just context clues to help you try and figure out the dog ending. One final note in Big J's diner that is clearly alluding to, in my opinion, James himself. He is wearing a mask of denial right now, and he doesn't want to face the truth. I also think it's alluding to James's personality and character in that James is not upfront to strangers a typically confrontational or violent person. He tends to kind of stuff things down, left things unsaid, and etc. But we know that beneath his mask, there is rage waiting to come out. This letter that's found in the pet shop, which is only available on a subsequent playthrough, had me a little bit puzzled, and I'm still not even sure that I get its full meaning. To me, there's something with it to do about cats, which are obviously associated with a pet shop. But I know it's there, sitting and staring, can't let it out, can't walk away, won't let me go. Might be some kind of reference to how in the dog ending, the dog is controlling this horrible world that James is in, and he doesn't want to face it for whatever reasons. Either way, I'm not too solid on the meaning of this letter. Here in the paper dispenser, we find a nice little note that says, "Woodside Apartments severely flooded." To me, maybe this ties in to the earlier thing I mentioned about the gravestones being submerged in water. That's where the flood might come from, so it might just be all coincidental, but like Mulder, I want to believe. There's oftentimes references to things being cleaned by a janitor in the game, and here's one of the first references we have to a janitor, drunk and in tears. To me, this represents James. In a way, he's trying to clean up his life and the mess of it that the sickness created. In the same music store, we have a pretty clear reference to the UFO ending, which I don't think has deeper meaning in its text. I think it's just providing context clues to try and get this ending. Now, being that I'm a huge fan of music myself, I'm going to take some time to analyze some of the album covers in the Groovy Music Store. This one I found particularly interesting because it looks to me like it's almost a picture of Maria's nose and neck down, with a metal choker or some kind of thing around the neck, not like the one she's wearing in the game, but nonetheless there is a choker there. And the hair that I think is blocking the top part of her face kind of, to me, is reminiscent of the same bloodstains that she has when we find her dead in the Labyrinth. Finally, the Quicksands, which is the title of this album on it, to me references that if Maria ends up being your fate, you are essentially stuck in Silent Hill and the horror of what happened forever, a la Quicksand. Here we have a pretty obvious reference, and I think it's just saying, don't quit. Don't stop digging, James. You're on the path now to either your absolution or damnation. But either way, don't quit. Above it and to the right, we have an album that is labeled as Potential. To me, maybe it's the potential of what his life could have been if Mary had been okay, or if things had turned out better. These are all just very small things, and I'm going to gloss over them real quick, but probably ultimately I don't know if these had too much meaning intended in their actual design. Here we find an album that is titled Fake, with the shadow of a man, which to me almost looks like he has a hammer or some kind of thing that is hitting against his head. It's representative to me of James knowing deep down that he is a fake, and that he is lying about what brought him here, his intentions, and everything. And perhaps it's some way of him punishing himself with the hammer or something being struck to his head. Quick side note, something I just realized, it could also maybe be a bed frame in the background, which has obvious connotations to it. Now, this album in the top left, I spent a long time trying to figure out what it said, and I really can't, so if anyone can see what that is and let me know, I'd love to hear it. But to me, it almost looks like a picture of James on his knees looking up. So, I don't know what to make of that, and maybe I'm just really reaching hard here, which I probably am, but yeah. Also, on the right side, we have this Addiction album, which obviously just ties in with addiction themes that are present throughout the game and James's drinking addiction. One final album cover that we'll examine is this Afraid to Be Great album cover with a decrepit looking tile wall and a TV in front of it. Oftentimes I associate the TV with Angela, so there may be some tie-in here. Perhaps a comment on how her abuse that she suffered kept her from ever living up to her potential. We also find a poster on the wall in groovy music that says, "Don't let alcohol shatter your life," which to me is again just a pretty obvious reference to James's drinking, how he used it to cope during the sickness, and how it probably almost completely destroyed him. Now, this is an album that I actually had to turn the camera all the way upside down to get a look at it and try and discern what it was saying, but honestly, I have no idea. For all I know, it means absolutely nothing and is nothing, but I still kind of want to see if anyone can figure this out and make sense of what this is. Now, I think this fairly innocuous poster is serving a couple purposes. The first purpose is that it is literally guiding you in-game to your next objective, which is the jukebox that you need to fix if you want to get to the next area. But it's also referencing the cinematic that takes place at the jukebox, where upon hearing the song, James is transported back to the memories of him and Mary looking out at the lake, all shortly before the jukebox fizzles out and dies. The next thing we find is the door that wakes in darkness, opening into nightmares, which is just a very clear symbol to me that when James passes through these decrepit, rusted metal doors, he's oftentimes entering the Otherworld, which is the place where his manifestations are at their most gruesome and most destroyed. These In Control posters that are all over the initial town as well as in the hospital, to me, has some kind of significance with James' inability to control his anger. Also, underneath it is a poster that says, "Find, I think, peace," maybe, and then something blotted out. Now, this is another crazy back-breaking reach, I'm sure, but to me, this photo appears almost like there's a cloth covering something in the photo that has not been fully revealed. To me, this could mean that if James would only peel back the cloth, i.e. the cloth that Mary is wrapped in, and accept what he's done, then maybe he could find peace. And move on? I don't know. This is one of the more famous depictions that we see that people usually show in this game, and it's very puzzling, I think, to a lot of people. I have some kind of explanation for it, though I think the debate is still open. We know that James used to drink heavily, and that holes in this game usually represent some means of getting to the next area or getting a clue that leads you to where you need to go. This message being in a bar, I don't think is a big coincidence, actually. Maybe it means that the hole, being James' alcoholism, is no longer something that James has to contend with, nor something that he uses to try and find answers. So the hole is gone now in the bar. That's one pretty harebrained explanation for it that I came up with, but I would love to see what some other people's thoughts on this are. In the bar, we come to the jukebox, which is covered with a cloth. Now, I think, actually, at a glance, that there is something to this. I will continually come back to a cloth being a symbol that is used over and over in this game to signify James peeling back the truth of the murder that he committed, which is literally and figuratively hidden behind a cloth every time. If he would just peel back this cloth, then the light symbolizing truth behind it would be revealed to him. I took note of what seemed like James's hesitation here to do so, to pull back the cloth, and it's almost like he doesn't at first want to face what is behind it, given to me by his expression. Now, maybe it's just the dust coming off of this that makes him do that, and it probably is in terms of game design and art direction. But I think that just because something has a clear physical meaning does not mean that it can't also have a deeper subtext. In Neely's bar, we find a letter about a man who smashed everything, ran off crying, saying he'd fix everything. Someone attempted to pick up all the broken pieces, but couldn't get them all, and then figured maybe this person was worth checking up on. And he lives over at Saul by the pharmacy, apartment 9. I think there's a lot to go into this one, so strap yourselves in. This will probably be a long one. So the first thing I notice is the name Saul. Now, if you know the biblical story, Saul eventually changed his name to Paul in order to preach the gospel. To me, this is somehow significant between the two versions of James that exist, the version of himself before he committed the murder and the version of himself that exists after he committed the murder. Also, the number 9 is significant. As we know, that's been stated by Ito, the game's designer, there are 9 total manifestations that attack James throughout his time in Silent Hill. It also leads back to the 9 red books that we see before the final Pyramid Head fight. To me, it just kind of all connects. A final note is the pharmacy. James no doubt spent a lot of time going to and from the pharmacy during Mary's sickness. So these are all small connections that I think in some way link. Finally, to me, the middle paragraph is somewhat of an allegory for Mary and James. I could see James being angry and resentful during the sickness. It's not hard to imagine that James or anyone might be prone to large fits of anger and rage during the sickness, and Mary was left having to pick up the pieces, although she couldn't fully because she was just one half of a pair. A promotional poster that we find in Happy Burger, which is ironically named and greatly so for this game, says, "Feel the craving, you just can't help it, go for it. Happy Burger, what you need is what you get. On the run, grab something to go." All three parts of this, I think, have a deeper meaning to it. One that is particularly dark. The first being the craving, and you just can't help it, go for it. To me, this implies James's murderous intent. He craves murder, and he just can't help it, and in the end, he goes for it. Much like the thought process that many people go through when they're deciding, should I get some junk food? Most times, the craving wins out. Secondly, Happy Burger. What you need is what you get. James, in his mind, needs to be punished for what he's done to Mary. And he will, in fact, soon get it. Because right after you read this letter, and nothing else in this place triggers this, monsters show up and try to kill you. They were dead previously on the floor before, but they're activated by this letter. And then finally, on the run, grab something to go. This one is particularly dark. I think it is a reference to how, after James kills Mary, he is technically on the run. He is now a murderer, and he did grab something to go. It was his wife's body. Here we find ourselves at the pharmacy mentioned in the Neely's bar note. Now, I did a little bit of researching on my own, and I found that these drugs, at least some of them, in some cases, are used to treat certain forms of blood cancer. Now, apparently, Bloober Team has confirmed that Mary did have a form of blood cancer, but they did not specify which. So it's all a little bit of hearsay, but this might have some connection to that, in that these drugs are the drugs that you would get if you were going to treat such a thing. I also found someone online theorizing that melanoma is something that can make Mary look the way she did in the end, and that some of these drugs can be used in the treatment of melanoma. Here is James raising his chainsaw in a fit of anger, which is significant of him getting revenge on the insane price gouging. Okay, just kidding, let's continue. I would also like to make a quick mention that this mirror, this broken mirror, along with basically every other mirror in the game that I could find, none of them seem to provide you with a true reflection of James. I think this is symbolic, and tying it back to the very first mirror in the game that we see is James is unwilling to face his reflection. The only other time that I found a reflective mirror in the game is when we are in what I'll call Angela's reflection room in her apartment scene. As we continue into the Saul apartments, we come across this book next to what is, in my opinion, a pretty obvious handle of some kind of liquor. It's really hard to make out what the book is saying when you take it at face value, and the text when you inspect it is almost all blotted out. I could make a little bit of something out of something saying "of my life" and the Woodside Apartments, but I'm not too sure what else there is there. Getting his head straight might be some reference to him getting off of alcohol, and then the "she came and washed it all away" is to me some significance with Maria being the temporary fill-in for Mary to help James kind of confront his grief. We also will find this hole in the apartment, which I've been told has some significance connecting to Silent Hill 3, I believe it was, and how there is a room that mirrors this one. To me, all of these hole-reaching scenes are significant because it illustrates that James is the kind of person that will do the dreadful thing that most people would be entirely unwilling to do. All throughout the game, he is fishing key objectives out of disgusting, creepy holes like this, and to me it's just a signal of his character that James is the kind of person that will do the thing that most people don't want to do. I don't think it's far-fetched to think, and maybe you'll think this barbaric of me, but after witnessing someone who you love so dearly go through total hell in a horrible sickness, I don't think it's totally inhuman to, in some small way, wish for them to just finally pass so their suffering can end. Most people wouldn't take the step of actually doing it themselves, but James is the kind of person that does. In this cutscene, we see James attempt to open a door that is clearly locked from the inside with a chain on the door. Then, when he pulls his hand back from the knob, he notices it's stained with some black kind of muck or grime on it. I'm not entirely sure still what this door represents and what is inside of it and the muck and all that. To me, maybe it's just that he still has things that he is unwilling or unable to unlock in his mind, that he is unable to face the rot and the putridness of what he's done. Now get ready for some more insane reaches. You knew they were coming. Now we'll examine this note we find in the motorhome. This motorhome to me symbolizes being mobile, or in James's case, being on the run, as he is constantly running from the truth of what he did to his wife. And until he stops running, stops being mobile, and faces what he's done, he will find nothing but pain and misery. This note, which I think is ultimately just a gameplay tip for new players or people unfamiliar with Silent Hill 2, in that you have to usually kill enemies twice, once when you knock them down, and then you have to kill them on the floor to make sure they're dead. But it also, to me, reeks of the time loop theory, which a lot of people like to throw around, and while I'm not saying anything is confirmed or canon, I do really like the time loop theory, and I think it makes sense with some specific endings that we get, especially with some of the new endings. We find another note that seems to imply this time loop theory. I don't know who else would be here fighting these things, because they are just manifestation of James's mind. Now, I think the time loop theory is a really cool one, and I'm going to continually entertain whatever I think hints at it, even if it's something that has been debunked or if the creators have said it's not canon, because honestly, I just like it. If we run further with the time loop theory, we find this map on a doppelganger of James lying dead in the street. It's in his same handwriting and the same way that he marks the map. To me, this further implies time loop theory, and also I think it's a reflection of James's character. James is really the only benevolent character, in my opinion, someone who goes out of their way to try and help people and offer them good advice in this game. I cannot see Eddie's character writing and leaving these notes to possibly aid someone else, or Angela's. On the back of this Saul Street note, we have one final detail that says, "If you're reading this, I'm probably dead." Now, maybe it's James's doppelganger sending some kind of message, but also to me, this reminds me of the exact same thing that Mary said in her final letter to James. Later on, we continue and access the market, which you have to get a code to get into, and there's a couple posters on the wall that I find particularly interesting. One is "Patient's well-being is in your hands," which we clearly know how that ended up for James and Mary. Second is it says, if you get a job and it crossed out love says at Brookhaven Hospital, then you will never have to work a day in your life. Next to it is the Queen's Special. I feel like this all kind of ties in some way with the whole game centered around essentially a woman being the queen, the hospital, and the patient's well-being is in your hands. Now we come to the scene where James finally gets the jukebox working and it plays this song. Maybe it's some graphical thing taking place, but to me it looks like James almost has tears in his eyes during this phase. I think it's a slight nod to how music can send you back emotionally and mentally to times in your life, and it just feels so real when it's brought on by that song, whatever it is, and it sends you back to that place of memories.
Park on the lake. We spent the whole day there. Just the two of us staring at the water.
Then, suddenly, the memories and the song are interrupted by some malfunction, which I will relate symbolically to the disease. James and Mary had a great thing going, but suddenly something malfunctioned and brought it to an end, which brings him, now, in this reality, to the next key that he needs to uncover the truth. After getting the key to the back of Neely's bar, we come into a room where I find some pictures that, though they appear to be mostly normal pictures with the two on the right depicting standard scenery, this one on the left caught my eye. It looks like some kind of medical setting where someone or something is in a bed with things hooked up to them, and I couldn't quite make out what it was, but it seemed off to me, and it seemed grim. In that same room, we will find a letter saying, "He came back after you left. It's fine, he didn't try anything, he just seemed sad. Mumbled something about getting out of town with someone. I wasn't going to let him drive in his condition, so I locked him out." They then go on to describe the car, which is greenish blue, much like James's is, and the number ending in 06, which James does not end in, but still, I feel there's some connection here to Maria and James wanting to just leave everything behind. And again, saying I wasn't going to let him drive in his condition. That's a reference, I think, to alcohol and James's alcoholic phase. Now, this is another huge reach, but the second set of sentences to me also feels like maybe this is a reference to how James realized that in his alcoholic condition he was no good, so he locked that part of his persona and that part of his character out. We then come to the car that was described in the previous letter, and outside of it is a bloody jacket that very much resembles the type that James wears, and inside of it is the key, the next part that will get him one step closer to the truth. Of course, finding this key and uncovering it brings out more manifestations. After an ambush from some lying figures, we continue on and we find a note next to a dead lying figure that says, "What are they? I shouldn't go through. I don't know why. I won't. They don't stink, but it feels like they do. No smell at all." To me, this has some significance to the fact that Mary is freshly dead and she hasn't begun to decompose yet. She doesn't stink, but it feels to James like maybe she should, because he's sullied by the dirty act he's committed. One kind of runaway thought that I continually had during this game, since it makes you face so many instances of decayed, decrepit, rotting gore, is that deep down, James knows that now this is Mary's destiny. Because he killed her, soon she herself will be rotting, decrepit, breaking down as all organic things do into mush. Right before we enter the Woodside Apartments, we find this letter that references the Texan Cafe saying, "We gotta leave, meet me there." To me, this is some part of James that is saying, I can't handle this. I don't want to know the truth. Let's get out of here. Here we find the apartment puzzle covered in a sheet once again, which James reluctantly pulls off to reveal. To me, there is non-stop symbolism of the objective, which will lead you to the truth, almost always being covered in some kind of sheet or cloth that has to be removed in order to advance. To me, It all ties back to the fact that if he would just remove the sheet or cloth covering Mary, then the truth would be revealed to him. It's at this point that we find what will be our guiding light for the rest of the playthrough, the flashlight, pinned on a mannequin wearing Mary's clothing. The symbolism here is obviously extremely strong. Mary is our guiding light, and by pursuing the thought of her, we will eventually come to find the truth. Also, one small note, they could have just as easily given this mannequin a head, but it doesn't have one. Do with that what you will. This reveals to us our first mannequin enemy, which, as you can tell, are extremely nimble opponents that will dodge your attacks often. Look very closely at the mannequin's foot and notice that it's doing a plie as it prepares to attack. Ballet is oftentimes associated with a feminine aspect. Mannequins embody Mary's feminine sexual side. Please understand that in this next section, I am not sharing my personal opinion on women's sexuality, but I am attempting to inhabit what James' perspective could be. I think that these enemies are also extremely slippery in combat because, like a woman's sexuality, it is well guarded and can, at times, in a toxic relationship, from the man's perspective, appear to be something that is being weaponized or withheld. Now, in reality, the woman could be perfectly unhappy in the relationship, and that is why she doesn't want to. But from the man's perspective, that is what they feel. To me, I see that illustrated in the combat design of this enemy. I would even venture to say that Mary's sexuality is the one thing that eluded James, likely during the sickness and maybe even in times of great duress during the relationship, and this is how he viewed it, as though he is trying to hold it down and get to it, and he just can't. It slips through his fingers. Mannequins are typically models of perfection that are displayed in stores wearing clothing. To me, this made me think, maybe this is either how James saw Mary as a model of perfection, or worse, maybe he expected her to be a model of perfection. That is one reason I think that a mannequin specifically is what this is called and what this is hinted at and represented towards with many of the actual mannequins in the game. When I dig deeper into the idea of what the mannequins are, how they behave and represent, I also notice that they tend to hide and run away a lot from combat. Mary, from what we know of her, seemed like a kind, reflective, thoughtful, emotional, albeit meek, woman. I think there's something to these monsters specifically being very good at combat, but also hiding until confronted. In this note that we find, we have the Walter Sullivan story told to us, and to me, it's a direct parallel to James, murdering someone innocent and then meeting the Red Devil, who for James is Pyramid Head and for Walter is, I don't know. Now we are once again going off into crazy tinfoil hat fan conspiracy theory, but to me, this cinematic is very interesting, and not for the reason that you might think. First off, if James really wanted to reach this object, why is he reaching for it from an angle that honestly just makes no sense? If you wanted to reach that object, you would reach for it with your right hand through the middle gate in the frame right now. I know you are probably thinking that I am going way too deep into this and reading something that isn't there. Maybe I am, but speculating is fun for me. It's honestly what I love about this game, is that there is so many small details that you can pick apart until the ends of the earth. Part of me wants to think that James subconsciously knows what he has done, but he doesn't want to discover it. I would now like to take a moment to analyze Laura's role in this whole thing. I see Laura as two separate entities in this. One being the real character and person that she is in the Silent Hill 2 world, and two being a representation of James's innocence before the murder and his attempt to maintain innocence post-murder. When looking at Laura through this lens, it makes me wonder, Is this James's innocence attempting to preserve itself by making the key, the step that will bring him closer to the truth, much harder to get? Or is it perhaps his innocence simply punishing him for what it knows he's done? Shortly after this, we will encounter a room that has a photo labeled Valentine's Day on it. The first bit of symbolism that's obvious to me here is the dead, wilted flowers with the photo Valentine's Day. All of James's Valentine's Days going forward will be gray affairs, as it will certainly remind him of the murder he committed against the woman he loved. Second, this photo, and this is a reach, I'm sure, but to me, it also appears similar to a mannequin's shadow when the light is shown upon it. And finally, I think there is some kind of heart symmetry or symbolism tied to the top of this, almost as though it looks like an empty heart. Later on, we will come to a wardrobe that is locked, and the only way to unlock it is to remove the golden apple from the hand. To me, this has all kinds of significance. For one, I view it as a reference to the Garden of Eden, where once the forbidden fruit was taken, your safety and sanctuary was no longer ensured by God. Once the apple is taken, the drawer opens up to reveal a white dress. To me, this could signify Mary's wedding dress, perhaps, and it shows the cost of what James's actions have brought, and that is the innocence and purity of Mary. Later on in the apartments, we find this piece of music titled Einsam Blumen, which is German for lonely flowers. Perhaps a reference to how the Valentine's Day flowers, or any flowers now, will be lonely without Mary there to receive them. Now I know what you're thinking. We are analyzing a fictional 8-year-old's drawings in a fictional world right now. But if you made it this far, I'm going to assume that you are as off the deep end and far gone as I am. To me, this is simple. On the left, we have James's innocence, or Laura, represented as the baby, and the right, Mary. We know from Mary's parting letter that ultimately she wants James to be happy and to move on with his life. But James is mired in the darkness and the rain, and he is unable to currently move past or accept the murder. It's very easy to say that this is also just plainly a girl's drawing who is sad and coping in some way with the loss of someone that she viewed almost as a mother figure, her being the baby bunny and the presumably mother bunny on the right. But to me, they are the same person and the same thing. Laura is a real person and character in Silent Hill 2, while at the same time also being a representation of James's innocence. And here we have what is arguably one of the most terrifying moments in all of gaming history recreated in the Silent Hill 2 remake. The first encounter with Pyramid Head. I will never forget the first time watching my brother play through this game and seeing this thing standing on the other end of the gate. The first thing that I wonder when I see this is, why doesn't James make any comment on the appearance of Pyramid Head here? One theory that I've seen postulated and that I think is really interesting is that it's shown to us in Angela's burning staircase scene, for example, that the game will sometimes show us things that James cannot see, but we as the players are able to see. For example, in the burning staircase, James simply says, "It's hot as hell in here," implying that he doesn't actually see the flames. Part of me wonders if he isn't seeing Pyramid Head here, but is maybe feeling the beginning of his presence. Out of the 9 monsters in Silent Hill 2, Pyramid Head is the only one that is a direct reflection of James, a manifestation of his guilt and his need to be punished. The image of the executioner that James deep down knows himself to be. Although I referred to Pyramid Head earlier as a villain in the game, which I would say he technically is on a surface level, in that he is antagonistic towards James and attempts to kill him at several points, I also view him as a protagonist of sorts, who leads James to the truth ultimately, and gets him into all kinds of areas and places that were previously inaccessible to him. In some way, I see it that every time James faces this murderous part of himself, he gets a little bit closer to the truth. To me, it makes perfect sense that we find the handgun shortly after this encounter. I see James's constant collection of weapons as something that signifies that really he is the most dangerous thing in Silent Hill. He is a murderer, and he becomes steadily more and more armed as the game progresses. Also, a funny little side note, I read that the creators tweeted at one point that the gun is in a shopping cart because in America, it's about that easy. And I thought that was pretty funny. As we continue on, we encounter this horrible moment. I know that in all likelihood, this is probably just good use of sound design to make something scary and do one of the few jump scares that exist in this game. But I always have to overanalyze everything until I've absolutely destroyed it. So, to me, this is again another reference of babies and children, which we will see a couple more in this apartment building. But to me, it signifies the want for children that James had. As we come into a new room, we discover a body with a cloth over it that is sitting in front of a TV. And honestly, this sent a chill down my spine. I don't know if it's on purpose or even really there, but if you look at the TV, there's some kind of image burnt into it of a person or something. I don't know what, but it is giving me literal goosebumps right now. It may be far-fetched to think, but this also might tie in somehow with the Bliss ending, where James seemingly teleports into the recording of Mary. Maybe this signifies that the James in the outer world dies, and the James we know becomes trapped in the TV. It's pretty far out there, almost definitely not intended, but I love ruminating. As we come up to the body, we will find a key very quickly, and then we will do a cursory examination of the body. Now, I find it interesting that James has been more than willing to take cloths off of just about anything if it means getting him closer to the truth, but the part where he draws a line is pulling the cloth from a body, which he is completely unwilling to do in Mary's case and this case. Also, it should be noted that this is a clear doppelganger of James, with the same boots, the same blue jeans, and, I would imagine, the same jacket underneath that cloth. As we continue in the apartments, we will eventually find this photo that says "Career's Humble Beginnings" with some crumpled up pieces of paper next to a wastebasket. I came up with some strange theories that I won't share right now on this, but we will touch on this photo later. An honorable mention to Bloober Team for including this welcome home homage to returning players. This is really awesome. I think this just shows that Bloober Team really understands how important this game is to so many people, including myself, that this is almost like a second home for us. Here we have a letter. And there's multiple ways that my mind goes with when I read this. For one, it feels almost like it's a message to James from James's mind, almost as though James's mind or conscious is some separate entity from James the murderer. His mind ultimately is the constructor of the manifestations and the prison and the guilt that he finds himself in. But in his mind, he no doubt replayed the murder over and over to himself until it broke him finally. Also, part of me wants to entertain the loop theory, that is, the time loop theory with this letter, in that this time's not going to be any different and I'll be here watching. It's like James's mind is some third-person entity that's been watching him replay this purgatory over and over and over. One final way to interpret this, and I understand that this is all huge amounts of reach, possible copium being huffed, but Letters are typically signed in the very bottom right of the page. Now, everything in Silent Hill is a little bit abstract, but what's in the very bottom right of this page? Points, pyramids. So, some part of me thinks that this is a letter to James from James, and in another way, it's also a letter from Pyramid Head, which still is to James from James, just a different kind of perspective or manifestation of James. Either way, I found this very interesting. Here we find the mirrored half of the golden apple handle closet, and we insert the apple, and to me it represents some attempt on James's part to right things, to regain his purity or his innocence. I would also like to add that in the Adam and Eve story, the apple comes from the tree of knowledge, which to me has a direct connection to how James is attempting to gain the knowledge of what he did, the suppressed memory of the murder. To me, the subsequent puzzle that follows is just another example of a roadblock that his mind is putting up because it is not yet ready to accept the truth. Here is where we find the coin with the man on one side and the sword on the other. To me, this is very obviously a reference to James himself. He is the old weathered man, and he is also the symbol of death and danger, the sword. I also wanted to take a moment to just point out and focus on just how many things in the apartment and the hospital specifically are covered in sheets. To me, this has non-stop recurring meaning. I know I've really been slamming this point home, but I think it is a big one. There is so much in this game that is covered with sheets, and it is all able to be linked back to the fact that Mary is in his back seat covered with a sheet. Later on in the apartments, we will find this note. I was wrong. No, I wasn't, but I wasn't entirely right. I need to peel off more, something more blood close. To me, it's a clear representation of James battling with the fact that he did, in a sense, mercy kill his wife, but subconsciously he knows that he needs to peel deeper if he's going to find the real root and reason why. Finally, James realizes subconsciously that while he has blamed the sickness and Mary's de-evolution into losing her personality and who she was to the sickness, that he has blamed that for what made him kill her. But ultimately, he knows there's something inside him all along that predisposed him to being a killer. We once again get an apple reference as an item, and to me, it's just a small detail of that the knowledge James seeks is a bloody truth indeed. The next coin that we find, to me, represents Mary, with the woman on one side of the coin and the tombstone on the other side of the coin. Soon, we come across a man's body that has been seemingly stuffed in a refrigerator. Obviously, this is right before we meet Eddie, and it runs in line with his whole theme of having cold breath even in not seemingly cold environments, and things being refrigerated around him. His Silent Hill manifestation world is one of coldness. Like I've stated before, I believe all of the characters mirror each other in some way. To James, by the end of the game, Eddie is a cold, ruthless killer from James's perspective. And to Eddie, James is very likely the archetype of the fit male, the person who bullied him and caused him to become who he is. Part of me thinks that the reason Eddie is always in this cold environment and that his world is manifested this way is because, as a reflection to James, Eddie represents his murderous, gluttonous, addictive side. And, as they say, killers are cold. Also, the first thing that Eddie does when he sees us is starts defending his innocence without us having said anything to him regarding it. This to me is another reflection of James's murderous side that does not want to admit what it has done. Psychologically, typically, someone who goes around proclaiming their innocence over something is going to do nothing but draw attention and suspicion to the fact that they may very well have done the thing that they are protesting against. Also, I'd like to point out here that Eddie suggests that James leaves with him. In the same way, I think that James has some desire to leave the town and never uncover the truth, in which he would live forever with this suppressed, murderous side inside of him. Here in the pool, we are again presented with imagery of babies and children in the form of this baby stroller that we get the snake/flower coin. To me, it has very strong symbolism of both life and death. The death of Mary that could not give James a child. The birth of a possible child if things had only gone better. And ultimately, a representation of nature, the force that destroyed Mary and destroyed James's life. After we solve the puzzle and get the key for room 201, which is known to be the carbon copy room of James and Mary's supposed apartment or someplace they stayed together, I noticed this interesting little detail on the door that I'm not sure if it's in any of the other Woodside apartment doors, but this door has a tree on it, which to me is maybe symbolic that this is in some way the root of everything. What took place in this apartment, or this apartment's doppelganger, or some form of it, is what essentially sets the stage for the entire story that we see before us. And I don't think it is any coincidence at all that this is the next spot we will see Pyramid Head and also enter into the Otherworld from. To me, it all makes perfect sense. The first thing we see on our left when we enter is this vibrant picture of flowers, which is extremely out of place considering everything else in this apartment building is dilapidated and decrepit. To me, it implies that in this place there was once vibrant life, love, and great times. Turning to our right, we find what is essentially a mirror image of something we've seen before. This is Mary's deathbed, with the same exact plate and 2 cups and pitcher even that is pictured in the ending cinematics, which we will see later on. Another detail I would like to add is that these blinds above the bed look eerily similar to me to something that we've seen before. Take a close look. While it may not be a one-to-one match, it is still something worth noting, I think. There is also a floral kind of decoration going over the table. So all of this stuff doing with Mary's death has some kind of flower element connected to it. In the same apartment, we also find what is clearly the reference for the Valentine's Day photo on the table in this apartment. A nice little detail that definitely has some meaning attached to it. I also found a second pair of drapes in the same apartment that, while they are not a one-to-one, they do have some similarity to the ones that Mary is wrapped in. It is in here that we find a handkerchief that, when inspected, will initiate the cutscene with Pyramid Head seemingly abusing the leg monsters in the kitchen and then approaching James. To me, this part of the cinematic is extremely interesting because I feel like James isn't even looking at the handkerchief for the most part. It seems like he's mostly staring into the distance ahead while he holds it and kind of caresses it in a way. I postulate that James deep down knows exactly what this handkerchief is and who it belonged to, and this feeling brings out Pyramid Head. As we will see and hear soon coming up in the cinematic, Pyramid Head makes a lot of noise when he even just walks. He is extremely heavy-footed. I believe that Pyramid Head and these mannequins materialized on the other side of this wall when James picked up and examined and then mentally revisited the meaning behind this handkerchief. I would also like to think that it's a design choice, that Pyramid Head is so heavy-footed and kind of clunky in a way to represent James's guilt being that heavy. An interesting symbolic note to add is that Pyramid Head is the only monster that seems to ever attack or harass any of the other monsters in Silent Hill 2. To me, this has significance again that it is James, and if anything would be attacking these images of Mary, it would be James's manifestation. Let's also notice that it isn't until James attempts to hide from his judgment, his punisher, that he is approached by it, as though Pyramid Head knows that he is there. Pyramid Head also has a scene where he seems to be shifting in and out of focus and is doing these strange kind of contortions. I see a couple possible theories that lie in this specifically. One is that Pyramid Head is being twisted and warped into the physical manifestation that he has now taken in James's world. Remember, we theorized before that Pyramid Head might have not been fully materialized in the hallway, and that maybe we, the player, were seeing him while James was still unaware of his presence. Another thing that strikes me is that these poses are, to me, very torture-esque, mimicking some kind of crucifixion or breaking or braiding of the wheel type form. And perhaps it all relates back to James's internal twisted self-anguish and pain that Pyramid Head represents. I know this is all a pretty big reach, but that is why I'm here, to speculate wildly on these things. As the cinematic continues, we see Pyramid Head slowly approaching James in the closet. To me here, this is reflective of James looking at a mirror image of the murderous side of himself. He even has his finger on the trigger of the gun, ready to fire. The way Pyramid Head just kind of slowly leans in, like he's locking eyes with James before the shots are delivered. Something about it is just very eerie to me, like they're both looking in a mirror. And although James attempts to, he is completely unable to kill or even harm this murderous side of himself. He must confront it. One quick little note that I heard from another creator that I thought was very interesting was that if we pause here, we can see that Pyramid Head's gloves have the pointer through the ring finger in a connected form. In some small way, it shows that he is unable to wear possibly a wedding ring. The whole theme of this cinematic, I think, is actually to illustrate Pyramid Head as one of the main guiding forces towards getting James to the truth. Pyramid Head, if the character was acting as an entity on its own volition, could have easily killed James in this scenario. It's clear the bullets don't affect him, and James was backed into a corner. Another very interesting detail is we can see here that James exits the closet before Pyramid Head has even left the room, evident by his footsteps that were able to be heard. In some way, this to me seems like James knows what this is, and he even wants to continue to confront it. I would also like to comment on the possible symbolism of the red door. When you do a search online, most of what you find regarding a red door is that it is a symbol of either protection from the angel of death, or a sign of welcoming, or a sign of someone that is willing to take people in and care for them. Now, I think that this almost has some kind of inverse meaning attached to it. Even though the red door in this clearly signifies that we're entering the Otherworld, a horrible and dangerous place, it is also a place that James must go through if he is going to ever meet and find any form of absolution or his destiny. We are then able to go and pick up the handkerchief that James dropped initially when being startled by the mannequin being thrown by Pyramid Head. The handkerchief has the significant flower on it that often accompanies Mary and Maria's scenes. Here, James is seen entering the Otherworld into Blue Creek Apartments with another mirrored red door, just on the other side. And again, I'll read into things way too much, but to me, it seems like James also has to take some kind of small leap of faith to get across this and onto the other side. Once you come through, you will find yourself in a similarly mirrored room on the other side. I noticed, and I've seen other creators say, that there's a huge slash mark across this same supposed closet that James would have hid in, perhaps signifying some part of his mind that he wishes Pyramid Head had just killed him in that closet. After progressing through a hallway, we will come to this gate, which has these figures, which to me appear to be nurses and eventually leg monsters, that are all covered in, once again, a cloth. Upon entering the room, you will notice, if you were a fan of Silent Hill 4 The Room, that this room is a carbon copy of The Room from Silent Hill 4. I also found this picture that I'm not quite sure what it represents, but I feel like it does have some meaning attached to it. We will discover the next piece of our puzzle, which James pulls a cloth off of to reveal his next objective, the clock. To me, there's a lot of symbolism with the clock. People have theorized that 9, 10, 15, the times of the hour, the minutes, and the second hand, has some tie-in possibly to the time that Mary died. I also find it interesting that the hour hand is at 9, which is also the total representation of monsters in the game. After some further exploring, we will come to my next point of interest, which is this empty crib with a red cloth inside of it and bullets. To me, it represents again James's desire for a family that was never fulfilled. And now, all that's left is this empty crib in this horrible place with his murderous intent and an object to continue carrying out in the cradle. It has been known and confirmed through tweets by the creators of the game that they were heavily influenced by other media in the creation of Silent Hill 2, such as Jacob's Ladder and The Shining. Here, we find a reference, in my opinion, to Danny from The Shining, with the blue big wheel found that he does ride in the movie and a teddy bear next to it. One of the next interesting details I found is that upon exiting this room and accessing the fire escape on the inside of where we will eventually fight Pyramid Head, I found this silhouette, which to me could be a couple things. When we examine it closer, it to me looks like the silhouette of Mary, perhaps, looking back at James from a lit room into the darkness that he is in. Or perhaps it is James looking at himself in some kind of mirrored image. I'm not totally sure, but I found it very interesting. After this, the next sequence of rooms will be filled with dead monsters that are inexplicably there. We haven't been here before, so it makes us wonder what killed these things. To me, some part of me thinks that Pyramid Head, in some way, is responsible for this. We know that we just followed him into this area, essentially. And to me, it almost feels like Pyramid Head is trying to clear the way for James. Again, alluding to that he might be one of the main protagonists, really, in this whole thing. In that he tries to continually erase the images of Mary or Maria and attempts to give James ways to get to the truth. To me, there is some symbolism that this area is mostly safe until James starts turning the cogwheels of his mind in an attempt to uncover the truth. And when he does so, we're attacked by creatures, the manifestation of his guilt. After we complete a puzzle and receive the hour hand, which points to 9 on the clock, we will enter this room with an H on the door. To me, this symbolizes a room that is somewhat like maybe what Mary and James's home might have looked like. Well furnished, lit, and cozy. This is about as good as it ever gets as far as a, quote, nice room in this game. And although the wallpaper is starting to sag a little bit, it has its charm. We also get a reoccurrence of the Valentine's Day flowers, below a mirror with no reflection really available in it. To me, this is just symbolism tied to James is murdering his wife, and he is still unable to see or face his true reflection. After exploring through the room, we will break down a wall that leads us into this decrepit bathroom, which is contrasted by the nice room behind it. Then, James does something horrifying. He sticks his hand into this disgusting toilet. I continually go back to the thought that James is someone who does some things that most people would never consider doing, like sticking their hand into this toilet. And ultimately, his personality and character, being the kind of person that does something like that, is what led him to the destruction of his life and the desecration of this once beautiful room. Just like most people wouldn't stick their hand into a fetid toilet, most people wouldn't mercy kill their wives who were suffering from a horrible disease. But James is the kind of person that would do these things and does these things. The next room that we enter has a couple interesting things. For one, I froze it at this frame where a cloth is covering a shadow that to me looks a lot like a lying figure, but we will discover that is a mannequin in a bathtub full of sludge behind here. I also find some kind of parallel to a corrupted or rotten heart in this figurine shape. Finally, we have the image of Mary portrayed by this mannequin behind the cloth in a bathtub of rotting sludge. I would also like to examine that, in my opinion, the shadow and the mannequin are not one-to-one representations. The shadow appears to be facing us frontwards with both of its legs planted like so, and the mannequin is tilted on the side. It probably doesn't mean much and maybe wasn't even intended, but it's something that I picked out. Another small detail that we'll notice when we come to find the headpiece for the bird is that it has been hanged, which this is clearly alluding to. This is also not the last time that we will see references to hanging in this game. As we progress more through the apartments, we will come to this glimpse of the past, which is clearly a reference to the original Silent Hill 2, where this was the coin puzzle. This also makes me think of the time loop theory, which I don't know if it has been debunked or not, but I really enjoy, and part of me loves the idea of James endlessly running through Silent Hill 2, completing these puzzles in various forms and manifestations, and that he somehow has some kind of mental connection to this. As we continue on down this hallway, we'll notice that, slowly, the environment seems to be shifting back to what is a relatively normal-looking apartment. To me, this is indicative of how the way Angela sees Silent Hill is slowly seeping into our own vision. And upon entering room 109, we'll find a couple interesting details. One I find is this door on the left that is blocked off. The other on the right is the room containing Angela in her reflective state, possibly contemplating suicide in front of the large mirror, which is one of the only other reflective mirrors in the game. To me, the blocked off door very easily symbolizes that Angela has things that she is not ready to share with either us or confront herself. Also, we have this TV with two handprints pressed on the front of it and a bottle of liquor sitting on the top. To me, it has some kind of tie-in to Angela's abuse, how she was forced to do horrible things by her father, who was known to be a drunk. I know a lot of these points maybe are starting to sound redundant by this point, but I will say that a lot of Silent Hill 2 has recurring themes, so that is kind of something that's unavoidable. Something that I haven't mentioned yet, though, is how I feel like the TV is used a lot of times to represent kind of male laziness or male gluttony. It occurs a lot in the daddy scenes and also just throughout the game. Also, for example, in front of James's doppelganger in the Eddie room. Coming up here, we have the very famous Angela scene, where she is lying in front of a large reflective mirror with a knife. I also think it's interesting that the knife is acting very much like a mirror in this scene. Now, most knives that I know of are not reflective like the way this one is. Maybe the knives I'm around are just more low quality, but something specific about that to me sticks out. We have obvious themes of suicide here that Angela may have been contemplating. It's also worth noting that she is dressed with long sleeves, which might be indicating that she is trying to hide some kind of self-harm. When Angela says it's easier just to run, that really hits home for me, because anyone that I know that has done something that they're deeply ashamed of or had something occur to them that was hard to process, it is honestly so much easier to just not face these emotions and try and tuck them away, because facing them makes you face the brutality of whatever it is that happened. I also think it's important to note that it is a human characteristic, in my opinion, to always take the path of least resistance. And while it may be easier to run from your traumas in the short term than face them, it is worse in the long run, because you will almost definitely never find resolution. Just about every line in this dialogue is extremely deep. Angela saying maybe it's all we deserve is so incredibly true to life, because it is a common phenomenon that abuse victims will eventually start to take on the characteristics of their abuser and believe the abuser. In this exchange, there's a couple things that I find interesting. One is that James is clearly unwilling to accept the fact that, like all the other people brought to Silent Hill, he has some serious trauma and baggage that he is attempting to sort out. With the exception of maybe Laura, but I still believe that being an orphan alone is probably a pretty traumatic experience, so it makes sense for her to be there, in my opinion. I paused it on this frame in particular because I found it striking to me. There's a lot of different things that I'd like to go through in this, so strap yourselves in. 1. Angela looks, to me, almost bored, definitely tired, and just over it. Like she has done this same contemplation many times before. Maybe even she knows it won't lead to anything, because she ultimately doesn't want to lose her life, at least yet. She almost has a strange sense of calm about her, like she is not new to this set of feelings or mood. I think there is another angle that we can take with the knife, and this goes back to something I said earlier when we talked about Angela in the graveyard and how I believe all of the characters mirror each other's traumas in a way. And for Angela, I believe James is a threatening masculine figure, much like she had to deal with earlier in her life. To me, this parallel seems honestly pretty baked in and like it is definitely intended and there. So to me, this also is some kind of way for Angela to have a defense against a stereotypical aggressor man. One thing I'd like to note is that Angela has been carrying this baggage for almost all of her life. That is years and years of hard guilt. And when she says to James, "Are you afraid?" to me, it's almost like she is symbolically asking James if he is afraid to confront the truth, which we know he absolutely is. I don't think Angela is afraid to confront the truth. She's had to live with it for probably more than a decade plus. She knows damn well what the truth is, but she has reached a stage where the truth just depresses her. And that is, of course, extremely understandable. Now, this is pretty sad, and I apologize if this kind of hits a little too close to home for some people, but I think it's a point worth making. After this, she says, "I'm sorry" to James, and kind of backs off. To me, it's indicative again of her abusive history and victim kind of mindset, because she knows that when she challenges men, as she probably did at some point try to stand up to her father and brother before killing them, things don't go well. Now, on this question and answer, I sense a very strange duality in Angela's answer that I will go into now. On this first frame, we notice that when Angela is asked about her mother, she closes her eyes. And in my opinion, this is a common human reaction to when you're asked about something that is very hard to talk about. You might close your eyes, take a heavy breath, look down, things like that. But, continuing on, I notice something very strange. Take notice of Angela's eyes and the knife when she says, "Not yet." To me, it almost feels like she is looking for her mother in a way to kill her, to exact revenge. We know from the ending that Angela's mother told her that she probably deserved it, which no doubt harbors resentment in Angela's heart. part of me thinks that to settle the score, the last one of her family left to kill would be her mother. But I think it's also indicated at other points in the game that she very much loved her mother, especially in the photo found in the daddy closet. Now, really pay attention to this knife. This is a replay of the "Did you find your mother? No, not yet" scene. In my opinion, the knife goes at the start of this to an idle, kind of less threatening position to a threatening and ready to strike position once Angela is reminded of and starts thinking about her mother. Maybe I'm totally reaching, and I definitely am, but I thought it might be something. I think it's very interesting too that from our perspective, it looks like James is kind of asking all these questions with his face kind of upturned away from her in a almost demeaning or suspicious manner. Here we see a instant change in Angela's body language and aggression, one that we haven't seen before. Like I said with the mirrored character theory, to me this also represents when Mary maybe would have moments of turning on James and attacking him in certain kinds of ways, like with words and etc. Notice how once again, after beginning to challenge James, Angela shuts off. This to me is so deep, and it's just rooted in her abusive past, and it's something that she is conditioned to do, I believe. When Angela looks up to ask James if he's found Mary yet, something about his expression here, to me, feels like he doesn't even believe himself in what he's saying. Maybe he does in the delusion, but as he reaches for the picture, we see Angela get kind of saddened by this image of this woman that James is saying he loved. But I feel like Angela deep down kind of always finds the worst in men, so she is probably assuming the worst. Another really interesting point that Elias Almeida made in his YouTube video is that in this scene we are seeing the two different sides of Angela. One is reflected by the mirror and one that is actually her. To me, it is significant because we are only exposed so far to the kind of meeker and more apologetic side of Angela, although that's about to change. Here we have more of James's trademark "have you seen my wife" question with the picture. To me, it's all just more attempts on James's part to convince himself that Mary could possibly be in this town, she could be alive, and that he didn't kill her, which subconsciously he knows damn well that he did. To me, when he says, "Don't worry, I'm not crazy, at least I don't think so," it is significant because it is one of the few times that James accepts that he might not be seeing things clearly. Angela says she has to find her mama, and James offers to go with her. I find it interesting that Eddie at first offers to go with James, who denies him, and in part he is denying his murderous and gluttonous side, and James offers to go with Angela, who denies him because she doesn't want to be around that male figure, so she denies the aspect of the abuser. It makes sense to me in some dark, twisted way that James would try to attach himself to whatever adult female he could find, since he is mourning the loss of his wife so heavily in this. This is crazy fan theory territory, but part of me wants to do a thought experiment in that, what if Angela had gone with James? Would Maria ever have materialized, since James would have kind of already had a fill-in for Maria or Mary that he is looking for in Angela? Angela, of course, wants nothing to do with James because she severely distrusts men. And then James addresses the elephant in the room, the knife that Angela's been holding. I find this scene extremely interesting because although Angela is a threat technically holding the knife right here, James is the one that forces the confrontation over it, and his body language is kind of like he's barreling down on her. I think in this scene, it particularly shows, and I think a lot of people will consider it being more of a suicidal tendency path, but I actually see her saying, "I'm not sure what I might do," in that she might kill again if she keeps the knife. And then she lunges at James, and immediately, after confronting him again, falls back into her submissive state. It's heartbreaking to see that even though she is technically the threat here, she is so beat down, so unconfident, the way she puts the knife on the table and has to just leave the room. Extremely poignant. Then we have James left alone with the bloody tip knife in the room. To me, there's many things here. One, the way he picks it up and examines it, it's almost like he's contemplating the possibility, at least, of, well. Furthermore, it can also be noted that Pyramid Head is never seen wielding the great knife until after this scene where James acquires it, and we'll even get a little sound clue alluding to that coming up soon. One final note is this scene rewards us the key of resilience, which to me is just a very clear metaphor and a almost nod to people that go through the kind of abuse that Angela did end up having to be very resilient, fortifying their emotions and their personalities. While heading to our next destination, we will hear presumably the heavy footsteps of Pyramid Head dragging the knife. After a little bit more exploring, we will find this music note that translates to "towards the flame." To me, I see an obvious tie-in with Angela, as we know that at the end of Silent Hill, we get to see how she sees the town, which is always covered in flames. So to me, there's the tie-in for that. Also, we are moving slowly with James towards the flame being him realizing the true hell of him having killed Mary. A quick note, as we continue, we will come to a room like this, which is very reminiscent of the original game's Pyramid Head boss fight. Though this isn't the room where you get the glimpse of the past, and I'm not sure that I found that one in this playthrough, it's essentially the same thing. Though in the one you get the glimpse of the past, I believe there's a dead monster in the same spot that Pyramid Head dropped it in the original game. I thought this was a pretty cool nod to the returning players. Upon returning to the clock room, we see that the nurses have drawn much closer to the gate, a foreshadowing of things to come for James. We find the moth puzzle in this room, and the moth in Japanese culture is significant of rebirth, the cycle of life, and transformation. To me, this whole game is about rebirth, the cycle of life, and transformation, with Mary's death, James's evolution of being in denial and then eventually accepting himself, at least in one ending, and many other characters have a kind of evolution or rebirth of some type upon some realization that they have. This is also further represented, in my opinion, on the symbols near the lock for the door, with one being a zygote, the other being a moon that is half transformed between its crescent and full form, and then a skull, representing, of course, death. Next, we gain access to a room where once again James will stick his hand into a very questionable hole with some green ooze that is coming out of it. But I want to take a second to talk about the sound design in this room specifically. Now, I love this game, and I had very, very few letdowns and things that I would say were cons for me, but this room was actually one of them. The reason being is because in the original game, this room has a sound effect in it that to this day haunts me. It will forever be one of the most tense feelings I ever had in my life when I first encountered this sound. I don't know what it is about that sound effect, but it makes me feel like James looks right here. Just absolutely dreadful. As much as I hate it, I really wish they would have kept that sound in the remake game. But you can't always get everything you want. When we finally come back to the clock to put in the final piece of the puzzle, the second hand, we notice that these figures have drawn even closer to the gate, so much so that they're right up against it almost, still wearing their sheets. After completing the clock puzzle and before heading out, we find this picture that says "How the Time Flies" with a TV on it. Now, I'm not sure what to make of what it seems like is on the TV. Is it a smudge on the picture? Is it an upside down 9 or a 6? I don't know. I would love to hear some interpretations of this. To me, though, it represents, again, the way that I think the TV is used a lot in this game, is that it's kind of just a symbol for how it's so easy to veg out on the TV, and it puts you into this kind of vegetative state that is ultimately a bad thing. And I see that referenced a lot in this game. An interesting detail that I found that I'm not sure if it was there before, and I don't think it was, is this large scrape in the ground, which is obviously indicative of Pyramid Head dragging the knife. Though it goes to this door that is locked to us, I'm not sure if it's supposed to be leading from the door, out the door, or what have you, and I would love to hear any other interpretation of what this might mean. And now we come to our final encounter in the apartments, which is Pyramid Head. We open the door to see him holding his great knife and throwing the corpse of a mannequin into the side of the room. I'll take this time to expound on some ideas surrounding Pyramid Head. For one, his slow and bulky movement and the fact that he is weighed down so much by the metal helmet that almost traps him, to me is a clear significant symbol of how James's guilt is crushing him and he can barely carry the weight of it. Pyramid Head's movement mirrors this. Also, this is one of the few times where Pyramid Head is actively trying to kill James and only James. In the hospital, it can be reasoned that Pyramid Head is actually more so chasing Maria and attempting to kill her to rid James of her distracting presence so he can find the truth. And in the Labyrinth, Pyramid Head is merely patrolling his domain and will not attack you if you come from behind him, but only if you get in the way of him. I find it interesting that in this fight, as well as the original fight in Silent Hill 2, the original game, you do not have to actually fight Pyramid Head to make it past this sequence. In fact, you can run the whole time, and eventually Pyramid Head will just be called by the town, much like James is called by the town, and retreat for the time being at least. To me, it's significant of how James is still in a position where he can continue to run from his judgment and run from the truth as long as he remains in his delusion. After enough time passes, Pyramid Head will relent, and he opens this door that I'm not too sure James would be able to get open on his own. So Pyramid Head again acts as a protagonist and allows James to continue. By opening this door, he is allowing James to get one step closer to the truth. If you have made it this far, I would like to take a second to genuinely thank you. I am not a professional video maker, and like I said at the beginning of this, I intend to probably never make any other kind of video game analysis ever again. I don't expect to get a lot of views from this, and I definitely don't expect monetization now that I've said suicide about a dozen times in it, but none of that matters to me. I am doing this purely out of passion and love for this game, and I hope that in your eyes I have done it some justice so far. While we still have a long way to go, I really hope that you are enjoying this so far, as well as all my crazy fan theories, and remember to just take it all with a grain of salt. Because at the end of the day, I am not claiming to know everything about Silent Hill 2. In fact, there's tons of things that I'm sure I missed. But nonetheless, I felt called to do this. Upon exiting the apartments, we will get this cinematic with Laura. To me, there's a lot to delve into with Laura, James, how they mirror each other, and the themes that Laura coincides with. The first thing I'd like to point out is that, in my opinion, Laura already holds the key to James's greater understanding. If James were to read the letter right now and ask her the same questions that he does in the hotel, then we would arrive at the logical conclusion that James does, that Mary died recently. I'd like to point out that James's truth and innocence in the form of Laura is elevated above him in this scene, and he is basically unable to reach it. If he were to try to reach for Laura here, she could very easily evade him. Even though Laura did step on his hand and make it harder for him to progress, he still should recognize, I think, that she's a little girl in this town that is presumably really fucked up. So I think him being confrontational kind of right off the bat also alludes to the fact that he is still not willing to really face his innocence or lack thereof. Also, the way Laura chides him, because I imagine she heard a story or two from Mary that painted James in a bad light, also to me represents that his innocent side knows what he did and is not willing to let him off the hook. One other small thing that I would like to comment here is the mirrored character theory that I have been running with for a while. In my opinion, while Laura to James represents purity, innocence, and the truth, to Laura, James, I think, represents maybe the father that she never had, because we know that Laura is an orphan. And so it makes sense to me that she would be standoffish and even resentful towards him. Here is where we approach Rosewater Park with this extremely beautiful, albeit kind of depressing shot. The graphics in this game are just incredible, I'm just gonna say. Anyways, it makes perfect sense to me that this is where James meets the manifestation of his desire for Mary, Maria. Rosewater Park being symbolic of flowers, and that theme often tied to Mary and thus Maria. Also, rosewater to me brings up imagery of a red liquid, so blood, essentially. There's also, I think, a small tie-in and callback to Mary with this hat, perhaps, which seems to me like, I don't know, just something that she might wear. And then when we get to the gazebo, it makes perfect sense again to me that that is where the true manifestation lies, because as we know, James has memories of him and Mary looking out at the water at the park. I mean, what better place is there to do that than at the gazebo that James runs into Maria at? An interesting note that I would like to make is that this statue, as well as the statues in the next shot, are the only statues of men in the park that I could find, and they are all coincidentally missing their heads and broken in some way. To me, this is significant and maybe just a literal nod to that James is crazy and has lost his mind, which culminates here with the appearance of Maria, his wife's doppelganger. One little side note for some levity, but look at these prices. A bottle of water for 50 cents? I can't believe it. This game has to be set in either the 80s or the 90s, which people still kind of argue to this day, and I'm not going to bother too much with the timeline of that. And here we go. This is obviously going to be a very long and thorough analysis. I believe that Maria really is the main villain of the entire Silent Hill 2 story. Maria embodies all the things that James secretly wished Mary could have been during her life, and especially during the sickness. It's also worth noting that she has the butterfly tattoo, which again is representative in Japanese culture of rebirth, which Maria literally is. In the Born from a Wish DLC, we come to learn that Maria, coming into existence, is questioning herself. She has these memories, which are basically Mary's memories locked inside of her, but she's still working on accessing them. By this point, though, she has been set on her mission and she already knows who James is before James has met her. Notice how she tries to touch James and he recoils. That is going to be an ongoing theme for the rest of Maria's appearances. Maria clearly represents the overt sexuality that Mary was unable to give James later on in the sickness. During these scenes, Maria is very forgiving of James's lapses in memory and basically just glosses over them, while at the same time conveying with her body language that she is offering up herself and her sexuality to James, which James, although he seems off-put by, some part of me thinks that he is also deeply tempted by. In this next shot, Maria questions James, and it seems almost diminutive when she says, "and that's here," in reference to his special place. James grabs the side of his arm because he seems almost a bit embarrassed that he can't name the special place that they had. He doesn't know what it is. This next scene in particular caught my eye because while Maria is attempting to extract some type of information from James, she seems to jog his memory and he starts looking out across the lake towards the hotel, and then suddenly she gets in between him and his eventual goal and the truth, and she diverts him to somewhere else, sending him on a path to what I would argue is probably one of the most horrible places that you would want to visit after having been with someone you loved that was sick for several years, a hospital. Here, it seems like James is only moments away from succumbing to Maria's temptation, with the way that he is almost starting to lean into her touch and swallowing deeply when she does so, although he eventually pulls away. One little detail here is Maria's jewelry, which is a typical occult symbol as well. Maria assures James here that she wasn't up to anything and she was just messing with him, which honestly is pretty apt considering the entire playthrough she really is messing with his mind, even if she isn't meaning to do so, since we can assume that from the DLC that Maria considers herself her own actual sentient person, and that her purpose, to be with James, is really the only thing that should matter to her. She appeals to James's ego here in an attempt to get him to protect her and to continue on with her. She attempts to conflate James's love for Mary and divert it to her. In some sense, I also see Maria as a very tragic character. She has essentially been formed by this town to be something that is made specifically for James, which is a destiny that she will likely never be able to fulfill, given that if James finds Mary, then he would have no use for her. While we as players know that Maria is definitely not a real person, which is further evidenced by her inability to be around or seen by other people that aren't James, it is also significant that at the start of DLC, Born from a Wish, she is questioning her own existence, and throughout this, she is trying to come to terms with the memories that she has baked into her, because she is an amalgamation of Mary's past existence and James' idealized version of Mary. In some ways, Maria has also benevolent characteristics. She is forgiving of James and is willing to entertain his delusions oftentimes, and also she has a soft spot for Laura, someone who she's never met but has memories of somehow and some kind of connection to, further humanizing her. It's also interesting to note that while Maria seems to have a fully formed personality at the start of our meeting with her, by the end of the game, she begins to lose it and become an amalgamation of Mary, much like Mary lost her personality to the sickness. This is maybe a little off the mark, but a thought I had. She really presses him on trying to get him to say that he loved Mary, which I feel like if he did say it, then some small part of him is also admitting maybe that he could love this new version of Mary. Maybe that's totally crackpot, but just a little thing that popped into my head. A stray thought, if you will. As they leave, we get one final camera pan that turns, and we can see the guiding light that is at the Lakeview Hotel out across the mist. Now watch closely. The light at the Lakeview Hotel turns on, actually, at the end of this scene. Very interesting. I'm not sure what to make of it. Maybe it was that Maria's presence was suppressing the light. One other thing I also find interesting, if you rewatch this scene, is that James and Maria are constantly swapping places with each other. To me, it represents almost these two forces that are circling each other due to some gravitational effect and are attempting to combine or meld with each other. I know there's going to be things that a lot of other Silent Hill 2 analysts will disagree with me on here, and I'm perfectly okay with that. This is all my wild speculation. And speaking of wild speculation, I think I'm due. This place we're going to, what is it exactly? And then the photo, so far from home. I know these things aren't meant to be timed together, but it just so happened in my playthrough that way. Honestly, to me, it kind of represents now that Maria is diverting us on a path that is going to take us that much further away from home or the truth. We were on track to get to Lakeview Hotel until she got in the way. So much of Maria's dialogue is overtly sexual. Like this, for example, I think it's easier if I just show you. She's essentially saying, well, just lay back and let me do all the work. I think we can all kind of get some picture of what this implies. Here we find a statue of Jennifer Carroll, who is many times referenced in the game and also kind of ends up being an allegory for how Mary always truly loved James and kept her light of love lit for him, even in the worst of times. She also goes on to say, Maria that is, that Jennifer Carroll was just a woman killed for no real fault of her own by moral, upstanding folk. To me, this is a direct parallel to James murdering her. Until James murdered his wife, we can assume that he was moral and upstanding. Mary also essentially dies by no fault of her own, and twice. I'd argue that the sickness basically killed her, and that is by no fault of her own, because we can't control when we get sick, and then James killed her as well. One little detail, and these will add up over time, is that Maria says something when you start breaking things. Now, this is, I know, a crazy reach, but just bear with me. I could see very much James having fits of anger perhaps during the sickness and taking out his rage on inanimate objects. There's a lot of times to me where Maria is saying things that it feels so much so to me like it could have been something that Mary said during her life verbatim to James. We will find a couple instances of this that I will point out as we continue here. There's a lot of interesting details that happen in the motel, and when we first come here, Maria asks James, "You ever stayed in a place like this?" To me, it seems like she is almost kind of probing in some way, hey, do you ever be unfaithful to your wife? We've all seen the movies where the love interest meets at some seedy motel just like this to have their affair, and to me, there is definitely some kind of connection. Once again, Maria seems to be prodding James and trying to get him to either confront or admit that he has had these feelings of love, hate, and jealousy surrounding Mary and possibly other women that this motel would be the perfect venue for. I also find it interesting that when you save at the car in the motel, Maria asks James if everything is all right. I'm not sure what to make of it, but I thought it was interesting that she noticed him. I also found this Madame Boutique thing, which I think maybe dispenses condoms or some other kind of product, to be a slight nod to the seedy and affair-like nature of this place. It's honestly perfect storytelling, I think, that right after he runs into this manifestation of his long-lost dead wife whom he loved so much, that is like a super sexualized version of her, the very first place you run into after that is this seedy motel, which coincides absolutely with themes of affairs and unfaithfulness. Then Maria, James's idealized sexual vision of Mary, is attacked by James's resentful and hateful sexual representation of Mary. The two aspects are warring with each other in James's mind for supremacy. I took a brief detour into room 106, where we find this hat resting on the chair and these beds, and apparently this is an Easter egg that is referring to the Silent Hill 3 installment, which I actually never played, so this was unrecognizable to me, but I've seen videos that draw the comparison, and apparently they are the exact same room, so I thought that was worth putting in here. Apparently this hat is the same one that Heather's dad wore in that game. A very small note, but on the third or fourth prompt of you breaking something, Maria says, "Nothing is safe with you around, huh?" To me, I got a good chuckle out of this, because honestly, James is the most dangerous thing within 50 miles in my opinion. He is a murderer, and really nothing is safe with him around. We also get a nod to the Maria outfit from the past game, which she will try on in an attempt to try and entice James, in my opinion. And also, I don't know, it just feels like more time loop theory stuff to me, but I'm not going to get too into that right now. Here she is, attempting to entice James to her sexuality, This is a very relationship-y thing to do, in my opinion. Girls will oftentimes ask the guy they're dating or with, do you think I look good in this, and etc. Maria is trying to get that same reaction from James. I was trying to avoid the Maria ending, so I didn't interact with her here, and she said, you know I would, it's a classic. I think this is just great. It's a nod to the outfit being classic, and also just the game being a classic. Also, there's just some, I don't know, spite and venom in this, and that Maria knows what James likes. She is formed in the image of his dead wife. She knows damn well that he is attracted to her and would like the way she would look in this provocative outfit. The next couple points that I'm going to make about this dialogue that they have are honestly kind of ridiculous on their surface, and I understand if that's your initial reaction. But to me, this is Maria trying to probe James to find ways that she can more suit herself to James's needs, likes, and she says, at least give me something. I don't know, to me the whole thing is just sexual, and then followed up by this pianist comment. I don't know, maybe it's just because I have the mind of a 5th grader, but when you say pianist to me, there's really one thing that comes into my mind, and it's not a piano. James says, let's just leave it. I don't know, maybe I'm totally off base with this, and it's a pretty ridiculous comment to make, but I'm gonna make it anyways. After some more exploring, we find this glimpse of the past, and Maria states deja vu. Now, some people point to this and say time loop theory, and okay, I'm totally fine with that. But honestly, I cannot remember for the life of me what this is in the original game. Is it some part of the apartments or something? I'm not sure. I really don't recognize it. But either way, I thought it was interesting enough to point out. In the original game, upon arriving at Pete's Bolorama, Maria says she's going to stay outside. And I find it funny that in this, James suggests, you can wait outside if you want, I'll just look around the place. Maria gets a little offended and says, James, if you don't want me around, you can just tell me. I'm not sure how much more else I can really draw out of this. Again, just a small detail I wanted to throw in. In Pete's Bolorama, we find this note, which, while I think on the surface it just looks like some frustrated bowling employee trying to figure out this problem, I think there's actually a lot of significance to it. To begin with, lane 3. The number 3 occurs a lot in this game in many different ways, and I think every time it ties back to the 3 years of Mary's sickness. The cloth here is obstructing the bowling alley and making it so things can't properly function. Just like James's inability to remove the cloth from Mary is obstructing him from finding the truth. This person says, I can't push the pin in there. I tried both sides. It's blocked. I can't. Just like James can't remove the cloth from Mary's body. I got a question for you. In this town full of monsters, who could just sit here and eat pizza? No, but seriously, I love this glimpse of the past thing that they do throughout the game. It is so good. When I try to go past the Historical Society to find anything, I also find this billboard, which again just makes me think that there is definitely some resentment inside of James about not being able to have a family with Mary. This bloody note that we find on a James doppelganger at the end of the street past the Historical Society has a whole bunch of things going on with it. For one, I tie it possibly to the Bliss ending. In the Bliss ending, it seems very Twilight Zone-esque to me, and it feels almost like James is being sucked into the memory displayed on the VHS tape to possibly live out the remainder of his days in a better way. And if that is the case for the Bliss ending, then perhaps that is one way that James could leave the town by not leaving. Though I actually see potentially a double meaning here. So, for one, it's James in the Bliss ending telling himself that by not leaving the town, which he doesn't in the Bliss ending, he gets sucked into the TV in some way. That is him essentially being able to leave by not leaving the town. But on the other side, I feel like when it comes to something like the Leave ending, that is also the way that he can only leave by not leaving, and by going through the rest of the story and discovering what the town has in store for him, that will eventually lead him to leaving. So it's pretty convoluted, but there it is. Also, although I am unsure what the deal is done line refers to, I did see someone postulate online that it has to do with time loop theory and James leaving himself notes. Where they once were, 1887, that I know refers to the code in the bowling alley for the safe, and where they once were, I guess, refers to the fact that Laura and Eddie used to be there. This whole thing is super deep, and it also rubs me with, again, some time loop theory stuff. But anyways, let's continue on. I also find it interesting that these mannequins appear, because they definitely were not there. These mannequins appear behind you after you look at that note. Also, I know I said I wasn't going to get into it, but I lied. I found this calendar that says November 1983. So, I guess maybe we are set in 83, or at least sometime around then. I also went back and hit the save book at Jack's Inn, and Maria said, "Hey, what are you looking at?" I don't know. I can't figure anything out specific with it, but I just thought it was cool to add in. One thing I'd like to talk about is that when you get this white chrism, Maria asks that liquid, "What is it?" And then, when James asks her if she's alright, she says, "This place," it gives her the creeps and she's not sure why. He asks her if she's ever been inside, and she says she's not sure. It does feel familiar somehow, like a bad memory. Now, unless there is some aspect of memory loss that was imposed upon Maria between the ending of Born from a Wish and now, I find this all potentially deceptive and interesting. As explained to Maria by Ernest, she intuitively understands the town and its powers, as well as her role in it. If Maria understands this, then she may be wary of James getting this white chrism, because to her, it could represent the resurrection of Mary, which would render her useless to James and deny her her purpose. This line to me also implies that since Maria is born from Mary, who I would assume to have been a God-loving woman in her life, she has the idea of a benevolent God in her mind, but she understands that the Silent Hill gods are not benevolent and are in fact evil. In this scene, Ernest, when asked by Maria, "Do you know something?" almost tells her that she is a manifestation of the town, but she says, "No, and that's just what you think." Like James, she would rather wander in delusion than accept the reality. After learning this, with a brief suicidal contemplation moment, Maria casts off her gun and disappears into the fog. During this short dialogue exchange, we have Maria asking James, and poking at him kind of, saying, 3 years, that's a long time. What will you tell her when you find her? James says that I love her. And Maria says, well then, lucky her. James seems kind of offended by this a little bit and says, what's that supposed to mean? And Maria says, nothing. Like I said, 3 years is a long time. To me, it's all kind of just Maria trying to entice James to come over to her side. By saying, well, lucky her, it kind of implies that Maria wishes James would say the same thing about her. I find this whole next scene very interesting. Maria says, this is not supposed to be here. Somehow, she, unlike anyone else, has some intimate knowledge of this town. Though James is unaware of her origins, we as players are. We understand that she is a manifestation of this town, and so it makes sense for her to have some kind of natural knowledge pertaining to it. I think it's interesting and honestly brilliant, though, that while Maria and a lying figure are both essentially children of the town and its power, Maria is afforded no protection from these creatures, because the most painful thing for James is seeing the image of his wife hurt or in danger. I feel like here, the town is giving James the chance to embody the role of the protector, which he seems very naturally apt at doing. Also, I think it is building a kind of protector and protected bond between Maria and James that will eventually be betrayed by the town as well, which will make the pain that much worse when it does happen. On the flip side though, and this is all reaching, I understand, but maybe, since James just encountered and now has Maria in tow with him, the sheer amount of monsters that is being thrown at him is pretty insane. There's like over 12 individual monsters in just the last couple minutes, or maybe more even if you include the stuff that was on the road around Pete's Bolorama and the Historical Society. Is this indicative, maybe, of some way of him lashing himself for subconsciously having a desire for this Mary clone? Combined with the fact that he's also on his way, though unknowingly, to a place where men typically go to get sexual satisfaction in some way, some more illicit than others. Did he do this when he was with Mary? Did he maybe sate his thirst by going to strip bars during the later stages of the sickness when Mary could no longer satisfy his needs? Maria represents that, the stripper perhaps, and his guilt over it is manifesting heavily by the sheer amount of monsters coming in front of him since acquiring her. Here we approach Heaven's Night, which has a red door that is typically symbolic of a safe haven. As James approaches it, Maria seems to be watching from behind, knowing all too well that James is not going to be able to enter, even giving him a little nod to try his best. When James realizes he can't, he turns to her and gives her a look like he almost knows that she has the key and is withholding from him. I think this falls right in line with Maria's typically deceptive nature, and also the fact that Maria is constantly toying with James. I think Maria was purposefully withholding her ability to enter here and making James do his best to get in and watch him struggle so that she could provide usefulness to James and have him hopefully grow more attached to her and dependent on her. I also think it's interesting that there's a sign right here that says "Keep door closed." To me, it's almost signifying that this is a place of sin, somewhere that James should stay out of, and he seems equally wary of entering it as well. It's representative of Maria attempting to trap him with her sexuality, and James being wary of it. Notice how James enters very cautiously, and Maria watches him, almost like a spider watching a fly fall into its trap. One final note is that she caresses the door on the way in, signifying her familiarity with this sinful place, as well as her comfortability and ease in such a place. I find it significant as well that the back of this place is the only part that is really decrepit and kind of nasty. While it looks good and enticing and appealing on the outside and what is mostly presented, the bowels of it and the core of it are dirty and disgusting. Maria wastes no time at all ingratiating herself in this environment by going to the stage door and essentially closing it in James's face, causing James to ask, "Hello? Where'd she go?" and no response. To me, it's some very small microcosm version of him losing his wife all over again. Is Maria just gonna disappear? James doesn't know. To me, there's also the possible representation that because Maria is able to enter this stage door that is then locked to James, signifies that she would have a key. So that paints a very clear picture of her embodying a stripper, one of many who James may have had a night with in the dirty and disgusting private back room of the strip club. Here we find this photo of a stripper pole on a stage titled "Ready to Kill It." This photo to me represents many things. For one, the obvious of a performer getting ready to, quote, kill it. Maria or any performer feels this way usually when the lights come up and it's showtime. But I also noticed something in this. Even in this photo, the roof is incredibly decrepit. Was this how the place looked even when it wasn't business? Or is it some kind of subtext that this is the essence of a strip club? Dirty, disgusting. When I attempt to go even deeper into this train of thought, in this further extrapolation on the previous point, maybe James didn't resort to these types of places until near the very end of Mary's sickness, when he couldn't take the sexual deprivation any longer. At this point in the sickness, he literally was ready to kill Mary, who had become an it, a monster she was turned into by the illness. A monster that, with the combination of the booze the joint no doubt offered, and him knowing that he had already forsaken her sexually, and the sickness, he was ready to now snuff out. As we continue into Heaven's Night, we get this flash of red legs silhouetted against a wall. For us, this is playing on a stimulus response that has already been built into us by this point in the game, that legs typically equal danger. To me, I also see a connection that sexuality for James ended up being a very dangerous thing. His sexual frustration eventually is what in part led him to murdering his wife eventually. I also don't think it's any coincidence that this room is full of mannequins. In this scene, we have Maria once again putting herself on full seductive display in an attempt to entice James. I also think that this shows the kind of psychological torment side of Maria, where she knows that James is not going to be privy to this, but she does it anyway. Here, Maria approaches the pole and begins to give James a kind of faux dance or performance. To me, her comfortability and naturality in this place makes perfect sense, as I believe she was actually born here. In the Born from a Wish DLC, she starts out here and is questioning her existence, saying she wants to find somebody, she doesn't want to die, and that she is afraid of pain. We know from the opening of the Born from a Wish DLC that Maria's main mission and feeling that she should be doing with her life is to find someone. Eventually, by the end of the Born from a Wish DLC, she knows that that someone is James. I believe this is why, using her sexuality and other means, she is constantly trying to entice James to give in and come over to her side. It is illustrated again during this story that Maria says verbatim that she does not mind fighting for an impossible cause. To me, this is perfectly linked in just how tragic and futile Maria's mission is. James himself is an impossible cause. He is someone who has irredeemably and completely fractured their own psyche through their actions. Part of me thinks that James's frustration with all of this is a direct mirror to how deep down he kind of does want to be with this other woman that resembles his wife, but that causes feelings of extreme guilt inside of him as well. It's fitting also that Maria doesn't want to leave this place. She sees it as one of her best venues towards possibly trapping James, as well as feeling comfortable here because she was born here. This is where she originated from. Again, here I see sexual imagery with the two of them potentially catching their breath before they head back out there, although James resolves to find Mary. I also find this line particularly interesting.
This place, this whole thing, it's like a nightmare. I just wanted to get away from it, even for a second. I'm sorry.
Like I stated earlier, I believe that there are some lines that Maria delivers that are almost verbatim lines that Mary could have said during her sickness. This, it being like a nightmare, I just wanted to get away from it, even for a second, I'm sorry. To me, this feels very much like the same kind of conversation that James and Mary might have had during the sickness. If we continue to analyze the dialogue through the same lens, I think this shows that James generally was a kind and caring husband who attempted to console Mary as much as he could during the sickness. He might have also even acknowledged, back then as he is now, that this place, or the sickness, was getting to him as well and making him act in ways that he would prefer to have not to. Here we have James questioning his delusion and sanity once again, and I think it is important that Maria here reinforces the delusion by painting it as something that is not so bad to have and that being hopeful is a good thing. even though subconsciously James should know that there is nothing to be hopeful for. Also, Maria doesn't outright say he isn't crazy, she just says that is one word to describe his condition, which she would know intuitively, as she is just a figment of his imagination. James even acknowledges this to himself by saying that's a nicer way of putting it, as though he is trying to justify his mental illness in several different ways. We then have the shining mirrored scene here, where James is being offered alcohol, essentially by a ghost, just as in The Shining, that if he were to imbibe it would likely help him continue to maintain his delusion and insanity. I think it's a very awesome parallel to draw. We know that the creators of the game were inspired by The Shining, and this is a very clear reference to it. The one difference, though, is that James does not consume the alcohol here, which is him beginning to start to want to break through the disillusionment that he is suffering from. Maria toasts to hope undying because that is her ultimate wish, is that James never finds out the truth and forever keeps the hope alive. Here, James's temptation for alcohol as well as Maria is on full display. It's like he anchors his hand to the bar in an attempt to keep from reaching for the glass, and his eyes stay fixated on it. His expression, hesitant, questioning, but also filled with somewhat of a bit of desire. He seems only moments away from potentially drinking it, and as he leaves the bar, he gives it one last quick glance. During a brief inspection of this poster, James asks, "Is this you?" and Maria says, "Would you like it to be?" implying her total and complete willingness to mold herself to whatever form James would love or like the best. One final detail I would like to cover in Heaven's Night is this lost and found box, which has seemingly a wedding ring, a wallet with a photo coming out of it, and a pair of sunglasses in. Starting with the wedding ring, to me it represents the potentiality for James to have lost his innocence in this place pertaining to his faithfulness to his wife at some point during the sickness perhaps. That is why it shows up here. Perhaps James never even went as far as to commit a sexual act with someone, but maybe even just viewed himself as visiting this place as a breaking of their bond. Although I can't say for certain, it definitely seems like James has some kind of emotion surrounding a place like this. Finally, we have two other Easter eggs that I was unaware of, but found other people saying online that the photo is Harry's daughter, and the sunglasses are from Sybil in Silent Hill 1. As we continue on out into the street, and after smashing some car windows, we get another line where Maria says, "I think I'm actually getting used to you smashing stuff up." To me, this feels again like it could almost have been something that Mary said to James in real life. I know personally, in my relationship that I've been in for 15 years, sometimes when my significant other gets angry, she takes it out on inanimate objects and smashes things. I'll come into the living room and find some inanimate object smashed to pieces, and I'll think to myself, well, she must have been mad about something, because I don't know how else this happened. This is something that I've almost even said to her verbatim myself. Here we come to the garden that Maria has been leading James to. This is one of the few places with actual live flowers in it as well in the game. James is able to once again embody the role of the protector here, and Maria gingerly passes under his arm through the space he's created. Then he follows her into the garden. One very small note of symbolism that I picked up here as we watch this is a butterfly flying away from Maria right as she enters. Here it is again, even slower. Upon entering the garden, James says it doesn't look like much, but Maria says, "Come on, she's just around the corner," and James says, "She?" To me, this is again symbolic of how Maria's best bet and hope is to continue to extend James's hope and delusion. In a way, I see this scene representing many things. For one, it is Maria's attempt to keep James steeped in his disillusionment and give him this story that is a representation of hope to latch onto. In a second way, it is representation of Maria's hope that James will eventually come to love her as he loved his wife. The story starts off with a woman being cast out and sentenced to die. much as Mary was sentenced to die, in a way, by her disease. The man only falls in love with the woman after her death sentence is committed, which to me can almost symbolize that once we know we are potentially going to lose someone, we cling to them that much more. The man is symbolic of giving the woman life by bringing her food and company, in a way that James is symbolic of giving Maria life. To me, the lit candle metaphor is Mary maybe always holding out hope that things could be good, or that James could at least find his way once she has passed. This dialogue, I think, ties in to some way that nature is what caused James to break and blow out the candle, i.e. killing Mary. Even in darkness, though, the man would not give up and would not turn back, possibly symbolizing James's unwillingness to move on even after the death. And eventually, in some of these theories, the waters taking him could be seen as James's death as a result of his quest here. Furthermore, it could represent Maria, who continually tries to light the candle for James to follow to his delusion, to lead him to her. Or conversely, it could mean that Mary's spirit is in fact essentially attempting to guide James to the truth so that he can finally accept what he's done. James's reaction here is very interesting. He closes his eyes for a long time and gives a sigh and a look of frustration. To me, maybe part of him is saying that he is tired of entertaining this delusion. Over the course of the game, there will be subtle hints that James is getting tired of the illusion and is beginning to slowly accept that something is not right in the story he's telling himself. Part of me wonders that if through the telling of this story, James comes to some small moment of clarity about his own story. He says, "This was a mistake, I shouldn't have come here." To me, he's referring to this entire thing, not just the garden. I've started to look at Maria as essentially a double character, and all of her actions and dialogue, I try to interpret them as if they were both being said through the different mouthpieces, one being James's actual loving wife that he had during his life, and the other being the manifestation, Maria, that is attempting to keep him here steeped in delusion. James here appears to be breaking down and losing sight of the mission of finding his wife by making definitive statements such as, "This was a mistake, I shouldn't have come here." Maybe the same kind of definitive statement that he could have made during the sickness, like, "I can't handle that you're going to die," or "I can't take this," or something like that. Mary, being the kind, loving person that she is, would likely put a loving hand on James's back and attempt to console him in the same way that Maria does here. Maria's touch, though, unlike Mary's, is not reassuring to James. He often recoils from it, because in truth, it is the touch of the town attempting to keep him in this cycle and keep him in this loop, this perpetual hell. Also, I am not saying time loop theory is a proven thing here. I am just saying that ultimately, Maria's goal is to keep James infatuated with the illusion of her and the hope of finding his wife. James recoils almost at her touch here, because I think he senses deep down that this is a unhuman, supernatural touch. But the town does its best to keep him distracted and invested in finding Mary, so it conjures up this scream to keep him chasing the idea. We have a short scene here as James enters the movie theater, but there is actually a lot that I want to go into on this one. We have obviously witnessed James go through far worse than simply cutting his finger a little bit. But even at the slightest prick of his finger, Maria wants to remind him that she is there, ready to comfort him if he needs it. At first, this next line coming up puzzled me, because I knew it meant something, but I wasn't sure what until now. When Maria says, "Not much of a movie fan anyway," it initially struck me and I wasn't sure why. Through the course of this analysis video, I have discovered so many more things in the process of going through this footage and really looking at it and thinking about it than I ever had in my notes. And the one thing that occurred to me here is that the reason that Maria is not a fan of movies is because ultimately a movie or VHS tape of James's wife is what breaks the delusion. I understand that this entire video analysis has been me making mountains out of molehills out of every little blood scrape and scratch on the ground, but I really want this one to be true, because if so, I love that. That is so cool. Going back quickly to when James says maybe you'd better wait here, I think this serves possibly a couple purposes. One is that Maria isn't real. She is a figment of James's imagination, so if she were to be seen, or rather not seen, by Eddie and Laura coming up in the scenes, then that would cause the illusion of Maria to be broken. Now, this is going to get extremely far-fetched. It uses some parts of time loop theory, some parts of James possibly subconsciously knowing all along what is going on, and I realize it's pretty out there, but I am just having fun ruminating on this, so here we go. If there is a version of this story that exists where James is in some kind of perpetual loop and subconsciously knows what is in this building, then perhaps this is him saying Maria should stay here because he himself is not ready to have the illusion broken. He wants Maria there as a comforting reminder of his wife. A side note, we know that Maria is capable of entering broken glass windows because she will do it in the motel apartment room that contains her outfit if you don't open the door for her. This is all a huge reach, but that is what I'm here to do. And if you can believe it, I'm still not done analyzing this scene, because in my opinion, this next line that gets delivered from Maria is very reminiscent of the same way that a wife might call out to her husband in the home when trying to see if he's there to maybe do something or etc. Listen very closely to the way she says James here.
And James?
I don't know why, but something about it. When I close my eyes and hear that intonation of voice, it just sounds like maybe a voice from the past, Mary calling out to James in the home, that same way. One more time.
And James?
Anyways, now we will move on to James seeing Laura and Eddie in the movie theater. I think it's funny and somewhat interesting that at the start of this conversation, it seems like they are watching a horror movie, referenced by what Eddie says. We also have a callback line of "should have seen your face," which Eddie will say to James at a later date. If we are viewing these characters through the lens of them actually being representations of parts of James's psyche, then we also see that Laura, his pure and innocent side, is insulting his murderous and disgusting side. I think it's also worth noting that Eddie is on the run from the cops, just like James very well could be for the murder of his own wife. The exchange becomes even more interesting to me as Eddie says, "Nah, I don't think they followed me here," which to me could imply that James deep down knows he could probably get away with the murder of Mary, since most people wouldn't question someone who is in the late stages of a terminal illness suddenly dying. This line of Eddie blocking the door so neither the cops or the monsters could get there also seems to imply to me that James has blocked off a part of himself where he is not willing to confront either the authorities or the monsters. Laura here then calls him weird, and Eddie says, yeah, that's what everyone says. To me, it's maybe the two parts of his psyche chatting with each other, and James knowing deep down that he has this weird, psychotic, murderous part to him. To me, I feel like this line, Laura saying that people call her weird too and yell at her, is a direct reflection of how James has acted towards her since meeting her. At first, he mentions to her how out of place she seems by saying, "What's a little girl doing here?" And then he yells at her when she runs away with the letter. Laura then goes on to, I think, reflect on her choice of not giving James the letter, which actually was Mary's last wish. Laura then asks Eddie if he did something bad, and he says, "I don't know, maybe." To me, it's a double meaning. Eddie is unsure if him enacting revenge on his abusers is on the whole a bad thing, just as James is certainly unsure if Mercy killing his wife was on the whole a bad thing. Laura then suggests, "Why don't you just make peace? It always works for me," as you would assume it does for an innocent and pure being. And Eddie remarks, "They wouldn't listen. Nobody ever listens." To me, that is meaning that even if James does try to apologize to himself or to Mary for what he's done, he can't listen to it. He can't accept it. Here we have James's next meeting with Eddie, and I'll note that again, this takes place in front of a large screen, which I think has been used many times to signify kind of laziness and the general malaise that this easy entertainment can bring. Here we once again get the cold breath that only Eddie seems to ever have, signifying that his world is one of coldness. And I think it's because he is, in essence, James's personification of a cold killer. Eddie appears to be doing something grotesque and nonsensical, which is eating completely melted ice cream or something like that. James goes on to say, "I see you didn't make it out yet," which to me represents that he knows he is still locked in this town with his murderous side. James is, I think, ultimately disgusted and horrified by his murderous side, which is one reason maybe why he chides Eddie here, who then visibly changes in demeanor and gets upset. I find it interesting too that James questions Eddie, or this side of himself here, all while knowing the answer, that Laura was definitely there, he heard her and saw her. Let's not forget here in the scene coming up that Laura seems to be the one that is in control of the projectors in the movie theater. At this point too, when James asks for definition on Laura and if that's her name, Eddie says that's what she said and gazes into the distance. To me, it feels like Eddie almost doesn't believe her. Kind of like his murderous side doesn't want to believe his innocent side. During this scene, James is now the one asking Eddie if he's going to come with him, as before, when they first met, Eddie asked if James would go with him. And now, Eddie seems almost offended that James would ask and says, "What, now you want me to go with you?" These two sides of James are at war with each other. His standard good, normal, kind, and caring side, along with his gluttonous, resentful, and murderous side. These characters will continue to deny each other's feelings as the game goes on. I have to say, I found this particular shot to be one of the most creepy and unsettling and well done shots of the whole game. Eddie just ensconced in darkness, continuing to gorge himself. Here we have an incredible Easter egg that when backing up, if you look at this projector in the next room, you will see a very quick flash of the video of James killing his wife with the pillow. To me, it makes perfect sense that Laura, who is seemingly in charge of the projector, is attempting to show James some glimpse of the truth that she holds in the form of her letter and the realization that it brings. In the final scene in South Vale, we exit the theater with Maria, where she says that she saw Laura running this way, which brings us to the Brookhaven Hospital for our next chapter of the game. Upon entering the hospital, we also find some creepy photos that I'm not entirely sure of the significance of, but I thought they were worth mentioning at least. Maybe something to do with James repressing the memory of the same people that worked on his wife, although these pictures seem a little too old for that. One thing I noticed that when we first enter the hospital, I find it strange that there are these tints of sunlight coming from the windows all along the hall facing the building entrance. We were clearly just outside where there is no sunlight to be had. If I put on my crazy fan theory hat, part of me wants to believe that it's representative of how maybe when James and Mary first came to the hospital, there was still some small shred of light, a small shred of hope that maybe, through modern medicine, they would be able to cure her. As we continue through the hospital, these windows will go dark. Another thing that I think worth remembering and mentioning is that all of the mirrors in this place are cloudy and do not offer a real reflection of James back to himself. He is still not ready to look himself truly in the mirror. One of the very first memos that we find in the hospital is this: the director requested the files of 3 crucial patients. The first significance that I see is again the number 3 reoccurring, as it is used to represent the 3 years of illness that Mary and James had to suffer through. But I also see the 3 crucial patients, i.e. people in critical condition, to be James, Angela, and Eddie. We know that Eddie dies because we kill him ourselves. Angela is assumed dead after walking up into the flaming staircase, and James, depending on which ending you want to go with, also could die. This poster also has a little clue hidden in it, in that at the glance view it says feelings of worthlessness or guilt, but when you inspect it, the guilt is omitted. James can stand to bear any one of these side effects, but the thing that is too much to bear, too much to even read, is the word guilt. Here we come to what is another very short cinematic, but I think it is actually packed with meaning in all kinds of ways. First things first, I want to take notice of the actual shot composition. We know what the full drawing looks like, which is a white rabbit on the left and the wolf on the right. As the shot starts off though, Laura is occupying the space that the white rabbit will soon inhabit. To me, this is a depiction of how Laura sees Silent Hill currently, with a cute innocent creature running away from a scary bad wolf, which is essentially James. The deeper possible meaning being that James's innocent side knows what he's done wrong and depicts him accordingly. Another reason that I pause it here is because as the door is opened, Maria shouts, "There." We also know from James saying so that Maria sounds just like Mary. Now, I think that if Laura had heard Mary shout, "There," she would have turned and instantly seen her and been shocked the same way James was. But this further illustrates that Maria is not real. She is a figment of James's mind. And when looking at things from a more literal perspective, it makes total sense that Laura would be scared of James. He is alone, running after her essentially, shouting, "We won't hurt you." Finally, Maria asks James why she might not like him. James says he doesn't know. But if we follow the innocence theory, we know why. In a more literal sense of her character, it's likely because she heard a bunch of bad stories about James from Mary. Next, we receive a key to the basement, and this will establish a new recurring theme of descending to face fears. From descending in this hospital to fight our first enemies encountered here, to the many holes that James jumps down in the Labyrinth and jail to arrive at the new horrors and the continuation of his discovery of himself. After digging around in the basement for a while, we'll get some gas and a canister that we use to start the generator in the basement. While I realize that in all likelihood it is probably just a typical kind of video game objective to do in a scary place, I am going to try, of course, to pick out some symbolism here, which could be that James is delving into the depths of his mind, if that's what Brookhaven Hospital can represent, and starting the engine that will bring up all of the horrors he is going to face in here that are also slowly bringing him towards the truth. I like how in my game, James has a little psychotic moment in the elevator and scares Maria as well. If we continue with the metaphor of the generator being the start to the horrors here and the delving into James's mind, then it makes perfect sense that when James looks out the window, it is no longer sun-tinted. Now the rain has begun to fall. We see James's expression darken, and to me, this symbolizes him reliving the beginning of Mary's sickness. He turns slowly, and his light reveals Maria, leaning against the wall, seeming like she isn't feeling well. This is also the first time ever that Maria has ignored James and moved away from him on her own volition. What if, perhaps, during the onset of the sickness, Mary herself had maybe even tried to hide the symptoms from James, fearing what his reaction might be? Although James is usually pretty standoffish with Maria, here his demeanor change, and he embodies the role of a caretaker, asking if she's okay, and Maria apologizing. James is doing his best to punish himself through the use of the manifestation of Maria and the reminder to him of the beginning of the end for his wife. Again, we have Maria denying the feelings and trying to say that it's something else, which Mary may have tried to do in the beginning to convince herself that that wasn't happening. James says that she should rest, and she says okay and gingerly lies down. I'd also note that we really had no indication of Maria having pills on her before this, as though they materialized just in this one instance to remind James of Mary taking them and to torment him that much further. Symbolically, James is willing to leave Maria here to go look for his innocence, i.e. Laura. And here is where we get another small utterance from Maria that, in my opinion, very much sounds like the kind of voice and call that you might hear a wife make out in her home to her husband. Listen to how familiar and expectant this tone of voice is, and watch James's face.
James?
To me, James looks absolutely floored by hearing this exact same kind of call and tone of voice that his wife likely used during many parts of their relationship, including the sickness. When I imagine Maria as a mirror for Mary and things that she might have done during her life, to me, this almost signifies Mary asking James during the sickness, "What if I don't live?" To which James may have replied at the time that he couldn't even fathom that possibility, which is what he says here. I like to imagine that some of these interactions that James is having with Maria are mirrored, twisted versions of conversations that happened with Mary in his real life. One final point on top of all of this is that while Mary may have asked James this question about what if I die, to me, this question from Maria is almost like Maria asking, will I live? Because if James can't find Mary, maybe then there's a chance that he will live on with Maria. Later, we also find this poster, which I find eerily reminiscent of the murder, in that there's a woman lying in a bed with someone or something kind of towering over her. I also think it's no accident that after Maria's medical episode begins, that is when we start seeing the nurse enemies. To me, the nurse enemies represent several different forms of torment to James. For one, they remind him very plainly of medicine and hospitals, which Mary had to endure for so long. James also likely resented the nurses and doctors for not being able to save Mary, and in his eyes, he may have viewed them as incompetent. Third, there is a sexual aspect to the nurses. They are other women that he may or may not have been secretly admiring while at his dying wife's bedside. This likely would be another enormous source of guilt for James. The nurses are also by far the most brutal and dangerous enemy in the game. While it is probably just the developers wanting a difficulty spike at this point in the game, I feel like to me there's also a potential metaphor for the 1-2 punch of other women's sexuality, which is threatening to James, since obviously as a man he wants sex, but he can't because he is tethered to his dying wife who can't give him that, as well as the brutal, lethal, and clinical news of Mary's death, which they represent in some way perhaps. Here we find a crumpled sheet of carbon paper on top of a wastebasket that is from one of the original game's puzzles, where you examined it to learn a crucial code. In the director's office, we hear a tape that mentions the 3 hopeless cases and how he is resolved to cure them, and he does not believe that it is a matter of hope, but instead diligence and etc. To me, it could have some tie-in, some internal monologue that James is having with himself. As he gets closer to accepting the truth, he is saying to himself that he doesn't need to cling to hope anymore. He just needs to do the work that will uncover the truth for him. Another glimpse of the past where we inspect the length of chain in bedroom M1. This is likely meant to recall the puzzle from Silent Hill 2, which was the basis for the chain box. I also find some small connection in the fact that the room where you get the shotgun also has the bear, which to me is a representation again of James's innocence, and when he tries to interact with it, it pricks him. It's significant to me that the shotgun is here as well, because this is a weapon that further pushes James towards the embodiment of being a murderer, which he is. I would like to point out again real quick that sheets are all over the place, and the imagery of the sheet or the cloth is still running strong and will remain to do so for most of the game. While this appears to be a note about some random patient, I am going to take it in reference to our story. To me, it illustrates what could be Mary's first day in the hospital perhaps, and we will notice that the corner room, or corner bed, as they say they moved her to, is the same room that Maria is inside of. After finding a hole in the wall, James once again does the thing that almost no person in their right mind would do, and he attempts to insert himself between the wall and the inside of the hospital. Truly, just like referenced on the director's tape, James is willing to be as bold as one can be, and go as far as one needs to go in an attempt to get to the truth or the cure. James, like anyone of course, can't handle being in this tight, claustrophobic, dark space, and fortunately for him, and serendipitously so, he is able to push his way out of it by struggling against the steel cabinet covering the wall. To me, it shows that James does have great resolve and fortitude. Even when things seem absolutely hopeless and horrible, he is still pushing and fighting to try and get to the truth. This final shot, I think, is also very interesting because it is almost coffin-esque, the way that he is ensconced in this wall and stepping out of it. We have this scribbled note, which oftentimes when I see him, I think of Pyramid Head, though I think it alludes more to the fact that James was just trapped in an extremely tight space with no one but himself, and this frantic scribbled note represents his same frantic feelings to get out, with "let me out" written on the back, as though James knows he wants to get away from himself, from the murderous aspects. And even though James was able to escape the wall, he is still trapped in Silent Hill, and furthermore, trapped by his guilt. These observation notes on patient 0090, in my opinion, are alluding to the 3 years of sickness that Mary endured, with each one seeming progressively worse. Also, let's notice that once again, the only really relevant number for the patient number is the number 9. If we try to scroll down to see day 4, we see something that says something is very wrong and cuts off. To me, this represents that there was no 4th year for Mary because James ended her life. I would also like to take a quick second to comment on the nurse's sound design, which, while I think it was decent in the game, I really kind of wish that they had kept the same sound design and noises that the nurses make in the original, because they are absolutely horrifying, including, to me, the famous nurse scream. Listen here. If I could change one thing about the game, and only one thing, it would probably be giving these nurses their original noises. We later get this note that refers to some patient that broke out and cut themselves wide open and was manic and screaming that had to be held down and sedated. It could possibly be some kind of metaphor for how James's murderous, manic side of him broke out, but for now, and most times, he's able to keep it sedated and locked away. One other very small thing that I kind of wish had been kept the same is that instead of using hair and a hook to get this thing out of the hole, you use surgical tubing. I understand, medical environment, so it makes sense, but just something about using hair to get the key item was extra disgusting and dark. One very small note that I have is in the pool when you see this eye that seems to be crying a kind of black gawk or something. To me, it could have some significance that eyes are usually symbolic of true sight and clarity, and if the eye sees and knows what James has done, then the crying the black muck makes sense to me. A theme that starts getting introduced now, and happens pretty often going forward, is this theme of insects and rotting and decrepitness that are coming up. I think maybe this has something to do that with James being in this clinical environment, he is imagining and envisioning Mary's clinical future, which is one of decomposition, bugs eating her skin, rotting under the ground, imagery like that. This ties in with the next scene where once again, James is very hesitantly removing a cloth, and when he finally does remove it, he is faced with some kind of rotting meat before him. An allegory for Mary's condition. This message to me seems to indicate that possibly James is feeling like he's lost his way and is maybe losing some of his resolve. He says, "Not sure if I can do it, but maybe you can." To me, that's almost him asking Pyramid Head in some way to help him out, to take him where he needs to be, though probably not in the way that he wants to. And then he says, "There will be pain involved. There always is." When we go up to the roof, we also get this glimpse of the past, which is wonderful because it's alluding to in the original game when Pyramid Head knocks you off the roof. I don't want to say time theory again, but I'm going to. The loop theory here just works so great. If there is some kind of ending where James does end up having to go through Silent Hill in a purgatory-like fashion, it would make sense that these glimpses of the past are here and that he has some kind of kernel of memory attached to it. I've pondered heavily on this note, and I'm honestly still not convinced I know whose perspective it's written from. There are many parts of it to me that rub me as though it's a letter written from Mary, with the first part being especially reminiscent of something that I feel she might say, as well as the third part of it. But the second part of it mentions a family to feed, which we know Mary didn't have, so that raises some doubt in my mind. Continuing on to the flip side of the note, we get another 2 paragraphs that to me very much are reminiscent of Mary, and especially the May 13, which is something that she says in a paraphrased way, kind of, in her ending letter. All in all, I'm not too sure what to make of this. 4 of the 5 paragraphs seem to me very much like something that Mary would write, but the third one throws me for a loop and makes it hard for me to commit to an answer. Though, the appearance of Pyramid Head right after, which usually shows up when James is facing some direct memory or memorabilia of Mary's, makes me also think that, despite the third paragraph here, I feel like this letter is mostly from Mary, and is maybe just being used as a general device to display some of the horrible things that people suffering from a terminal illness have to go through. Here is another section where Pyramid Head grabs a hold of James and clearly has the opportunity and ability to kill him if he wants to do so. But, being the quasi-protagonist that he is, he throws James through some floorboards, which delivers him to a new part of the hospital that he previously couldn't access, that allows him to continue his quest. I feel like there's some imagery to be had with that James had gone to the roof where it was raining and things seemed serene, and maybe he was finally trying to get some peace of mind by reading the letter as well. But then Pyramid Head shows up and throws him back down because James still has far more that he has to confront, tying back into the theory of descending, where James oftentimes descends when he is about to confront some new horror aspect of his psyche. Then we find this Laura drawing, which to me very simply represents Laura, Mary, and James. James being the hidden killer, the hidden killing part of himself that he is not willing to show to himself or to other people. Here we have the scene where James finds Laura playing with her teddy bear and her drawings in the background. Here I will again not be commenting on the characters themselves, but their metaphorical meaning. To me, it makes sense that Laura seems to really hate Eddie because, again, Eddie represents James's murderous side, and Laura represents his innocence. In this exchange, James begins to question Laura, and she says that she knows Mary, and he's wondering how. James's innocence, I think, is used to being battered around and essentially yelled at by his logical side because he's convinced himself of this delusion. James promises to be in control of his emotions, and when Laura, i.e. his innocence, offers up something that could shatter his delusion right here, he reacts badly and yells at her, even though he just promised he wouldn't. Laura attempts to run, but James grabs her and is determined to force this information out of her if necessary, and also says that she's going to get hurt, and she says by what? Because Laura, as a character in this town, is not experiencing any of the dangerous manifestations that James is, because she doesn't carry his guilt. I see this following scene as Laura, i.e. James's innocence, almost punishing him for kind of attacking her in a way that he just did, by mentioning something that he would definitely be interested in, luring him, and then locking him in with just himself and those feelings. Here, Laura is attempting to lead James to the letter that, if he were to read it and process it, would help him to break his illusion. But he is unwilling to let his innocence lead the way. He is set on doing it himself. Although seemingly Laura set him up for this, I believe that James did it to himself in the long run, just like he destroyed his innocence when he murdered Mary. Also, it seems here like after he's been locked in and is begging to be let out, It seems that Laura would let him out if he would just say please, but James is too proud to say please in this moment and instead gets angry and shouts at her. So far, that has been James's knee-jerk reaction, that when he is confronted with the truth or the possibility of discovering the truth, he usually gets angry and lashes out. I think it's because subconsciously he knows what he's done, but also does not want to discover it because it will break him. Lastly, I don't think it's a coincidence that Laura calls him a lying fart face, because honestly, that's what James is. This whole thing is about him lying to himself and being unwilling to accept the truth. So, he gets what he deserves. The flesh lip is a creature bound to a grid-like lattice, its mouth located on its abdomen. Encountered in the hospital, it represents James's memory of Mary in her sickbed. The lattice evokes a bed frame, and its flesh is reminiscent of broken skin similar to Mary's disease. A recurring motif in the creature design is the theme of the mouth. Mary verbally abused James during her illness, so the mouths on the creature represent her inner turmoil and verbal attacks. Also, apparently, none of the monsters in Silent Hill 2 have mouths until the flesh lip appears, after which every creature introduced has a mouth. The flesh lip is a precursor as well to the vision of Mary confronted by James in the game's climax. He sees his wife transform into a sickly creature that hangs upside down from a similar lattice, the symbolism of which is synchronized with the flesh lip. Even though James is able to kill the creature, another one pops down and grabs him, which then puts us into this scene, which is clearly the transition to the hospital Otherworld. As we go through this cinematic, I notice that there are 3 essential changes that happen, all while Mary is saying James's name in the background. To me also, Mary's voice in this section sounds very much like she is accepted and resigned to her fate. Maybe this was the exact way she sounded when she had a conversation with James about that very thing.
James. James.
And then we cue the famous Silent Hill horns that are calling us into the Otherworld to face our destiny. First thing we get in the Otherworld is this evaluation card about a patient that symptoms is hyperfocus and the diagnosis they can be fixed and stop at nothing. I'm not entirely sure what to make of this. Maybe it's just James subliminally pushing himself on to continue down this harrowing path. Maybe the hyper-focus is referring to how James a couple of minutes ago maintained his delusion and rejected Laura's answers, in that he may recognize deep down that he is hyper-focused on this delusion, but still believes in his core that it can be fixed. Here we come to the box puzzle, which, you guessed it, is covered in a cloth secured by 3 chains. The symbolism here is strong. Here, James finds a note that says he's there again looking and staring, much like Pyramid Head did to him at the closet. He says he'll drag me there and I don't want to. I won't let him take me. To me, it's very simple. James is beginning to understand what Pyramid Head is, possibly, but does not want to go to the destination that Pyramid Head is trying to drag him to. Here we come to room C5, which is where Maria was initially staying. We notice that there's pill bottles all over the table, and there is a bloody cloth covering the bed. Also, this photo that says no one knows. To me, it's a very clear representation of that. No one knows James killed his wife, other than him. The sound design here is reminiscent of a strong heartbeat and what sounds like heavy breathing. If we go off of some of the patient notes that we got earlier, we know that later in the sickness, Maria was having trouble breathing and coughing and maybe had to use oxygen, for example. This ties in my opinion. We also find this note in the director's office, which, to me, is referencing James's twisted psyche, telling himself that because he mercy killed Mary, there will be no pain anymore. And I also see a Shining reference when on the back of it you flip and you get the parallel to the all work no play line that is mirrored here by the many no pains layered on top of each other, just like in The Shining. One cool detail that I thought worth mentioning is that when you open the map here, blood slowly appears on it. One really brilliant piece of game design here, in my opinion, is that upon entering one of the puzzle areas, you can see monsters like this through the wall and also stalking through in this area. But as you explore this area, there will be no monsters around until you set the clock to 2 o'clock, which may also have some reference, by the way, to Silent Hill 1. Anyways, I just thought that was brilliant because it puts you on edge by showing you monsters very shortly in the area you're in, but they are not there when you go around the corner looking for them. Later on, in the room with the mannequin that we stick instruments to, we find this note that has something to do with, I believe, the course of James and Mary's life, ending in the murder itself. In some way, you can look at the way James killed Mary as a form of euthanasia, so a, quote, procedure was performed in some way. I should maybe point out this note is called the procedure. I also found this on the X-ray machine, which I inferred as being James's mind wrapped in chains, and also the chains being wrapped around someone's neck, which to me implies suffocation in some way. Also, this mannequin I think is worth pointing out in that the way its hands are raised up is almost similar to the same way that Mary was in her death. In the video, we can see that she is putting her hands up just like this, attempting to stop James from what he's doing. And although this mannequin is seated, to me it plays some very clear symbolism and imagery to the murder. Furthermore, the mannequin is clearly the patient in this, as was Mary. Also, I find one of these instruments interesting in that it's an instrument of force, the same kind of brute force that James used to snuff out Mary's life. We also find this key of Bliss, which is a lobotomy tool. Now, I think this ties in a little bit to the Bliss ending, where James essentially has kind of lobotomized himself into completely accepting the delusion and even living inside of it. We know from lobotomies performed in history that they often have a neutralizing, kind of numbing effect on people. For James, the act of being lobotomized and destroying his brain and possibly memories is also a way to a kind of ignorance is bliss mindset. Once we have gained all 3 keys and unlocked the box, we find that inside there is nothing. To me, this represents what James has always felt, is that regardless of the ways that he has tried to justify, answer, and quantify this murder in his life, it ultimately just leads him to emptiness inside. This also further illustrates the point that this was basically all for nothing so far. James has gained no lessons, learned nothing that would help him, and Maria is essentially what led him to here. This hospital has been almost nothing but a reminder of pain and sorrow. I also found this cinematic very striking. To me, the button in the woman's mouth appears at first glance almost like a communion bread piece, one that you would take in church that they call the body of Christ. The word host comes from the Latin word hostia, which means sacrificial victim. In a way, James sacrificed Mary in an attempt to gain his life back. It is this symbol that, gifted to James by some unknown force, will allow him to once again delve by taking the elevator down and encounter the horrors of his mind, most of which down there is Maria. Here we have more biblical imagery. The poem refers to an angel as she, indicating that perhaps the angel is symbolic of Mary Shepherd Sunderland. This would also explain the content of the poem, the fact that the poet states no one can walk along her bridge, and that only they can see her, could be a reference to the unique husband-wife relationship James and Mary shared. More evidence to support this theory is the fact that the poet states that they are saved by the angel, possibly referring to how in the Leave ending, James's realization of the murder of Mary and his acceptance of it is what allows him to finally leave with Laura and move on with his life. However, if we look at it from the in water ending perspective, then the quote could refer to how James's realization of his murder of Mary and his inability to live without her allows him to end his life, saving him from the isolation he would face without Mary and persecution from the outside world. After exploring in the basement for some time, we will come to this table that has two blood-stained hands, encompassing the copper ring. The two bloody hands to me represent Mary's death at James's own hands. It makes sense to me that Maria also shows up right after we find this ring, as she is a direct representation of Mary. The ring also has a spider etched on it, which relates back to the poem originally that seems to have some kind of relation between Mary and a bridge of silk. In the scene coming up, Maria finds James, and James immediately mistakes her for Mary and then apologizes and says, "Anyway, I'm glad you're alive." Maria blows up on James. To me, this also has some kind of mirror to that. Even though James is saying he's glad that she's alive, she is extremely angry at him and lashing out at him, maybe much like the way that Mary did during the sickness. Another parallel we can make is that right after she lashes out at him, she goes to him for comfort, much like Mary does in the final monologue that we hear when we're walking down the final hallway. To me, again, all of these interactions with James and Maria, I feel like these happened, maybe even multiple times, between James and Mary during the course of the sickness. Another interesting side note here is that Maria clearly is showing concern for Laura. I think this is also just because it is baked into her to care about Laura because Mary did so deeply, so it makes sense to me that she would want to look out for her and protect her if possible. She seems upset that James would be able to let her get away as well. Although I feel like in this game, they made Maria a bit less spiteful and a bit less venomous than the original Maria, I still feel like it's a good thing maybe overall, because it allows you to actually feel closer to and sympathize with Maria's character a little more than you might have in the original, which makes losing her all that much harder. I also found this scene particularly interesting, and to me, it played some part in illustrating that perhaps even in times where things were horrible, like in the hospital underworld for example, Maria and both Mary attempted to keep James looking on the lighter side of life and to find the good in things when possible. During this scene, when James is attempting to open this disgusting freezer, we have Maria watching James struggle, just as she kind of enjoyed watching him struggle when trying to get into Heaven's Night. We get that same kind of feeling here. She even chides him by saying, "Having trouble there?" There's been a couple times in the past where James has acted kind of macho and demanded that he take the lead, so I feel like Maria slighting him here is diminishing his ego a little bit, which she is great at doing and works to serve her purpose, which I believe is ultimately to torment James. The lead ring that they find in here is, in my opinion, representative of James's wedding band. It is lead, heavy, and covered in dirt and grime that Maria wipes off. James isn't able to get it on his own, and Maria has to help him reveal the sickness inside. She even remarks, "It's not very cute, is it?" James's wedding ring is tarnished and dirty, just like his memories pertaining to Mary. We'll also notice that this ring has a skull on it, which to me kind of seals the deal and signifies that this ring belongs to James. This disassociated notice that we find, to me, signifies that with the reintroduction of Maria, James is still, and further, disassociating from reality. Here we put the rings on the door, and while doing so, Maria seems to be growing uneasy. I know the time loop fans are going crazy with this one, and really pointing to it as a potentiality that Maria knows what's coming here, because she's been through this before in some way. She seems very hesitant to enter, and James outstretches his hand and promises her that it'll be okay. Perhaps relating to the same way that James wanted to comfort his wife and would promise her that it would be okay, but ultimately he was unable to save her. Maria takes his hand and reluctantly follows him to her destiny. To me, this ominous note that says, "It is done, sick no more," is a reference maybe to how James felt right after the murder. It is done, sick no more. While he has removed her sickness, he has also taken her life. And James, I feel like, is having almost some strange subconscious premonition of what is to come here. Something I made note of here that goes along with our descending motif is that James goes below what would be the basement floor level, which you would see right here in the hospital. This would be the basement floor. And then below it is some level that wouldn't even exist in the Brookhaven Hospital plan. Some level of dissension that James gets to, where Pyramid Head manifests. I've seen many people theorize online that Pyramid Head here is not actually chasing James, but is attempting to chase and kill Maria. Pyramid Head, in some way, knows that Maria is a manifestation born of his guilt that is mostly distracting James and making it harder for him to reach the truth. So in some way, it makes sense for that to be his goal. But also, his goal is to punish James. And that he does by killing Maria and forcing James to confront the death of his wife all over again. I think there's also something to be said here about James kind of running ahead and saving himself before he attempts to save Maria. Much like the way that James ended up mostly wanting to serve himself when he took Mary's life. Although he still loved her, he wanted his life back more than he wanted her alive. We notice too that Pyramid Head's spear stops just short of killing James. In my opinion, this is on purpose. I don't see any reason why Pyramid Head couldn't have ran them both through. Other than that, if James dies, the punishment ends. Here we see Laura running away, which to me signifies that even though James has relived the moment of his wife dying, he still has some things that need to be answered, and he is not exactly ready to face his innocence yet, and his innocence isn't ready to face him either. Also, we have a note here where there is seemingly a doctor talking about how it is almost cruel in a way to bring someone out of their world of delusion into reality if the world of delusion is a more comfortable place for them to exist in. Once again, this seems to be some part of James telling himself that ignorance is bliss and that it may be easier if the truth always remains a mystery to James. I would also like to note that I found the sound design in the Vale Otherworld, right after the hospital where Maria dies, to be particularly well crafted and have a deep meaning to it actually. The sounds that we hear are these kind of slow build, large crescendo noises that sound like a large weight or something being dropped and this heavy thud. To me, it's all representative of James slowly realizing deep down that his wife is dead and maybe even that he killed her. Take a listen to what I'm talking about. To me, I can't help but feel like this is the sound you might, quote, feel upon having done something horrible. A horrible, earth-shattering, mind-blowing realization in audio form. This is truly beautiful, and I hope it was intentional, but if not, that's okay. I think that's the beauty of this game. Here we have this ringing payphone in the middle of nowhere. To me, it could have some symbolic representation of the fact that James is now utterly alone and wants nothing more than for someone to reach out to him and say something. But alas, when he answers the phone, there is no reply. After putting back the receiver, James finds a letter and a wrench, which to me symbolize almost the work to be done and the letter that reminds him of his initial intent. One small detail that I have heard theorized about this letter is that it is possibly written from the spirit of Ernest Baldwin, who knows about James in some way, maybe a manifestation of him in fact, and is trying to help him. The key that will let loose the abyss is the key that we're going to find under the statue of the praying woman. To me, obviously, this signifies that the jail, being one of the most horrifying, claustrophobic, and solidly locked places in all of James's psyche, is the abyss, and also the part that will take him closer to his true understanding. I also wanted to take a second to talk about just how beautiful and horrifying this shot is. To me, it perfectly encapsulates the desolation, feelings of isolation and loss that James is experiencing after reliving the death of his wife. We also find this photo, to me what is seemingly the apartment windows that are either boarded up or lit up. I'm not entirely sure what to make of it. Maybe that James is sensing some kind of presence within here, but either way, I thought it worth mentioning. We also run again into this writing on the wall, which we've seen before, and now the door is unlocked and open, which is to me a simple representation that this is a new aspect of James's psyche that he feels now he is ready to delve into. I believe that every time he witnesses Maria die, it gets him one step closer to the truth that he knows deep down. This first door that we encounter and use the wrench to get inside of, to me, is foreshadowing of the jail. It seems very out of place with everything else around it, and to me, looks very much like a jail door. The jail, to me, represents the formerly locked up and impenetrable side of James's psyche that he is now going to finally confront. To me, this is also the hardest aspect that James confronts, which jails are often associated with the guilty, i.e. criminals, which James knows himself to be. This next step is a major reach, but I'm sure by now you are, quote, starting to get used to me smashing stuff up, in a metaphorical sense. I feel like the levels themselves are also representations of how someone might mentally go through this process themselves. First, they may examine the early years, which I see represented as the apartments, when everything was ripe and new and full of potential. We get tons of baby references in the apartment, and young couples tend to live in apartments before they live in homes. To me, it is possible that that is the first stage specifically, because that is where James starts on his journey of self-exploration. He remembers the good times he and Mary had and the love they shared in their cozy little apartment, with the potential baby in the future and life ahead of them. Then, James begins to examine the bad times, which the hospital represents, with the beginning of the sickness, what it did to Mary and how it changed her, and what it did to James and how it changed him ultimately. And also a way of him confronting the true clinical aspect and nature of Mary's current condition. Finally, we come back to the jail, which I believe in some way is James examining fully himself, which he has been unwilling to do, in my opinion, on a truly deep level until now. The jail represents, as I said earlier, the guilty, which James subconsciously knows himself to be. We will now do a brief overview of the Mandarin. In the original game, these things scared the hell out of me, and they were very well done in my opinion in the remake. Now, I don't do this often, and I try to come to my own conclusions as often as I can in this video. But I'm going to read from the symbolism page on the wiki here, because if it's been better said before than I can come up with, I figure that's the version I should share. According to the Book of Lost Memories, the Mandarin symbolizes feelings of overwhelming, incomprehensible anguish and helplessness. For this reason, they are not permitted to stand above ground. The novelization also mentions they originated from a desire to escape. It is possible that they are doomed to hang onto the metal grating for eternity, and should they fall, they will disappear into the unknowable abyss below. Similarly, James's psyche is hanging on by a thread as well. One little note that I thought of that is just kind of grotesque and horrible when you think about it is that these things' arms are mouths, and they're always on some kind of metal grating. So it's like they're having to bite on and hold on to this metal grating with their mouths, i.e. hands. It's just horrible mental imagery to imagine having to bite and hang from a metal grating with all of your weight in order to survive. Here we find Angela in front of a statue, and James asks her if she's feeling better. To me, possibly, Angela is contemplating again her mother by seeming fixated on this statue. She also says that the place is different from what she remembers, and that nothing really stays the same. But look at her face when she says this. She looks so pained, and to me, it could be some reference to that while the places around Angela have not stayed the same, and the passage of time has brought her to age and to be where she is, her grief and her guilt has always been there and been the same. Again, we get a very heavy feeling of childlike kind of daze and confusion from Angela. She seems convinced that her mother doesn't want to see her anymore, possibly rooting back to the fact that we know later on, apparently Angela's mother told her that she deserved what happened to her. I find it interesting that James oftentimes seems to be challenging Angela on her feelings. He usually is trying to say things like, why would you think that? Or why would you come to this conclusion that seems dire and bad all of a sudden? James is attempting to err on the side of positivity. When James says, I'm happy to see you, Angela seems very surprised, possibly cluing into how she never received much adoration or people saying genuinely nice things to her during her life. But it also seems to put her on her guard, and she wants to leave very shortly after James shows potential interest or care towards her. Here, James offers again to go with Angela, as he has done every time that he's seen her. To me, it makes sense because he is looking for any female form to latch onto, so much so that he even manifests Maria because Angela won't go with him. I know this is pretty crazy and maybe off the mark and people will disagree with me, but that's perfectly fine. Angela, of course, has no interest in James being with her, as she is severely distrustful of men, and in my opinion, James is a reflection of a typical male to her. While this little girl line will definitely cause Angela to have a reaction, I found something online that I think is very interesting, that I think ties into this line also specifically causes Angela to start having manifestations. When James says little girl, she is reminded of her past, and that brings out a manifestation that I believe is very subtly hinted at here by the sound design. Pay attention.
Around here, did you?
A little girl?
Yeah, Angela? Are you alright?
No one is moving, yet the sound of footsteps can be heard approaching. Listen back if you need to, but they're definitely there. Then, Angela turns and looks to the left, which James mirrors slightly because she has broken his eye contact and he is trying to find it again. She is looking to the left at what I think is a manifestation that perhaps James can't see. This frame we are locked on now is Angela looking at James, and this frame is when she turns her head clearly to the left to look at something else. The next shot is a close-up of Angela's face, but she has not turned her head away from where she was originally looking, so we can assume she is staring into the darkness where she was and saying, "No, please, and you shouldn't be here," which to me is a reference to her manifestation, not James. James unknowingly embodies the symbol of the male bearing down on her, and then, before Angela flees, she takes one last look to the side here, as though she is looking at something else. Watch in slow motion as Angela's eyes go from the left to then focus on James, drawing the parallel in my mind between both her abuser and the way she sees James as a reflection of the abuser. As Angela flees into the darkness, James is left alone again. He seems almost even disappointed that he was unable to secure her companionship. This next scene, James is digging in the dirt to get the key to go forward. I'm not entirely sure here, but I feel like this statue scene does represent something, perhaps Mary watching over James, or Maria kind of in the shadows and the background as she will resurface. To further explain this part, I will again read from the wiki. To me, telling a full and complete story here is more important than me feeling prideful about being an analyst. There is a possibility that Ernest is a part of James's mind, a manifestation much like Maria, as he is never seen and always wishes to be left alone, shutting away the truth of his situation, and the death of his daughter mirrors the death of Mary Sunderland. He is aware of James's crime, calling him a bad man, and knows Maria is not real and is merely a shadow of Mary, to which Maria promptly cuts him off when he tries to explain this. Upon James's arrival in town, Maria appears, so it is possible Ernest may have only appeared in the presence of James and is the part of him wanting to shut himself away from the world. His wish to resurrect Amy is the same as the Rebirth ending, where James uses the four object described by Ernest to resurrect Mary. There is a theory that the author of Letter and a Wrench and A Key in the Park is Ernest Baldwin, since he knows of the sins that James has committed. One of my own crazy theories that I have for this is that it is a letter to James from James, the patient that buried the key, possibly representing James's sick, twisted side that hid the truth from him. And though James initially was looking for tranquility, now he is ready to confront the guilt aspect of his personality and the truth, ending with, "May the Lord have mercy on your eternal soul." This is one of the pictures in the Historical Society that I found interesting. It is titled The Lady of the Light, which, as we know, is some kind of reference to Mary and her image being the thing that guides James eventually, as she is a light for him in the darkness. Secondly, though, when we zoom in, it looks to me like there is almost some kind of skull visage that is pasted onto or covering the head of what would be this normal looking statue. Something looks very unnatural about this to me. I also see it as holding some kind of bundle, which to me I interpret right away as a child, or potentially a dead child, which might represent the loss of a child that either Mary and James weren't able to achieve during their relationship, or in the fact that Mary was never able to adopt Laura. We also get this photo, which in my opinion is an obvious nod to the original game, and this looks very much like Mary's bedside in the final room that you fight her in. Also, this photo has absolutely no marking details on it at all, which makes me question if it is even actually in the Historical Society, or if James is just subconsciously pulling this up as he knows it is eventually where he's headed. It is referenced that before Mary contracted her disease, her and James visited Silent Hill on vacation, and one of the locations they visited was this Historical Society. It's clear that this picture stuck in James's mind, and he eventually used the image of Pyramid Head as his judge and executioner. I find it interesting, though, that Pyramid Head's victims also seem to be encased in the same wire frame that Flesh Lips is, which we know is kind of a relation to Mary's deathbed. Here we get another detail-less picture, obviously a nod to the original game, but maybe also in some way James knowing what comes before him and that he is going to have to jump down into the abyss to really confront himself. Again, as we descend into what will be the prison, we find ourselves with this motif of descending to face the inner bowels, our true ugliness. I always found this to be one of the scariest parts of the game too. I remember the first time that I played this as a teenager and just descending down this long staircase that led to seemingly nowhere. It was so terrifying. Combined with the sound design of this droning, ominous horn that seems to grow louder at times, it really just seals for me that James is descending into his madness here. We know via the wiki that the prison was torn down and replaced by the Historical Society. I also find it interesting that James finds this note from the 1800s, which obviously would have been moved at some point between now and then. This solidifies to me that James is now in a fictional place, essentially, one that has been created by his mind. The prison represents James's guilt, and his examination of it begins here. To me, I love James's hesitation to jump through these holes, as they represent him getting closer to actually examining his guilt, which I believe is the hardest aspect for him in all of this. Examining the bad times that he went through via the hospital and Mary and Maria's reflection, as well as the good times that I think are represented in some ways by the apartments, is one thing, but examining himself and his guilt, that is what is most closely tied, in my opinion, to the actual murder itself, which is the one thing that really was the worst out of all of this. James jumps down to find himself encased in a claustrophobic, seeming kind of well. I tie this back almost to the very beginning, where we saw that there was a well with a save book on top of it. To me, there's some small connection. James, in this well, also finds a whole bunch of dead ends before he finds the actual way. To me, all of the dead ends in this game with little to no significance, of which they are many, in part reveals James's mental state of how he's tried to justify the killing in certain ways, but there is only ever one true path, as in the game and as in James' psyche, that will lead him to salvation, and that is accepting his true ugliness, that he murdered his wife, in part out of a way to relieve her of her pain, but also because he wanted his life back. I would also like to take a second to talk about the spiral writing key, which we find in this room, which, upon finding, becomes filled with bugs, and James frantically tries to get his way out. That alone, I think, has some meaning in that James is confronted with the eventual rot of Mary, a representation of that he murdered her, and he is frantic to get away from this. On the key, etched, is "'Tis doubt which leadeth thee to purgatory." The time loop theory fans are going to love this one because we get a direct mention of purgatory, which again, since we can technically consider all endings canon, and some of the endings very heavily lean into this idea of James learning nothing and having to repeat the sequence of events in some way, that ties in to this time loop theory. The same key that reflects his doubt is the one that allows him to open the gate to jump down an even larger hole, deeper into his subconscious. After doing this, James will wake up in the prison cafeteria. I think it's fitting that we find Eddie in the cafeteria, as he is often associated with food and James's gluttonous side. Upon entering this scene, James is examining one of his dead doppelgangers, which we will see is wearing boots just like him with similar hair and a jacket, as all of the doppelgangers will. Eddie here says, "Ain't no big deal, just put the gun to their head and pow." To me, it represents again James's murdering side, saying that he can justify the killing in some way to himself. James, though, challenges this, as we will see coming up. Eddie, like James though, is also clearly a liar. As he tells this story, it gets more and more convoluted and disjointed, with Eddie doubling back on his meanings and then eventually saying that he was just joking to James, which obviously we know is a lie, considering all things. I found this line particularly striking. James asks this question, in my opinion, in a way that feels like he knows some kind of answer, that he is examining Eddie and looking down at him and seeing this disgusting being and almost sarcastically asking this. I'm not saying that that is what's happening in a literal sense, but in a figurative sense here, with James examining his ugliness. This is the first time that James has directly confronted Eddie about his proclaimed innocence. All the times previous, Eddie was proclaiming his innocence and James wasn't challenging him on it. But now, James is challenging Eddie on his claims of innocence for the first time. Just like in the way that he is now challenging his own internal claims of innocence. It can also be linked to Eddie, the literal character, seeing everyone in the world as a bully, and thus James is the same reflection of that bully to Eddie, going with the reflected characters theory. I feel like while this is Eddie threatening him in the real world, possibly with the gun, because he's just about lost it, it's also James's murderous side threatening him. Finally, when given a coherent and logical argument that is hard to refute, James's murderous side, i.e. Eddie, backs down and lies in an attempt to get out of the situation. This "you should have seen your face" line is also a callback to when Eddie was messing with Laura earlier in the movie theater. I'm not sure what parallel it has, but I feel like there is something there, even if I can't figure it out. Here, Eddie, i.e. James's murderous side, leaves him. And on the way out, it looks like he almost enjoys that he's going out there alone. I'm not sure why. Maybe because he'll get to kill more, or I don't know. But there is something very eerie to that little smile Eddie gave right before he left. Could also be that James is realizing his murderous side is leaning into itself and justifying things here, which James feels isn't right at his core. Also, notice the boots. Those are the exact same boots. Anyways, moving on. Here we come to the chapel located in the entrance of the prison, and I found some very interesting things in here, in my opinion. We find on the altar the heaviest weight. To me, this symbolizes the murder, and to James, the breaking of the bonds and the oath that he took before God when he married Mary, and promised to, in sickness and in health, be by her side, which is a bond, again, that he broke, the heaviest weight being the guilt. It's perfect to me, then, that right after you pick up this weight and examine it, a lying figure will come out of the confession booth and attack you. That is some beautifully clear symbolism, in my opinion. This note ties in, of course, to the fact that James just witnessed Eddie not feeling very remorseful over likely have killing someone. James clearly has a disdain for this, as evidenced in our last conversation with Eddie and the one we will have with him going forward. James doesn't think it's right to try and justify the killing at his core, and that eventually leads him to his own realization. Furthermore, the human nature abides line, in my opinion, alludes to, again, like I talked about earlier, that the path of least resistance is usually the one that humans take, and while confronting your traumas may be difficult, in the long run, it is the best thing you can do. But in the short term, running away from it is the easiest thing. I also want to take a second to talk about the spider mannequin and their general design, which I think is brilliant for a couple reasons. One, I mean, come on, things skittering up walls is just naturally built into humans to terrify us, I think. Second is that it makes you consider a new perspective that you never had to until this point in the game. Until now, everything that you've fought has basically been head-on, and all of a sudden, your world is turned upside down, and you have to start neglecting what's in front of you and looking above. Here we have another scene where James very hesitantly removes a cloth from his next objective, always cluing back in to that cloth Mary analogy. Furthermore, the woman seems to be the picture of justice as we would most usually think of her in our mind. A woman that has true sight and is the one who judges, which is very much in line with James's story of how he killed his wife, and ultimately his wife before her death did have one final moment of judgment against James, realizing that he was killing her. I feel like this is ultimately what James wants more than anything, is to have Mary back just so she can judge him, so he can fall on his knees and beg her for forgiveness. I also see these 4 animal symbols as a reflection of James's personality perhaps, or the story as a whole. The snake being James's vile and murderous intent, the boar possibly being his brute strength in the way he killed Mary, the ox being stubborn perhaps, as he is stubborn to face the truth, and the dove may be a form of innocence or Mary's spirit in some way. After going through the execution chamber and receiving the medium weight, we find this note, which alludes to a prisoner that approached the execution chair without any assistance. To me, maybe it has some significance with how James feels like he might be able to also approach the chair himself. While exploring this next area, I found this religious imagery, which obviously, in my opinion, ties into a serpent to begin with, and it's something that we've been seeing more and more of as we go through this game. I think there's a possibility that James and Mary considered themselves traditional God-fearing people, and that the breaking of these bonds might be one of the things that James considers the worst of all. Here we find a hole in the ground that is almost in the shape of a bull, in my opinion. This is in the bull section, and it says, "It is bad to take when they own. They said they own. When one does own, the other can't take. But I cannot own? Should the warden take? No, he shouldn't own. Again, I will take. I will own." I feel like this is almost a comment on execution and the state's ability to deem when and how prisoners will be executed. When a prisoner has been sentenced to die, they are not allowed to kill themselves in some way, for example, jamming a spoon into your neck. The state has deemed when and where the death will take place, thus removing this person's agency. This person, though, seems to have resolved that the warden will not take their life, they will take their own life, and in doing so, will own it in some way. This next one is an insane reach from me, I realize, but that's all I got. To me in this, the guard maybe represents James guarding the knowledge of what he knows deep down and the horrible truth, and on the back of it, the catch me if you can, is James acknowledging that he has gone rogue from this and is going to attempt to uncover the truth, even though James's guarded side says, if you do this, I'm going to report you to the warden, which could be Pyramid Head? I don't know, I know this one's really far out there. Here we find this paranoid note, as though James knows that Pyramid Head is coming for him. Although, in some sense, it also seems like he knows that he's close to the truth, and on the back of this, it says, "Let him come." This is James, I think, slowly beginning to start to face what he knows deep down. Another insane reach, but what if this is a note from James's subconscious, saying, "I told you, you didn't listen," as James has received many clues, actually, from other sources, like Laura saying another note exists, the flash in the movie theater, that he is the killer. And I also find it interesting and a possibility that it says, "He's here." While we would usually associate this with Pyramid Head, I think, we never see Pyramid Head in this prison, which is a fictional place in James's mind, so I think "he's here" is actually alluding to just James and the fact that James is the murderer, and he is the only one that's here. Here we come to a hole that is crawling with bugs and filth, and when James examines it, we're attacked by a slew of monsters. You probably know what I'm going to say, but this is James examining and confronting the dirtiness of what he's done, Mary's eventual future of rot and decay, and then it manifesting to punish him. Here we also get one of the better jump scares in the game. I'm so glad they kept this. Here we get this classic line of "reap what you sow," which in James's case is extremely true. He murdered Mary, and that caused him all of this guilt that he must now sort through in Silent Hill. It also shows to me that James, again, is starting to slowly understand and know what he did, and that this environment reflects his subconscious. and his subconscious knows that this is a fitting punishment for what he's done. We also get a nice little remembrance here of the original game's puzzle with the horseshoe and the wax that opens the hatch. I also found this little note, which seems to me to be some kind of reference to James realizing that he is putting himself through this hell in order to get somewhere, and the warden maybe being a reference for Pyramid Head or James's inner self-judgment. And on the back, he's questioning, why am I doing this to myself? Also, this being unfinished report, in that the jury is still out on what James thinks about himself as far as accepting the murder and the guilt. This could be some reference to how James had previously locked himself away and refused to face the facts, and also how he's going to be punished for doing so. Here we have another Shining-esque reference where the only thing that James can type is sick. To me, it just feels to tie in again to his obsession with the sickness and how it ruined everything and became all-consuming. When I got the light weight here, I had a thought occur to me that I hadn't before, and it's honestly pretty strange and maybe totally not intended an off mark, but I wanted to go into it anyways. To me, these weights could symbolize how James feels in relation to each aspect of Mary's life and death and how much it weighs on him. So for starters, we find the heaviest weight on the altar in the chapel, which to me maybe signifies that the worst thing to James is that he broke a sacred oath that he took, because it betrays the image of himself that he had painted in his mind as an upstanding good person, and it also betrayed Mary and the bond that she thought he was taking in good faith, and that he assumed she did as well. The heavyweight we find in the shower, which runs with themes of cleanliness, although the shower in this is filled with rot. To me, it's James's guilt over the fact that he knows Mary's future is one of decomposition and decrepit nature. The medium weight is found on the execution chair, and to me, this is James's abstract idea of dying himself, and I don't think death even bothers him all that much, because it would be a release from the pain that he is experiencing. Finally, we get the light weight attached to sickness. I think, as far as James's guilt is concerned, James, it wouldn't make sense for him to have much guilt over Mary getting sick, because he had no control over that, of course. If anything, maybe he just feels a little bit guilty about the way he reacted to the sickness in the initial stages and before murdering her. Here is one of the much debated Silent Hill paintings that is found in the original game and in the remake. I'm not entirely sure what to make of these either. Some people say this is a spirit flying into the heavens, or that it's representative of Mary in some way. Some say it ties into the Silent Hill 3 chapel. Me, I'm not too sure. Here we have the Lakeview Hotel in flames, which we know from the lore apparently happened after James and Mary visited the town, when it says the hotel was completely burned down by a devastating fire, but it appears to be restored by the spiritual powers of the town during Silent Hill 2. Here is a painting called 436 People at a Recital, which I've seen referred to as possibly a large crimson ceremony, or having some relation to Eddie and being hyper-aware of everyone's focus on you. It may also be significant that there are three of these paintings, which leads back to our number 3 motif that gets repeated. Then we find the very famous ritual cell. This cell was in the original game, though you couldn't enter it, and there was a ghost that you could actually shoot at and kill that would say ritual over and over, tying in some way to the cult past of Silent Hill Town and its origins. I also found this number 3 etched in the cell, which I of course thought was significant. In the solitary confinement cell, we find the lightest weight. Now, I know this is again pretty off base probably, but maybe it has something to do with James's guilt about how he's reacted to everything that he's done. He's shut himself out from the world and people that might try to help him, and in doing so has hurt himself. maybe this is symbolized by it being the lightest weight. It is the least egregious of all the things he's done, but it is still something that he's done to himself. This letter, titled Confession, to me, seems to be James slowly realizing that he killed Mary because he's saying, I'm so sorry I couldn't let them take you. Perhaps them being the forces of nature or her sickness. I also think the and now you're blank might be and now you're dead, but James can't bear to see it or read it perhaps. And then on the back of it, he's questioning and hoping, is she still there? But I think he knows in his mind she isn't. It is during this courtyard puzzle that we attempt to put together the pieces, much as James is putting together the pieces, and attempt to find what is the lesser of all the evils here. To me, it has some relation to the story as a whole in that there are shades of gray to every decision made. James took Mary's life because he wanted to end her suffering, but he also took her life because he wanted his own back and felt deprived of it by being tethered to her. Is it right? Is it wrong that he mercy killed her? There are shades of gray in all of this. The court systems and jails act as a direct mirror in relation to these questions as well. It's fitting that James is framed so well in the noose here, tying into the many themes of his possible suicidal thoughts regarding his guilt and his desire to be judged and sentenced for his crimes, culminating in a final drop of faith that he takes. As you go through the game, the town is helping James's mind reveal itself to him. When the time finally comes for him to be presented with other corpses beside his own, like the Eddie doppelgangers, in this morgue, he's deeply, intensely disturbed by both the smell and the possibility of movement. Now think about the fact that James has a dead body on the backseat of his car. If he leaves it there, it will turn gray, smell bad, and start to twitch like these bodies in the morgue. It's too horrible a thought to contemplate. Also, this final body here that is about to be cast down into the abyss is covered in a sheet. This is the third and final hole that we will jump through relating to the prison. After completing the prison, we find this elevator, which will take us deep down into what is the beginning of the Labyrinth, as well as the very bowels of James's psyche. This place holds no true physical form, and it only reveals itself to James as he explores it. I really like how the elevator continues to pick up speed for a while and is scraping the edges of the walls, which to me is a direct relation to how James is going deeper and deeper and he's almost out of control, and the very apparatus that is carrying him there might fail itself. Once down in the labyrinth, we find a piece of newspaper that is covered in blood and is alluding to the murder that Angela committed against her brother and father. I also noticed in this carbon copy room, which is referencing all the way back to the apartments where we met Angela during her what I call reflective period, that the room on the right, i.e. the reflective room, is boarded up, and now we have access to the previously boarded up room on the left. To me, the room on the left symbolizes her trauma and the events that led her to become who she is, which we are now going to examine. Something that I saw someone mention online that I thought was really interesting is the height of these cabinets are way out of the reach for a normal adult, and they theorized that this kitchen room and the height of its cabinets is some kind of reference to Angela's childhood and how she saw the world during the time of her abuse, which would be like everything was high up and out of reach, much like cabinets are for a young child. I also took note of this door, which to me rubs me very much like the door of a teenager's might be, with favorite band stickers and etc. on the door itself. And the door next to it is the one that I would presume would maybe be her father's. I also find this picture in a cracked wall. To me, it represents how Angela has no memories of a loving family that might be hung up in a picture frame like this. The cracked and grimy wall symbolizing the broken foundation of her home. James finds Angela in a dark room and she is uttering, "Please, I'll be good, I promise." Here, the reflective mirror that James provides to Angela is 100% him embodying her abusive father. James's almost angry reaction to not being recognized here can maybe be paralleled to that Angela's father angrily reacted to these very same things. It's been theorized that the daddy enemy that James sees that attacks him right here is not the same thing that Angela's seeing. The lower sphere head of this monster represents Angela and the pain that was inflicted on her. Because it manifested from her subconscious, James does not see it in the same way that she does. The designer, Masahiro Ito, added that James will never know the true design of this creature. To James, the frame of the creature was influenced by his memories of Mary when she was bedridden. I think this is ultimately why it's referred to as abstract daddy, because this is not a solid concept in James's mind. He is kind of gleaning some of this from Angela's subconscious and combining it with his own, creating an abstract being. At first, I was initially going to comment on how I thought this fight was a bit of a letdown just in terms of the difficulty of it, because the creature's AI seemed very slow and sluggish and easily avoided, and you could just put a beat down on this thing. But my brother made a great point to me that was, this is a representation of Angela's dad. What we know about Angela's dad is that he was a basically 40-year-old lumberjack who was also a drunk. So a hefty man who is drunk is not going to be very agile, and with someone like James, who is generally athletic and at this point a pretty adept fighter, it kind of makes sense that you can just beat the hell out of this thing. Here's one thing that I thought was interesting. In this scene, we see Angela go and hide in this closet, which obviously she couldn't have gotten out of, and no one is inside when we go and inspect it. There's a couple things I'd like to touch on with this closet and what we just saw with Angela. First, while I know that the creators of the game have in fact confirmed that Angela, Eddie, and Laura are real people, to me at times it feels like we are seeing images of them that maybe existed in some capacity at some point, but not actually them. The fact that we see Angela run into this closet but no one is in here makes me think that. The closet is also clearly something that Angela probably used as a kind of defense mechanism in her childhood, and it's so sad to think that she would be hiding in here, and we see this broken down wall implying that she hid in here, but her father broke it down to get to her. Furthermore, while we're hiding in these closets, we will hear the low grumbles and groans and screeches of the creature from outside, a horrifying reminder to what Angela must have gone through. Hiding in the closet, hearing her drunk father raging about in their home, and knowing that he was coming for her. The contents of the closet represent the duality of Angela to me and her horrible situation. We have a teddy bear and a small blanket signifying her innocence, but the closet is also papered with the articles referring to Angela killing her father and brother. The duality of this being that Angela was a victim, and some people would say she even rightfully murdered her abusers. But she also did, and the key word is, murder her abusers. Do two wrongs make a right? Some might say yes, and some might say no. That's what I find so beautiful. The game poses us these questions, and I find it all incredibly deep and worth exploring. What we hear next, I believe, are fragments of things that Angela's father said to her during these horrible times. Warning. These are graphic.
But you're sick. Care of you all these years. Everything. What I did. Look at me.
Here we get flashes of Angela's father verbally and likely physically abusing her by saying, "Look at me," and my guess is, do you know what it is about you that makes me sick? I took care of you for all those years. Repay me. Give me what I need. Again, we also have the TV, which has many times been used to signify this kind of male laziness that James's doppelgangers, Eddie, and Angela's abusive father have all been linked to. I think it's also worth noting that destroying the TV draws out the creature. Maybe at one point Angela smashed their own home TV and that caused her father to go into a brutal episode. It's total rumination, probably baseless, but just a thought that I had. In the second closet, we also find this picture that I would guess is Angela's family. It's torn in half. On one side, her father and presumably her brother, and on the other side, presumably Angela and her mother, showing the family dynamic that existed and the rift that existed as well between them. A final warning, things get extremely graphic in a visual and figurative sense from here on out. Listen very closely to this sound design. You can probably come up with some of your own interpretations for it and what it means, as well as this large kind of bloody hole / fan in the wall and the pumping pistons above.
Where would you go? Nothing. No one cares. Best for you. What you are.
I decided to just let the sound design do my talking for me there because I think it paints a very clear picture of what is happening. All I can say is that this is just absolutely incredible, honestly, that they were able to get all of this detail and meaning put into this scene in a way that wasn't necessarily gratuitous, but painted a realistic picture of the horrors of such a thing. As we go through the home, it becomes perpetually more and more broken, and what I found especially heartbreaking is that in the third and final iteration, Angela's safe hiding place is no longer accessible to her. She has nowhere to run, and neither do we. But the nightmare is far from over. Notice how as we enter the next area that is full of whirring machinery and pumping pistons, along with the classic holes in the wall with the strange pistons coming out of them, like we had in the original game, we hear the sound design go up even a further step. This is, in my opinion, the absolute pinnacle of brutality that this game's sound design meets. At one point, I swear I could hear the pained screams of a girl intermingled with those thudding noises. Truly horrible, but also truly well done on Bloober's part in communicating this extremely terrible experience. After defeating Abstract Daddy, I think it's interesting that we actually haven't killed him and he is still moving and reacting to Angela's hits. She then takes the TV, the symbol perhaps of his drunkenness and lays, and kills him with it. Angela, having so directly relived her trauma, is understandably in a very frenzied, agitated, and reactive state. She implies that James himself is trying something, i.e. something sexual, to try and get her. Even though the creature has been defeated by our hands and Angela's, we see how much this has fractured her psyche. James, I think, obviously is not up to anything untoward here, but still, that is all Angela can see, as well as this heartbreaking line that she delivers.
Say it. Or you could just force me. Like he always did. disgusting pig. I hate you. I hate you.
Angela, I don't know who you think I am, but I don't want to hurt you. I just want to get my Mary back.
I find this line particularly interesting, since James is attempting to display his virtuous nature here and assure Angela that he is not up to something bad. He also does refer to Mary in a possessive term, which Angela, of course, immediately picks up on.
You're Mary. Your own little Mary.
At least she was. For a while.
Again, I'm very conflicted because while Angela has been said by the creators to be a real representation and a real person, I also can't help but feel like she is also a part of James's subconscious, because she knows, just like James knows subconsciously, that while James did love her, he also eventually grew to hate her.
What?
Admit it. You didn't want her around anymore.
No.
James, to me, looks like he actually can't believe that his bluff has been called, and that he starts to maybe realize in this exact moment that there is truth to what Angela's saying. Perhaps finally, James has found the woman that he will allow to be the judge of him, as he has so desired for so long.
You probably found someone else.
No!
I need to find my mama.
There's all sorts of conflicting thoughts that I have when watching this scene. When Angela accuses James of finding someone else, he seems rather defensive and yells no at her. I know it's never been established, and it probably never will be confirmed, but some part of me wonders if he actually did, and he never ever admits it to himself.
I never.
Part of me really wonders also about this final line. We've seen James before be unwilling to even read things that have a profound impact on him, let alone saying them out loud. The fact that he is unwilling to say, verbatim, "I never cheated on Mary," or something like that, makes me think that there is a little cloudiness to this, and maybe he did do some form of either emotional cheating, or if not straight up intercourse with a woman, something on the way to it. I don't know, and it's all rumination. In the next scene, we encounter Maria in the Labyrinth, and she is stuck behind bars, with a single bed in the room, as well as an IV drip and a chair that she is sitting on. Part of me wonders if she actually had her memory wiped and doesn't remember, or if it's just her further tormenting James in whatever way that she possibly can. She speaks to James like she is Mary, even calling him honey while saying that she has no idea what he's talking about. It's like a combination of some of the things that Mary might say, i.e. calling your significant other honey, but also having some Maria qualities as well, and kind of spitefully chiding him. I interpret this also as James's mind kind of fighting itself, and it's not sure if it wants to find out the truth or not. The fact that she appears to have intimate knowledge that only his wife would know seems to throw him for a loop, and he questions if it actually is Maria. But I think this is the beginning of James decoding this doppelganger. While it is clear that Maria is represented as caged and unobtainable to James here, I also see the parallel that James is visible from the same angle, as though he is also in a prison, which I believe him still to mentally be, because he doesn't know the truth. at least consciously. Maria further torments him by not giving him a straight answer to what should be a very direct question, and she says it doesn't matter who I am, and that I am here for you. She reaches out and touches him, reminding James that she at least feels real to him in this moment, even though we know that she isn't. James seems absolutely drawn in by this, and you can see him almost phasing in and out of his ability to control himself here, with the way his eyes are lolling around in his head and he can't formulate an answer. I also think, and this is going to sound pretty crazy, but when Maria sits down here, saying, well, if you want me, you can come and get me on this side, essentially offering James sex, take a very close look at James's eyes here.
I'll be waiting.
I'll find some way to... I'll come back, I promise.
I know this is gonna sound ridiculous, but I swear to God, she basic instinct him. The way his eyes go down there, we have a slight musical crescendo of maybe even something a little horrifying to him in his mind, the idea and the prospect of having sex with Maria, which is a betrayal of Mary, and just the way that he continually kind of looks down like his eyes are locking onto something, and he looks generally shocked. I don't know, man. It's maybe crazy in a fan theory for sure, but I think she flashed him right there, just off camera. Even take note of the way she's confidently sitting in this chair with the skirt on. To me, it really all is just like Basic Instinct. The very same themes of power through sex that are in Basic Instinct are, I think, also present in this scene. And ultimately, I think James cracks under the pressure. He resolves to find Maria again, and the delusion has succeeded. To me, the expression Maria has and body posture, although blurry, seems to indicate that she knows that she is one with this move here, and James has resolved once again to chase the delusion. Once again, we have another hesitant, cloth-peeling back reveal of our next key that will guide us in this labyrinth. I think it's also interesting and done on purpose that so much of this place is confusing and does not seem to be very linear. Although it is linear, it seems to be very circuitous like a labyrinth would be. And it's because James is at the crucial point in his mind, I think, where he is trying to figure things out, but is really, really unsure-footed and not sure of which way is up or down, as far as whether the delusions are real and what his role is in the whole thing. One way that we can interpret the labyrinth is that it's also James's mind's last big attempt to stop him from learning the truth, as it is right before the ultimate moment. The segment is James fighting all different kinds of monsters and obstacles from Silent Hill, put into this one segment known as the Labyrinth. I've always liked to believe that James's mind intentionally protected him from knowing or learning the truth, because it knows that James planned to kill himself in Silent Hill. For example, in one of the endings, he says, "Now I know the real reason I came back to this town." So in a way, it's his mind literally trying to protect its livelihood and stop him from killing himself. During our time in the labyrinth, we will explore 3 areas. The first area that we go through is known as the Rotten area. As I've mentioned before, to me this is obvious symbolism of rotting and decrepitness, which James has damned Mary to by killing her himself. Of course, he would have to face that same kind of realization had he not killed Mary, but he now is the one that is directly responsible for forcing her to begin decaying. The area is generally filled with muck, bloodstains, and bugs everywhere, which I think goes on to further this point for me. One of the first objective items that we find in the area is some lighter fluid, which will come into use later. Here we have a bed that is split down the middle, both sides being sected by some kind of gross black sludge. James, of course, has to reach into a gross hole with black sludge flowing out of it to get the next object. He does not look too happy about this. Upon entering this room with a single cubicle facing the door, James says, "What the hell?" To me, it signifies that James actually recognizes this cubicle even from the back side of it, and it is very likely the one that he worked at his job. In the Book of Lost Memories, it is established that James had a job as a clerk at one point. He also finds the iron key in this desk. To me, the symbolism is very clear. It's like a key to a shackle, perhaps. Like a lot of people, unfortunately, it is possible that James's job to him was another prison, a thing that he hated doing but had to do. Also, I noticed that these papers on the ground are the same papers in the photo that we found in the apartments that said "Career's Humble Beginnings." Now this is crazy fan theory to me, and maybe it just means the humble beginnings of his career as a clerk, but what if James was a bit of a dreamer, and at his clerk job, maybe he was writing up a manuscript for his first novel or something like that, but in a depressive and kind of negative rage, he might have crumpled them up and tried to throw them out. Another small detail that gives us some insight into just how twisted, confused, and desperate James is now is when he tries to reach into this bathtub of literal acid to get something. After finding enough items in the area to construct a lighter, we will light this thread that is holding up a cage and seemingly body in the middle of the room that will then crash down and reveal another hole for us to jump through. I want to talk real quick about this rotating face block that we use to go from area to area. To me, it has some symbolism in that everyone has multiple faces that they wear to different people depending on in what situation they are. Some of them are inversions of each other. To me, it's all representative of how the Labyrinth is the ultimate examination of James's many different minds that he has inside of him. The killer aspect of him, the kind aspect of him, the nurturing aspect of him, the sexual side, so on and so forth. We are now going to be entering the desolate area, which is the second trial awaiting James in the Labyrinth. I feel like the desolate area perhaps represents the feelings of extreme isolation and loneliness that James felt during the end of the sickness and post-murder. I think it's worth mentioning that this is the only area in the Labyrinth where Pyramid Head exists. Perhaps this means that during the end of the sickness and after Mary's murder, the hardest thing for James to cope with might have been the isolation. Upon entering, we are even given an early warning sign that Pyramid Head lurks in this area. We also find a bed that is somewhat reminiscent of Mary's deathbed next to a hole that will allow us to descend. It is down here in this hexagonal room that we will run into Pyramid Head, who is restricted to patrolling this one area in an endless loop, possibly representing the cycle of yearning, denial, and repressed guilt James is trapped in until he acknowledges his crime. Apparently in the old game, Pyramid Head would only attack you if you got directly in his way. If you came from behind him, he would not notice you. Something worth noting that I found online is that if you stop in this barred off area, Pyramid Head will turn and face you. Much like we faced the manifestation of Maria between bars, now we are doing the same thing with Pyramid Head. In the hexagonal circuit room with Pyramid Head, you can go up the middle and find this photo that is, to me, basically blacked out with some white scratches on it that says "whole world ahead of us." Maybe representative of how now that phrase means nothing to James. As we exit the desolate area, we get one more flash of Pyramid Head before disappearing below the ladder rung. I'm not sure what the significance of this is, and honestly it might just be there all in all to be creepy, and it really is, and very well done, I think. But either way, I wonder. We find our second hole to jump in, and we are sent back to the block puzzle. The final area in the Labyrinth is the ruined area, and I see it having a double meaning of both the sickness ruining James and Mary's life, and then James further ruining his life by murdering Mary. The ruined area has a room and bedside that is very similar to the one that Mary dies at. We will notice, as these room iterations continue, which there are 3 of, that while the room gets progressively worse and worse, the bed will remain white and pure until the 3rd iteration, when it is crushed by a falling wall. The next scene we have has Pyramid Head chasing us through this wall of human body parts, legs, and arms. Eventually, we will come out on the other side and come to a white door with the numbers 208 on it. There are a lot of theories about 208, and I am not too sure of its significance myself, but some of the things I found online that interest me are this. 208 in Woodside is where you find the body in front of the TV with Pyramid Head nearby, and 208 is on the door that leads to Maria in the Labyrinth, as we see here. So there may be some kind of connection there. Maybe it's the hospital room that Mary stayed in, if not a room number that they lived in together somewhere. I'm not sure what it is, and if anyone knows, I would love to hear your theories. James enters the room, and to his horror, he finds that Maria has died.
Maria?
At first, James seems extremely sad, as we will see in this very well acted cutscene. I'd like to note though, that while some people suggest Pyramid Head killed her again, I don't think so, because that would be a gruesome death. To me, this looks like she almost died of some kind of disease like Mary had, where her skin was all messed up at the end of it. It's almost like James is getting to experience the death of his wife as if she died from the sickness. Now I want to make note of something here. It seems like suddenly James snaps out of it, as though he's maybe remembering something. Perhaps this shows that he is slightly remembering that this is not the death that Mary had, a natural one at the hands of the sickness. Maybe he is slowly remembering that he killed her. Even after all of this though, James still seems determined to maintain his illusion by whispering Mary and continuing his search.
Mary.
It is after this scene that James will encounter the Great Knife, which is stuck in a large pile of the puzzles that we were previously using in an attempt to find the truth. Perhaps it is a metaphor. At the bottom, these puzzles and ways that James is trying to justify what he's done. But on top of them, and crushing through them all, is the knife, the representation that the murder is the true answer. I think it's fitting as well that James is barely able to drag the Great Knife. In a way, he is barely able to shoulder the guilt that comes along with the knowledge of knowing deep down that he murdered her. If James is to find absolution and reach the truth, he must fully embody the aspect of the murderer by wielding Pyramid Head's Great Knife. One final note worth mentioning perhaps is that after James has carried this Great Knife, we will never see Pyramid Head wield it again. We will then find a graveyard that has several graves in it, one of which has this inscription in it. While some people relate this to James, as he was in the past a big drinker, other people think that it is for Thomas Orozco, the father of Angela. A newspaper found in the same area mentions that Thomas had a history of drunkenness, and that same newspaper also highlights he was murdered, or as the epitaph states, executed. We also have the headstone of Walter Sullivan, who, as we know, is a character that was involved in the game in some capacity lore-wise for having butchered and killed Billy and Miriam Locane. We also have this gravestone that says Miriam K. Trader, which I believe is still largely a mystery to most of the Silent Hill 2 community. We then have the gravestones of Angela, Eddie, and James present. Since all of them were all connected or lured to Silent Hill in some way, it can possibly be interpreted that every grave present in here represents the people that are being punished by the town. Also, depending on which canon you want to go off of, all 3 of these characters will die in Silent Hill. After some hesitation, and understandably so, James jumps into the third and final hole, his own grave in the labyrinth. After some running, we come to this hallway, which is completely soaked in blood. To me, it's a metaphor for what's coming up. Eddie represents James's murderous side, and he has been on a theoretical killing spree with dozens of corpses of James's doppelgangers in the coming room.
Couldn't leave well enough alone, huh? You just had to follow me all the way out here.
While it may seem that Eddie is talking to a corpse of someone that he just killed, I see it as James's murderous side talking directly to him. It's almost as though James's murderous side is threatening James and saying, "You shouldn't have dug this deep. I didn't want you to dig this deep."
How many times do I have to kill you?
Eddie? Whoa, Eddie, it's me.
Oh. Hi, James.
Eddie, what are you doing?
What's it look like I'm doing?
Here is the first scene where Eddie has shown no attempt to hide his murderous actions, and he instead confronts James directly head on.
You fat, disgusting piece of shit, you make me sick. You gonna cry, fat ass? You gonna run to your mama? Waste of skin, why don't you just kill yourself?
Here, Eddie is referring to what I would consider the real world things that led him and the real character that he is in Silent Hill to the point that he is. Remember, whenever I'm referring to Eddie as an aspect of James, I am not pretending that he is not a real character in the game, but can be both simultaneously.
Well, maybe he was right. Maybe I am nothing but a fat, disgusting piece of shit. But you know what? It doesn't matter if you're smart, dumb, ugly, pretty. It's all the same once you're dead. And a corpse can't laugh!
If we continued with the mirrored character theory, then Eddie is seeing James as the person that is calling him a fat, disgusting piece of shit, and he is actually saying maybe it's true, which is perhaps James acknowledging that his murderous side is terrifying, disgusting, and something that he doesn't want to be a part of.
Eddie.
What's that? You want to talk down to me some more? Tell me to relax? You're just like the rest of them, James.
No, I don't want...
Shut up! You think I'm stupid. You think I don't see it. But you've been laughing at me all along. Ever since we first met.
I think this line is actually pretty true. James usually is in a position of kind of looking down on Eddie throughout all of their interactions in the game, in the same way that his logical side likely looks down at his murderous side.
You ain't laughing now, are you?
James to me here once again embodies the bully that Eddie always knew by punching him out. Even when Eddie goes with a big display of aggression, James is able to see through it and call his bluff. Also, part of me feels like this is representative of James being able to neutralize his murderous side, at least for a time being.
You need help, Eddie.
Don't get all holy on me, James. This town called you too.
To me, this seems extremely fearless from James, almost like he feels he has nothing to worry about from Eddie, because he does kind of view him as pathetic and wormy. He tells him he needs help, which is in a way to me also James saying to himself that he needs help. He's saying this, after all, in my canon, to his murderous side. But his murderous side also knows that he is guilty all the same.
Yeah. You and me are the same. We're not like other people, don't you know that? Well, you're about to find out.
In my opinion, these doppelgangers that we find in this room are dead ringers for James. If the other ones were questionable, these ones aren't even close, honestly. They all look just like him.
Do you know what it does to you, James? When you're hated, picked on, spit on? Just because of the way you look? Yeah, I ran away after I killed that dog. But you know what? It was fun! It tried to chew its own guts up. Finally died all curled up in a ball. Then he came after me. I shot him too, right in the leg. He cried more than the dog. And now it's your turn, James.
I froze it during this frame in Eddie's monologue because I thought it was the one that most closely hit to home for explaining both his and James and their mirrored psychosis. We can see that Eddie, the character himself, was driven to madness by being bullied, but we can also see that Eddie is attempting to justify his heinous actions, kind of like how James wanted to justify the killing by saying that it was putting Mary out of her misery and a mercy killing. Ultimately, the logical side of James rejects this argument and does not think that it is okay to kill even when you might have good reasons technically to do it. In this, he is finally confronting that what he did to Mary was wrong, even though at the time he felt somewhat justified in doing it. I put in this clip just because of how visually awesome it is. I mean, look at this devilish expression. This next scene, I've seen a lot of people online saying that to them it indicates time loop theory because Eddie says you're gonna die just like before.
Die here, James. You'll squirm and squeal and cry like a little girl. And then you'll just curl up and die. And it's gonna feel great. Just like before.
Although, to me, honestly, what I see when I examine it is maybe Eddie just saying that James is going to curl up and die like the dog, and it's going to feel great for Eddie just like before. Anyways, here we have the scene where Eddie is finally defeated and he falls over dead. Now, I know this is crazy, but really look at his face here. Doesn't this almost kind of seem like James? I don't know, just the hair and the face and all that just reminds me of him. They don't have the same eyes. Eddie's eyes are blue. But part of me wonders if maybe that's a representation of how Eddie always portrays himself as innocent. Here, we get a mirrored scene to the very opening scene of the game, where James looks at his trembling hands after realizing he's just killed someone. To me, these are directly linked. James had just killed his wife and was looking at his hands in the bathroom, and now he's just killed Eddie and is looking at those same hands. This is almost kind of sending home the point to James that he is capable of killing. Also, watch this in slow motion. It looks like James goes and purposefully covers up the part of his hand that is missing the wedding ring at this moment. Interesting. One thing I thought that was absolutely hilarious is that in my playthrough, James literally did a victory dance after killing Eddie and then JoJo posed on his corpse. Here we finally come to the boat that will bring us to our final destination, the Lakeview Hotel. If you have made it this far into this video, first off, honestly, I seriously can't believe it. Because this whole thing has just been essentially the ramblings of some madman that we found on a note in this game. That's what it feels like to me, at least. I have basically lost my mind doing this, but I am still really enjoying it, and looking forward to being able to wrap things up soon. When we first arrive at the Lakeview Hotel, James remarks that the place hasn't changed at all in 3 years. We of course know this to not be true, considering that we know it burned down, and James will see this version of it at the very end of the game once the truth has been revealed to him. What we are likely seeing is the fog world supernatural representation of what James remembers this hotel as being. Here we also have an interesting sign on the right side that says "Welcome back," perhaps a nod to returning players, but also perhaps a nod from the town to James. And then, special places spark fires. Also, special places spark fires that warm our hearts forever. Could have some relation to how Mary referred to our special place in her first letter. Upon entering the hotel and getting the map, we see that room 312 is marked with waiting for you. This was always such an excellent and eerie detail that I loved in this game. Now, this is kind of a well-known fact by now, but if we inspect Mary's letter, we also see that it is blank by the time we have gotten to this point in the game, perhaps signifying that the delusion is finally starting to break down for James.
Did I scare you?
Yeah, you did. I guess I deserved it, huh? The fart face that I am.
Maybe. Then again, maybe you're not so bad. Just annoying.
Uh-huh.
If I'm looking through these characters and their dialogue and interpreting it as them all representing something, then perhaps this represents that James's innocence is finally coming around to him, since he is now close to uncovering and finding the truth.
So, you got any other things planned? I think I saw a dark room back there you could lock me up in.
No. I think you've had enough. For now.
Well, that's reassuring.
Besides, I need your help finding Mary. She's here, isn't she? Come on, tell me.
I wish I knew.
But she said it in her letter.
Here, it seems to me almost like James's innocence is asking him outright, have you come to terms with things yet? When James says, and seemingly earnestly so, that he doesn't know, his innocence offers up a new key that is going to bring him new understanding.
Wait. So there really is a letter?
Oh. Yeah. Want to read it? Just don't tell Rachel, okay?
Who's Rachel?
She's our nurse. I, took it from her locker.
My dearest Laura, I'm leaving this letter with Rachel to give to you after I'm gone. I'm far away now, in a quiet, beautiful place. Please forgive me for not saying goodbye before I left. Be well, Laura. Don't be too hard on the sisters. And Laura, about James. I know you hate him because you think he isn't nice to me, but please.
I know this is probably a huge reach, but the way James kind of jostles the letter there and gets a stern look on his face almost makes me feel like he has some kind of anger over the fact that Mary said she thinks she knows that Laura hates him because she thinks he isn't nice to her.
Give him a chance. It's true, he can be a little surly sometimes, and he doesn't laugh much. But underneath, he's a really sweet person. I love you, Laura. I love you like my very own daughter. I wish things were different. I wish we could be happy together, like we talked about. Even so, I know you will have a good life. You're a strong, smart, beautiful girl. Happy 8th birthday, Laura. Your friend, Mary.
Laura. How old are you?
I turned 8 last week.
That means Mary couldn't have died 3 years ago.
And although James is offered another chance to accept the truth, he even continues to maintain his delusion here, after being offered basically irrefutable truth that the story he's been telling himself is a lie all along. A friend of mine also pointed out to me that this is the first time we have seen Laura depict a dog instead of a wolf, perhaps signifying how she and his innocence is starting to come around.
A lot about Silent Hill. She even showed me all her pictures. She really wanted to come back. She also talked a lot about you, you know? She even...
What? What is it?
Well, there kind of was this other letter. I think the one was for you. The envelope had your name on it.
Did you read it?
I wanted to. This one time, I almost did. Figured you didn't deserve to have it. But then I thought, Mary wouldn't want me to keep it from you. So I just sort of kept it for you. Here.
I've also read some interesting theories about how this letter that Laura hands to James, or rather the lack of letter, could have several potential different meanings. It could be the letter that Mary gives James to resolve himself in the final ending, particularly the leave ending. People also wonder if maybe James had this letter on him the whole time in some way, and that he repressed the contents of it. I know this is once again insane reach territory, and don't worry, we still have a couple left, but to me, this second letter that never materializes is maybe some way of James's innocence when seeing him confronted by the other letter, which should have been pretty definitive, tries to come up with something else that can get him on the right path, but alas, it doesn't exist. So James is left to find on his own the next key to the truth. I wasn't quite sure what to make of this Hedera helix thing, saying that if it isn't separated from the other plants, they will all die. But something that I can maybe come up with is that James is mostly a good person, I believe. He did what he did for the reasons that influenced him to do so at the time, which I think some people can empathize with. But if he isn't able to erase this side of himself, this delusional part that is unwilling to accept him for what he's done, then the whole thing will die. One final note on the cloths, we find this room full of mannequins, and half of which are covered in cloths. Another clear representation to me that while James is close, he still hasn't pulled the cloth back and gotten the big realization. We also have what I think is another biblical reference with the ripe apple and the rotten apple existing on this level. Something about gaining the knowledge casts him out of his paradise, which is some form of his delusion, and into reality, the harsh, unprotected world, the truth. Furthermore, I've read that depending on what apple you use, you can get different endings. If you use the ripe apple, you are more inclined to get the Maria ending, and if you use the rotten apple, you are more inclined to get the leave ending. To me, the clear symmetry is also aligned with the point I previously made about how the ripe apple represents the delusion. If James recognizes what he's done and accepts his horribleness and chooses the rotten apple, then he gets to leave the town with Laura. This makes perfect sense to me. The mirror puzzle also illustrates this to me. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the sweetest of them all? Peel away the shiny skin, see the rotten flesh within. To me, it shows that if James is presented with a ripe apple, he should not take it for granted. His situation is not ripe in any way. He killed his wife. Facing the truth will show him the rottenness that is within, but will also help him to possibly accept himself. Notice too that this mirror, like all other mirrors in the game, aside from the initial bathroom mirror and Angela's reflective mirror, do not offer us a real reflection of James. All we can see is the light inside of the darkness, i.e., he still can't accept it, but there is still a light inside of the darkness that is leading James to the right answer. Something I noticed on my own that I thought was a cool touch is that we haven't seen a nurse monster until we come to this little medical kind of partition in the nurse's office, and this is where we meet the first nurse monster. The direct reminder of medicine, nurses, and hospitals brings this out of James. Furthermore, we see this MSS patient record, which clearly is Mary Shepard Sunderland. It makes perfect sense that Mary's middle name is Shepard because she is shepherding us through this journey of absolution. Also, part of me wonders, why doesn't James open this? It really puzzles me. Maybe because he doesn't want to face the horror again of what happened with Mary, or he doesn't want to know the truth deep down. I'm not sure. But the fact that that file is non-interactable and you can't open it is puzzling to me. James would almost certainly jump at the sight of those initials. He knows those initials are Mary's full name, yet he doesn't investigate it, which I find very interesting. After a boss fight with a Mandarin in the conference room, which honestly I felt was a little out of place, and the one time in the game where I felt like it was kind of being padded a bit, we find this blood red paint can. We also get this puzzle in the study that I believe all 4 books have some kind of meaning and symbolism tied to the story. The pride before the fall could be James killing Mary out of selfish reasons. Revelations is the revelation that James will eventually have that he killed her. Stalwart to the end is possibly Mary, as she was stalwart and brave until the very end. And the one who soared is Mary's spirit, possibly. One thing that I'm glad they included, but I wish they had done a little differently, is that in the original game, when you try to go to, I believe, either floor 3 or 2, there's a gate lock, and you will hear a very faint James that sounds like Mary's voice. I remember this scared the absolute hell out of us back in the day. There was no subtitle or anything. And while I think it's cool that they kept it in the game, it felt a little too strong, and I kind of wish there hadn't been any subtitle for it.
James!
This is a very minor detail. One other thing that we'll find as a key item is a light bulb. Now I know this is stupid and juvenile and maybe a little too on the nose, but to me it just represents the eventual light bulb aha moment that we are soon to have. Once we cover this thing in red paint, stick it in the mirror, and open the briefcase, we will be that much closer to the light bulb moment for James. Now this I find extremely interesting. We finally get a semi-reflection of James, but his face seems obscured. On the mirror is written Dark Wish, almost like him confronting this term, Dark Wish, slightly unobscures the mirror to us and gets him that much closer, which he is now very close to understanding. His reflection is almost becoming clear. On the other difficulties, we have Deed Done and Love Lust, which obviously all tie into James's story, but I just wanted to blast through this to get footage, so I went on light for everything in this run. One of the final things that we will do is put all of our belongings in this employee locker and then take the elevator to descend. The way I interpret this is that in order for James to find the truth, he must let down his defenses and be completely vulnerable. Only then will he receive the answers he's looking for. After some sneaking around and avoiding the mandarins that are clinging to the walls, we will come to the Venus Tears bar, which is somewhat flooded and has a jukebox inside of it that is malfunctioning, possibly a reference to how James's old memories are breaking down. Also, there is a small detail in the hotel lobby concerning the music box area that I thought was worth noting. Throughout the whole game, we have been pulling the cloth back on the key items and objectives that have been leading us to the truth. But there is a sheet to the right of this music box that has seemingly already been pulled off by the time we get here. Some people I've seen suggest that this implies the time loop theory, which again, I absolutely love, and maybe it does, depending on which ending you go with. But also, it could represent that the sheet has already, in some way for James, been pulled back by the time he gets here. This is the place where he finally faces the truth, and maybe subconsciously, he knows what is under the sheet already. It is also worth noting that after you come back and collect your items from the locker, if you go to examine the letter, it is simply empty, perhaps signifying that after James has dropped his defenses, gotten the tape, and is willing seemingly to face the truth, the delusion has finally, almost completely broken down. After completing the music box puzzle, we will finally come to room 312, where we are ready to face the truth and our destiny. Note that as James sits down here to view the tape which will tell him the truth, we are finally, for the first time since, I guess, the bathroom and Angela's mirror scene, seeing a real reflection of James.
Are you taping again? Come on. I don't know why, but I just love it here. It's so peaceful. You know what I heard? This whole area used to be a sacred place. I think I can see why.
Take notice here how when Mary turns and approaches the camera, she seems to almost start fading out, as though the opacity on her was being turned down. And right after this, she coughs.
It's too bad we have to leave. Promise you'll take me again, James.
Here we see once again James's true reflection, though, as he's lost in thought and stunned by the realization of what he's done, he cannot look at himself any longer in the reflection. I also want to point out here the amazing attention to detail that the team has accomplished, with now James having this horrible, bedraggled expression, the sunken bags under his eyes. It's all so well done.
Hey, there you are. Do you know where Mary is?
Here, while we have Laura the real character coming to ask James, I also see it as a representation of his innocence, doing one final check on him to make sure that he has got it, more or less. When James tells his innocence and admits what he's done, it of course lashes out at him, rightfully so.
Come on, talk to me.
She's gone. She's dead.
Liar. That's a lie.
No. It's the truth.
She died because she was sick.
To me, the fact that Laura asked this question is also interesting. Laura had to have known that Mary was sick and in the late stages of her terminal illness, so she would have assumed, if she learned that she died, that it was because of the sickness. I think it's representative of James's internal innocence asking him one last time to completely define Mary's death.
I killed her.
Killer! Why'd you do it? I hate you! I want her back. Give her back to me. I knew it. You didn't care about her. I hate you, James! I hate you! I hate you! I hate you! She was always waiting for you. Why? Why?
I'm sorry. Mary, you know, isn't here.
I also find this line very interesting. James saying, "The Mary you know isn't here," which to me implies that James still has some version of Mary around inside of himself that he knows exists. This is further supported by when Mary comes in through the radio talking to James here. Even though he has discovered the truth, he still has a final demon that he needs to work out. Here, we meld out of what I consider to be the supernatural fog world version of the hotel that James has been inside of, and with the illusion being more or less shattered, we see the hotel as it really is.
Mary?
James! Where are you? I'm waiting. I'm waiting for you. Please, come to me. Do you hate me? Please, why won't you come?
But where? Where are you?
You're so close now. Please, don't give up. Don't leave me out here, James! James!
One interesting thing I'd also like to note is that in this version of the room, there is no videotape player anywhere to be seen. If you scroll back in the video, you will see that where it once was in the Fog World version, there is now nothing on the floor there. It makes me wonder, is this tape real, or is this simply some way of James unlocking the memories that the tape held? Also, as we make our way through the burnt hotel and what is presumed to be the real representation of what the actual hotel looks like, we find almost no monsters. To me, it's something to do with James now realizing that in the town of Silent Hill, he is the scariest thing here. He is the murderer. Here we find a burnt book saying, "Wash yourselves, make yourselves clean, remove the evil of your deeds from my sight." Some attempt on James's part to try and find absolution. We are also given a quick glimpse of the past that references the tape that James listens to in the original game, where the doctor breaks the news to him that Mary is going to die. We also have this tape, which is reminiscent of the director's recording, that says, "She will not be cured. All that suffering, I'm no longer sure if it was of any use." To me, this is almost like an internal monologue that James is having with himself, that even though he has this newfound understanding of what he did and possibly some of the reasons why he did it, he is unsure still if he will be able to accept that and learn from it and possibly move on, although he hopes that he will be able to. I think this sunny lit door in the basement is also attempting to give us some feeling that maybe there is something good waiting for us behind this door, but as we will discover, it is Angela, and the reflection of light is simply being given off by the flames that she perceives. I would like to make a quick note first that Angela has on both sides of her two seemingly flayed bodies with their genitals having been mutilated. One body seems fatter, and though it would be of an older person, representing her father, and the other body seems skinnier and younger, representing that of her brother.
Mama? Mama! I was looking for you. You're the only one left. Maybe then I can finally rest. Mama. What's wrong? Wait. You're not my mama.
I think it's interesting to note that Angela is still seemingly enraptured by her delusions here, mistaking James for her mother, while at the same time, James, even though he knows the truth, is still fighting the delusions and still has a boss battle left with Pyramid Head and Maria.
It's you.
Sorry, Angela. I think you were right. What we're looking for is not here. Not anymore.
Thank you for helping me earlier. But I wish you hadn't. Even Mama said it. I deserve what happened.
No, Angela, that is not true.
Don't pity me. I'm not worth it. Or maybe you think you can save me? Will you love me? Care for me? Heal all my pain?
I find it interesting that this is the one and only time that Angela, although it maybe seems sarcastic, she is reaching out to James, asking if he will support her in the same ways that maybe James was expected to support Mary. Although James gives her no answer to this, possibly because he knows now that he cannot. Much like he ultimately failed to do these things for Mary, so he would for Angela.
That's what I thought.
To me, this also implies that Angela feels there is no possibility of redemption or resolution for herself, and it seems that she has resolved, if anything, to end her life, because she knows that there is almost no getting past the trauma of what happened to her.
James. Give me back the knife.
In asking for the knife, Angela is in some way asking for James to assist in her suicide, which James is unwilling to do. I draw some parallel to the fact that at times Mary said she wished she would just die, and James did assist with her supposedly wanted suicide. But after his newfound understanding, he is unwilling to take this step.
Give me back the knife.
No, I won't.
Saving it for yourself. Have it your way. It doesn't change anything.
I also find this line interesting in that Angela very obviously implies to James that he is going to use the knife to kill himself, to which he actually has no answer, because possibly James is still unsure about how he is going to attempt to resolve the fact that he now knows that he killed Mary. Will he accept it? Will he kill himself? Watch James' eyes very closely during this next small scene. To me, it looks like he is contemplating this very question. He is not even paying attention to Angela, who has turned and is moving away from him. Instead, he is staring dead ahead, as though lost in some kind of thought.
It's hot as hell in here.
You see it too? For me, it's always like this.
Another thing worth noting is that James remarks it's hot as hell in here, which seems incongruous, given that we know the room is on fire, at least from the player perspective. It's been theorized that James doesn't actually see these flames, but that the player does. Some people theorize that Angela ascends these stairs into some kind of heaven where she might die and then in some way be able to end her pain. Personally, I'll say that I really don't know what happens to Angela after this. Maybe she continues looking for answers or trying to find a way. I also think it's worth mentioning and thinking about that ultimately she wasn't allowed to defeat the manifestation of what traumatized her. James is basically what defeated it. In some way, maybe James has made it so she is unable to accept what happened because he defeated her demons for her. That might also be why she says she wishes that he hadn't. Though in some way implying she wished she would just die, maybe that has something to do with it too. I would also like to point out that the only monsters that we will see between now and the final fights are a lying figure and a mannequin, which seem utterly disabled now and are in some ways seeming afraid of James. To me, it represents how James knows he is the killer now, and that he ultimately is the one that is more dangerous than any of these other things before him. The final note we will find in the game says 312 to be cleared out, possibly referencing how James is now at the ultimate point of attempting to reconcile what he did, Mary's legacy, and what it means to him going forward. We come to the final save spot in the game, the 9 red books, representing the 9 manifestation of James's guilt and self-hatred. They are all here compartmentalized neatly. It seems that James is ready to face them all at once and try to bring some kind of conclusion to this story. We also notice that James is no longer looking at the reflection of himself in the red save book screen. Some people have theorized that this is because, with the new knowledge that he has, he's utterly disgusted with himself and can't look himself in the mirror. But I also theorize that perhaps it is the beginning of James turning away from the red reflection, the monsters that tormented him, and his inner self-guilt. Perhaps this is some small nod to that he is slowly being able to focus on something else and possibly move on with his life. Here we get the third and final execution scene of Maria. It seems that James is still entertaining some level of delusion, with her even existing in the first place. He still hasn't accepted fully what he's done, or if he has accepted it, he has definitely not come to terms with it, and so he is still punishing himself, represented in Pyramid Head executing her a third and final time. To me, this represents that James is still not off the hook mentally and has to answer to himself for what he's done, which is represented here, I think, by the final fight with Pyramid Head, where instead of James directly defeating them, they neutralize themselves, once perhaps they realize that James no longer needs them, and he feels that he no longer has to punish himself for the guilt. This is further evidenced by James's dialogue here. It should also be noted that there are now two Pyramid Heads, which some people theorize represents the murder of Eddie, which James also might be feeling guilty about.
I know what you are. I know why I needed you. But it's all over now. I don't need you anymore. I'm ready.
To me, the final fight with Pyramid Head signifies that it's not just James admitting to his guilt, but also showing that he's changed. He's no longer weak, and he's no longer running from the truth. He's ready to face it head on. Fighting the two Pyramid Heads is James proving himself that this time he's not going into denial like he did before. These two eggs that you get from both Pyramid Heads can represent a lot of things, I think. For one, an egg is a representation of new, flourishing life, something that James may be able to have after this whole ordeal is put behind him. One egg could be seen to possibly represent Mary, the rust-colored egg being decayed and dying. The other egg could be seen to represent Maria, the possibility of vital and new flourishing life. I've also seen it theorized that one egg represents Mary's murder, the rust-colored egg being the older murder, and the other egg representing Eddie's murder, the newer one and the fresher blood that James has spilt. There's also certainly something to be said about how the way that you use these eggs and which door you enter through into the final area has an impact on your ending. For example, if you use the scarlet egg and don't listen to Mary's conversation, you have a higher chance of getting the leave ending. If you use the rusty egg and don't listen to Mary, you have a higher chance of getting the in water ending. If you use the rusted egg and listen to Mary, you have a higher chance of getting to Maria. There is definitely some meaning tied up in all of this, and it's all very kind of cross-pollinated with each other, and it is tough to find one simple meaning to all of it. I think there's many different meanings to these eggs and the ending they can give and what they might symbolize. We are now coming to the final hallway conversation that we hear between Mary and James, that is supposed to be probably near the end of the sickness. This conversation very well explores the duality of James's decision, Mary's abuse towards him, but also her love. It gives us introspection and allows us to reflect on how that while James did what he did and it was terrible, There are many shades to this and ways that the morality can be not entirely black and white, but gray.
What do you want, James? Flowers? I don't want any damn flowers. Just go home already. Look at me. I'm disgusting. Between the disease and the drugs, I look like a monster. Well, what are you looking at? Get the hell out of here. Leave me alone already. I'm no use to anyone. I'll be dead soon anyway. It'd be easier if they just killed me. But I guess the hospital's making a nice profit off of me. Why are you still here? I told you to go. Are you deaf? Don't come back. James. Wait. Please. Don't go. Don't leave me alone. I didn't mean what I said. Please. Tell me I'll be okay. Tell me I'm not gonna die. Help me.
Maybe it can be theorized that part of James's solution to help Mary was ultimately just to end her suffering. But of course, we know he also did it for selfish reasons. And these things do kind of change depending on which ending you get. Ones where James is more willing to accept the fact that he hated Mary, and others where he admits it but is still kind of dodging around it in some way. This is the second to last part of this video. I will display the endings, offer some brief commentary at moments that I think are interesting, and then move on. I would like to thank you, if you have made it this far, for listening to my insane ramblings, grasping for straws, and completely back-breaking reaches on a lot of the stuff in this game. I would like to reiterate that I don't believe a single thing I've said here is in any way solid or concrete. I am not offering these as irrefutable proof. These are all just my own personal interpretations, plus things I've heard from other people, and my attempt to give some analysis to this incredibly deep and symbolic game. The leave ending is considered by most people to be the best ending or the most resolved ending that James gets.
Mary? I have missed you so much.
I find this intro very interesting, considering that in just a couple seconds, James will reveal that he knows full well that this is an illusion and it has to end when he says she's gone.
I've missed you too. We can finally be together. Forever.
No.
Perhaps for just a second, James was enticed once again by the delusion, which is why he went in for the hug. But her touch and voice and feel reminded him of the truth, perhaps. Or possibly he went in for the hug because even knowing that it's a delusion, he couldn't resist the sight of Mary as she was and wanted to feel her touch one last time.
James. Honey. What's wrong?
I think an often underrated and not much discussed aspect of this game is that the town itself, I believe, has a kind of will as it is a supernatural force. Maybe this is it pulling out all the stops and giving James what he truly desires in his heart in one final attempt to claim him.
I'm sorry. I know you tried.
To me, when James says, "I know you tried," I feel like he is directly addressing the delusion that is Mary/Maria that the town has conjured, and he knows full well what it is. Also, take note of this sharp inhale that Mary/Maria does when James says she's gone. I think this is the town reeling at the fact that James has realized what it is.
James, please.
But she's gone. I know that now.
Stop it.
And I can't just keep pretending.
Shut up!
Also notice now that when the Mary Maria avatar says shut up, her name has changed from Mary to Maria. Perhaps it is the town finally just breaking down its facade and getting aggressive towards James, and once again tries to entice him.
What do you want? Do you even know anymore? I'm yours. I'm here for you. So what if I'm not her? I can give you what she never could. I can be better than her. What else do you want me to be? What else can I be?
I am so sorry, Maria. I really am. But this has to stop. It's time to let it go.
I believe that Maria and this projection is simply an extension and an agent of the town, which has a desire, likely, maybe, to trap people inside of it. Avatars that it can then use to further torment new people who come to it.
No.
What?
I won't let you do this to me. I won't let you go. I can't!
There is also an important distinction that you can make on each ending when Mary/Maria is lying in her metal casket right before you give the final shot to her. She will be saying your name and giving a different narrative tooltip for either Maria or Mary. This is significant, I believe, because in this version, James is able to vanquish the image of Maria, and that helps him to move on.
Mary.
Hey, handsome.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. I told you. I wanted the pain to end.
Yeah. You did.
I think the most important distinction in this ending and this scene coming up is that James seems to fully admit and accept the reasons of why he murdered his wife, and also in some way seems to be able to communicate this to either her spirit or his idea of what her spirit would be.
But that's not why I did it. The truth is, I hated you. I wanted you out of the way. I wanted my life back.
If that's true, then why do you look so sad?
With James admitting to himself that he hated Mary here, he is also reminded by her saying, "Then why do you look so sad?" that he is also incredibly sad over her death. And this, I think, helps to remind him that he does have some humanity left inside of him, which is maybe what leads to this being the ending where he salvages things.
Mary.
It's okay, James. Here.
What is this?
It's what you've been looking for.
Here, I believe, James is handed, in some metaphorical way, though maybe he had it on himself the whole time, I'm not sure. There's a lot of theory surrounding that. But I think he's handed the ending read letter here, and he is able then to really, in his decent headspace, listen to it and absorb its message. Now, I know a lot of people are going to get annoyed with this because Laura is supposed to be represented as a real person, but I feel like there is almost no shot in hell that Laura as a real person would ever forgive James for killing Mary, since she now knows that. But Laura, as a representation of James's innocence, I think would, if that makes any sense at all. Here, in this outro cinematic, we see James, who approaches Laura and hands her a letter, which I guess somehow convinces Laura, if she is real, like the creators say she is, and other people, that somehow convinces her that it's okay that James killed Mary, and they leave happily together from the graveyard. I don't know. I understand that it's kind of canon, but it just doesn't make any sense to me in any world where this 8-year-old girl would forgive him for killing Mary. So to me, I end up just viewing it as James is giving this letter in a way to his innocence, which is then able to read it, absorb it, and James is able to forgive himself and leave Silent Hill. That's about all I got for my interpretation of the Leave ending. Obviously, you are welcome to disagree with as many aspects of it as you like. I myself am still pretty confused on some of this stuff, but just doing my best to give some interpretation that I can. Next, we will discuss the In Water ending, which has the exact same intro as the Leave ending, except it omits the scene where Mary gives James the envelope. This screenshot from the In Water ending also shows that James believes himself to have killed Maria, the manifestation, in this version. Though it's been said by the creators that technically all endings are canon, I know a lot of people consider In Water ending the most realistic probably. To me, I kind of agree. What James has done is totally heinous, and I think most people would not be able to forgive themselves for this thing, and they would probably regret it for the rest of their lives. So, instead of leading a life of regret, James chooses to end his.
I miss you so much. I tried. I really did, but I can't. Just can't go on without you. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. I know this isn't what you would want. But I guess it doesn't matter anymore.
The largest difference I can see in this ending is that James never gets a moment of redemption. He doesn't get to kind of commune with Mary's spirit in the way that he does in the Leave ending, and so he is never able to confess his true feelings and his guilt around them. So it just stays bottled up inside of him.
Are you?
The way he looks back also out of barely the corner of his eye makes me feel like he can't still really face what he's done, and he definitely can't live with it, which then of course leads him to his natural conclusion. All in all, I think the in-water ending is the one that is the simplest and makes the most sense to a lot of people. I think almost everyone, in fact, would have this sense of crushing guilt that would make life basically unbearable. So, it kind of makes sense to me that James does what he does, if we're talking from a totally realistic, not video game world standpoint. This next ending is the Maria ending. Most people consider this a bad ending in terms of James, and I would agree with them. In this ending, in my opinion, the town essentially wins. It manages to claim James and his soul by completely infatuating him with Maria, so much so that he eventually abandons the idea of Mary, kills her here, and then attempts to leave the town with her. It shows that James really learned nothing. He is unable to admit the full truth, and thus unable to redeem himself.
Mary?
James. I've been waiting. It's been so long. Didn't you want to see me?
Yes, more than anything. You're all I ever wanted.
This is the first lie that James tells Mary and himself. We know from other endings where James does find resolution that there came a point where James wanted his life more than he wanted Mary around.
That's not true, is it?
Mary?
You killed me, James.
Yes. I did. I just...
Here, James tells another half-truth, which is essentially a lie. He is omitting from this kind of fake confession that he couldn't bear to see her suffer, and he had also grown to hate her.
I couldn't bear to see you suffer.
Don't make excuses. I know how you saw me, how you felt. You really hated me. Didn't you?
It's true, I may have had some of those feelings. It was a long 3 years. I was so tired.
Here again, we have James making excuses and trying to justify the killing not only to himself, but to the avatar of Mary. I know this is completely unsubstantiated and total fan theory behavior, but part of me also just feels like this is some kind of real commune that he is having with Mary in the spiritual world through this manifestation that Silent Hill is representing. Maybe it's totally unfounded, and it probably is, but I don't know.
I guess I understand. I know I was a burden. You wanted a long, happy life. Something I couldn't give. Can she?
Mary, please, if I could...
No, James. Those were the last precious moments I had. How could I ever forgive you?
One final note that I think worth mentioning here is that in this ending, Mary never appears as Maria. It seems as though the whole time James is communicating with Mary as he knew her, and she is quite unforgiving, understandably, of what he did. Also, I think reinforced by the fact that he won't admit to it. Part of me is just so confused. It's like, I want to believe that there is some part of the real Mary in this, but would the town know all of these things and really be able to portray this accurate of a conversation? I don't know. I'm just getting totally off the rails here as we get to the end of this, I think. I noticed here that it is Mary in the cage saying James, and James, I guess, kills her for a second time. In my opinion, it's him killing the idea of her and fully accepting the delusion. One note that I know is grasping at straws, but I noticed is above Maria we have a sign that says Dream. To me, it's James continuing to entertain the dream of Mary through Maria.
What is this?
Is what you've been looking for.
I find it odd and interesting that Maria offers him this note, because I usually see it as the key to James finding his absolution. But either way, she offers it to him, maybe just so he can deny it, because that is what he does. I see this as him having no interest anymore in knowing the truth or finding absolution. He's just going to delve headfirst into the delusion.
Let's go. Better do something about that cough.
Here, James coldly tells Maria that she should do something about the cough. To me, it of course signifies that he is just going to relive these events again, as ignorant as ever and having learned nothing. To me, I feel like this also helps the time loop theory kind of establish, even though it's not technically canon, I believe. This feels like an ending where James is heading back to Silent Hill eventually, in some way or another. The next ending that we'll talk about is the Rebirth ending, one that I think is very cool, albeit very dark. I would again consider the town the victor in this one, as I believe it also claims James and possibly even Mary's soul. It starts off as well with James approaching who he knows to be Maria with these strange metal clanking sounds taking place in the back. To me, it feels like some kind of auditory metaphor for how James is unhinged and the town has taken control of him more or less. He resolves to kill the Maria avatar and raise Mary from the dead.
James. What's wrong? Aren't you happy to see me?
I'm sorry. I know what you are.
What does it even matter? I am here for you.
You're not her.
She's gone. And she's not coming back.
There's a way. I can still bring her back.
What? No.
I feel like this answer from Maria actually signifies that maybe there is a chance that James could bring her back through some dark magic, and Maria definitely doesn't want that. She immediately becomes defensive and looks upset by this. Since I think that she understands the town's powers intuitively, this makes sense to me.
Not true.
But before I do, I need to kill that part of me that still belongs to you.
Who the hell do you think you are? You don't get a say in this. Not anymore. Like it or not, I am here now. And I won't let it end like this.
Once again, we'll notice that we do kill the avatar of Maria in this, which makes sense to me because James is still clearly set on getting Mary back, just now through the power of the old gods.
Mary. You look so peaceful. Forgive me for waking you. But without you, I just can't go on. This town, Silent Hill. The old gods haven't left this place. And they still grant power to those who venerate them. Power to defy even death. Mary.
I personally think this ending is really cool, albeit extremely dark and ultimately bad for our protagonist, but just the voice acting at the end alone is so awesome. James to me sounds totally unhinged, and it goes in line with this ending. The next ending we're going to talk about is the Bliss ending, which I think has so many interesting things happening in it. For one, James, right before viewing the tape, takes this White Claudia, which is known in the Silent Hill universe to be a powerful hallucinogenic drug that was used during a lot of ritual ceremonies in the past. I think that alone makes this ending extremely ambiguous and hard to define what is real and what isn't, because for all we know, the whole thing is a hallucination on James's part, but I think there's some very cool things worth examining. The first thing I noticed that is interesting, and I don't really have an explanation for, but we hear the kind of crackling coming out like an old school VHS tape or some kind of vinyl or something would make.
you taping again? Come on. I don't know why, but I just love it here. It's so peaceful. You know what I heard? This whole area used to be a sacred place. I think I can see why. It's too bad we have to leave.
During this scene here, we'll also notice that when Mary turns to the camera, unlike in the original videotape where she starts to fade from existence, here she stays solid. Also, it's worth noting that while her voice sounds like it is on a VHS tape, James's voice sounds like the real him coming up in this scene here.
Promise you'll take me again, James.
I promise.
Something that I find that looks like a bit of an ill omen to me is the clock in the background, which I believe is also saying 9, 10, 15, as it always does in regular Silent Hill. But I'm not too sure, because honestly the more I look at it, the more it looks like it might be 9:45 or something else. It's very hard to tell.
Come on, we need to finish packing.
Also notice how James still has his flashlight in the breast pocket, which I really have no idea what this implies, but that is kind of why I love this so much.
James, honey, did something happen?
Oh, no, it's fine. Everything's fine.
We get some strange knowing look from James where it seems like he almost realizes maybe where he's come from and where he now is, or maybe realizing he'll never find out the truth. I don't know. This ending leaves me with so many more questions than I have answers, honestly. But I love it. It's very reminiscent of like a Twilight Zone episode for me. And that's it. After that, it fades to black, with the chair being empty and the camera circling. It raises so many questions for me. Did James, in some way, somehow, through the power of the town, go back through time and right his wrongs and never end up in Silent Hill? Is this all just an illusion? A further illusion, rather, caused by the White Claudia? Did he get sucked into the TV and the VHS tape to essentially live his life out in there in some strange way? We don't know, but I love that Bloober added this ending. Also, finally, I think there's something maybe to the ending being called Bliss, in that James never learns what he did in this and goes to possibly some alternate reality, and ignorance is bliss. If he never learns about him killing Mary, then he'll never view himself in the horrible way that he does. The Stillness ending is another ending where James seemingly chooses to end his life, but he is given some form of absolution by a vision of Mary that is in the backseat of his car. This ending, in my opinion, is one of the most complex endings in the game and requires some thorough examination, so I had to look up some stuff online, and I'm going to do my best to relay that information in a concise and coherent manner here. I will, of course, also offer some personal views.
I tried. I really did, but I can't go on without you. I can't forgive myself for what I've done.
I know. What's wrong, honey?
This ending mirrors the in-water ending up until this point, when it seems that Mary is in the backseat of the car and she attempts to console James. To me, this is some way of James trying to offer himself absolution through this figment of Mary that he has created.
I miss you so much. I'm sorry. I am so sorry.
It's okay.
It is important to note that this ending is only obtainable if you have gotten the in-water ending before, and amongst a myriad of things that you have to do, you have to get the Toluca Lake postcard, which says, "A place you'll always return to." A lot of this relies heavily on the time loop theory that some people have postulated. I personally think it's really cool. Also, you have to get the Key of Sorrow from the back seat of a green car, very similar to the one that James drives. All of these are recurring elements to James that lead him to this ending. The Toluca postcard is a reminder, and just like every other item that he has to get to achieve this ending, it all points back to that his journey will end in Toluca Lake, showing that James is cyclically stuck in Silent Hill. While that may not strictly be the case, the Stillness ending perhaps shows how easy it is for James to make the same mistakes, just like how the Maria ending does.
Will you wait for me?
James. I've always been waiting for you.
Some people think that the vision of Mary he conjures up in here is how he remembers her, and not how she wanted to be remembered. James looks at the letter before the end, though he doesn't read it. He doesn't actually read the words of what Mary really wants. Mary wanted James to live, yet the Mary he sees almost seems to beckon him to join her in death, saying she has always been waiting for him. It is a Mary that smirks just like Maria as well. It is a version of Mary that isn't quite there, the Mary that James needed to convince himself to die. Something that I find very interesting, but honestly don't have an explanation to, is that if you go back to the in-water ending and listen to the sound design, and then come back and listen to this Stillness ending sound design, there are some interesting differences. One I noticed is that in the Stillness ending, there is the sound of a car door opening and a very distinct shift between the sound of the rain inside of the car and outside of the car that is not exactly present in the in-water ending. Then we also hear some extra kind of thudding that I'm not sure what to interpret as, but I feel like it does have some meaning. Some people have postulated that possibly James is doing something where he is setting the car to run itself into the lake without him in it, or some transference of Mary's body. I'm not sure, and I'd love to hear back from others. This is it. We made it. I honestly can't believe how long this journey has been. This video almost didn't get made several times. There were so many points during the creation of this that I was questioning myself, wondering if it was worth it, if anyone would even care about any of this. Silent Hill 2 is an extremely special game for me. Not just the remake, but the original, and all of the beautiful concepts that are interwoven into it, that make us question our humanity, morality, and the shades of gray that come with all of that. I'll state again that I don't believe anything I've said in here to be concrete law and that it should be taken as gospel. This was really just me trying to make sense of everything the best I could, much like James goes through Silent Hill trying to make sense of the things that he sees. I feel like Silent Hill 2 is one of the most important games that I've ever played in my life, and so I felt that if I were to make this video, I would make it to the best of my ability, and hopefully it would last forever, as a testament to my love for this game. Through all of my insane ramblings, the equivalent of a bloody note you'd find in a hospital, I hope that I have been able to shed at least one tiny bit of light on maybe some hidden aspects of this game that you hadn't considered before. And if not, that's perfectly okay too. The beauty of this game is that one thing in it can be interpreted in a multitude of ways. The amount of detail that is baked into its concept is honestly just mind-blowing. And although nothing will ever replace the feeling that the original Silent Hill 2 gave me, I believe that if some kid picks this game up and plays it for the first time, it could affect them the same way. Everything can be viewed in a different way and through a different lens. Although we look up in the sky and see a Big Dipper, the ancient Greeks looked up and saw a large bear. We can all point to something that is objectively the same, but also relatively different. And therein lies the beauty and magnificence that is the story of Silent Hill 2. Anyways, this video has gone on long enough, and now it's time to end this.